American Comics, Psychiatrist, Cut Who Wanda Gwen. Author, Simple One. 176. Tony's betrayal. Two Hulks are coming. Watching Tony nearly get dragged into the lake by a fish, Suyi couldn't help laughing. Gwen and Wanda are a little puzzled. Suyi showed them the last picture. The two girls couldn't help laughing. It's not that Tony is weak. It was he who was holding the action camera in one hand and the fishing rod in the other, so he wasn't ready and didn't work hard. As a result, it caught the fish fiercely, almost dragged him down. Suyi clicked on the comment section to look again. As expected, the first comment is a sticky comment. Comment with a picture. Tony compares the file size with his hands and fish. Then wrote in the comments, "How do you know this fish weighs 30 pounds? Suyi, no a tick. 1 pound equals 0.9 catties equals 0.45 kilograms. So 30 pounds of fish is nearly 30 catties. It is estimated to be 29 catties. But it's like which 179 boy doesn't say he's 180. Suyi looked at Tony's other comments. The first one is, "Okay, we already know that man is more handsome than Iron Man." The second one is, "Great gift seat. Iron Man, I love you. You can live in seclusion. Please update more videos. We miss you so much." The third one is, "Thank you, Iron Man, so that man still knows so many superheroes. He turns out to be a hidden boss." Suyi, "Yes, Wolf was betrayed." Look at these comments. Suyi shook his head helplessly. Look at Tony's main business again. His fans skyrocketed. But the watch list also has only one person. Suyi clicked on his attention. User, isn't this me? Suyi looked at it, and still clicked to turn it off. People only pay attention to themselves. Not going back to the customs is a bit too shameless. That's all. Suyi's initial account was followed by 3 superheroes. He also only shut down these 3 people. After the operation is complete, Suyi turned off the phone. Wait until these things are over. Gwen and Wanda had breakfast too. But Wanda went upstairs to practice her spells. Gwen put on the symbiosis battlesuit in an instant, then waved to Suyi and said, "I'll go out and fight criminals and be back before noon." Suyi nodded. "Go." Bye. After Gwen finished speaking, she went to roof 29 and left. Gwen's daily life is to fight against criminals. It's something she likes to do. Besides, Suyi has never restricted who must do what, or what not to do. He has never restrained the 2 women. The 2 women have been doing what they should do. Miss Spider doesn't fight criminals. Is she still called Miss Spider? So what if Gwen is very strong now? This strength has nothing to do with it. The days to come will be long. Gotta find something to do. After the 2 women left, Suyi lay on the armchair and stretched a lot. Today's business is also over. What should I do? Suyi thought about it, and being idle was also idle. I fished until noon. Suyi and Wanda didn't eat anything at noon. After a simple meal, Wanda went to the small universe to water, plant and repair flowers. From 1 p.m., Suyi, who was really fine, wanted to take a short nap and sleep until 4:45 in the afternoon. Then get ready for get off work. But after his idea just came out, Cuckatilda, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Suyi sat up and asked someone to come in. After the door is opened, 2 tall men in hooded sweaters walked in together, and one of them has a very wide body and has to come in sideways. "How would you describe this figure?" "Double-door refrigerator." After the 2 came in, they took off their hoods. Then I saw that Suyi smiled. "Sue, it's you." Suyi took a look. It's Banner and Jenny. That is, male Hulk and female Hulk. So he looked at the opposite chair, which was really small in comparison. Suyi reached out and snapped his fingers. Crack. The 2 chairs quickly become larger. Change to the file size that 2 people can sit on. "Thanks." After the 2 Hulk thanks, then I sat up. Suyi looked at the appearance of the 2 and smiled. "Are you sure you can successfully pretend like this? Has no one spotted you along the way?" 2 people who have integrated Hulk. Although not as big as Hulk directly, he is still a big man. Banner is now 2.3 meters tall, the same as a basketball player. But his body is still wide, like a double-door refrigerator. That is, Banner now has the height of a basketball player and the body of a football player. What you say is outrageous is not outrageous. His current net weight should be as heavy as a heavy motorcycle. About a few hundred kilograms less to start. And Jenny does pretty much the same. Jenny is now 2 meters tall. In other words, she is more than 10 centimeters taller than Suyi. Definitely, her figure is a bit stronger, but she still looks more vigorous. But that's still outrageous, unless Suyi counts balls in his height. Otherwise, they are really not as tall as these 2. After hearing Suyi's words, Banner also raised his hand happily and said, "Thanks to the freedom in the streets of the United States, we've made it this far and no one's paying attention to us." Along the way, some people asked us if we were football players. Someone asked us if we were basketball players. Jenny also said happily, "It's a good thing no one asked us if we were superheroes. Otherwise we wouldn't know how to answer." "All right. Thank you, Free America." Don't say that the 2 are just wearing oversized sweaters. Maybe the 2 of them will not be asked this and that when they come here wearing teddy bears, because it's so normal. After taking off the hood, Banner took off the sunglasses and other covering items together before speaking. "Since that day on the phone, I've been helping Jenny get the Hulk under control. That's why I didn't come here until now. Sorry, Sue." Suyi waved his hand. "It has nothing to do with me. But Suyi looked at Jenny curiously. Have you integrated with Hulk? Suyi looked like it was. The status of Hulk and my integrate is that the whole body is green, the eyes are green, but the green is not so strong, it is light green, and at the same time, the body will still grow bigger. Not as big as Hulk though. I seem to be integrated, and at the same time I can control my anger freely. Jenny looked at her pale green hands. I don't feel Hulk right now, I am who I am. Suyi nodded. That's integrate. It seems that your ability is very good. It took Banner so many years to integrate Hulk with himself, and you only spent a few days. Hear hear. Jenny looked at Banner with a little pride. Then he looked at Suyi and said, Banner also said that my ability is mediocre, so let me practice more. It's still early. I figured out how long it takes for him to turn into a Hulk to see what my abilities are. Darmus. Suyi was happy. The classic sister scolds big brother. Banner also touched his head in embarrassment and explained, I want you to guard against arrogance and impetuosity, and exercise well. If you are too proud and can't calm down, then you can't control your own strength. Jenny sighed. She spread her hands helplessly at Suyi. I mean you see, that's what he is. Suyi smiled. Appropriate encouragement is still needed. For example, I always tell Wanda that you're a genius. Don't belittle yourself. Just work hard and leave the rest to ability. You just work hard and leave the rest to ability. Jenny's eyes lit up when she heard this spiritual sentence from the other side of the ocean. She nodded in agreement. That is, I will work hard, and after I have completely controlled myself, I will find a way to come back to be a lawyer. Also be a crime-fighting superhero. After speaking, Jenny thought about it and wanted to add, like Miss Spider. I can see it. Gwen saved her at the time and had a lot of influence on her. Let Jenny realize what superhero is doing. There are also trade-offs between life and career. She probably saw the video sent by Gwen. Otherwise, I wouldn't think so. But for this matter, Suyi nodded in agreement. Good idea. If you abandon your original life and just want to be a superhero, then your life will only become more messy. Hearing that, Suyi agreed. Jenny nodded immediately, then looked at Banner. Banner smiled awkwardly, but agreed. Sue is right. I used to be too entangled with Hulk's identity, so I couldn't get over it. Now I agree with Jenny doing the same. Obviously Banner now understands the importance of life. Superhero will not be a person's main theme. Normal life is. Next, after everyone chatted, Jenny expressed her gratitude to Suyi. And there is a lot to thank. 1. She said that she was grateful to Suyi for letting her know the law and darkness of society, and for letting her know the truth of social existence. This is what Suyi said, the darkness will not disappear completely, and it coexists with the light. 2. Jenny also thanked Suyi for his proposal and helped Banner, otherwise Jenny would have died in that square long ago, instead of being able to sit here and thank Suyi now. This matter. It's also a coincidence. In the comics, Jenny is assassinated on her way to the courthouse. Then Banner rushed to the hospital. Finally, he used his own blood to save Jenny. But now, Jenny is on the way with Banner leading the way, so it turned into being assassinated after the job was over. This can only be said. The timeline looks like this. But Suyi waved his hand indifferently. I'm just helping at no cost. As long as I want, I can help until I get bored. But if you become a superhero, you have to think carefully about your future life. You and Banner will have a long lifespan. Are you ready to plan for the future? As soon as Suyi said this, don't say it's Jenny. Banner was silent. Obviously neither of them had thought about their future plans. Banner's temporary plan is, teach his cousin well. And Jenny's plan is, she wants to be a lawyer in the future. But no plans for the future. Suyi saw it. So he said with a smile, it's normal not to have one, because I don't have one yet. Jenny, Banner, dot. Cough cough. Suyi didn't lie. He also has no plans. Now you ask him what he wants to do tomorrow? Suyi really couldn't figure it out. Does it count if you can sleep all day and play poker with Scarlet Witch and Miss Spider? That's why Suyi told the truth. Life planning is for those who have a plan. If you want to make a lot of money, then you have a plan for the road. If you don't have any goals, living every day is actually your life plan. So, don't be so special. Opening and shutting up every day is hard work and struggle. 7 billion people on Earth. Even if all human beings are dead, they still keep turning. Don't take yourself too seriously. Don't take yourself too lightly. For common people in life, as long as the ending is not a negative ending such as dismal, regret, and grief, the life ends. That counts as clearance. Otherwise, even if you score SSS+, what's the use? Can I come again in my next life? And after Suyi's guidance was over, Jenny's eyes were full of light. She responded right away. Then I still want to learn more knowledge. I want to be a jury's doctor. I want to be a justice. What is the status of a judge? It belongs to the N0.1 status in the court system of the United States. Definitely also depends on whether justice is 747. But no matter what, the position of the judge is too high to die. So when Jenny said the justice, she also said weakly, a little unconfident, if you don't mind the judge. Suyi smiled. He neither encouraged nor denied it. It's all on the same road. If you don't try, how will you know? Jurisprudence, JD, law, justice. In fact, they are all one system. It's just that one side is entering the political system, The other party is a person. But none of this is a problem for Jenny. She suddenly realized you can still have a long time to challenge these goals. So Jenny nodded sharply. I will work hard. Seeing that Jenny has a goal, Banner let out a long breath. He was also worrying about Jenny's future during this time. After becoming a superhero, Jenny also changed. It will be more difficult to return to normal life. And Banner is also worried about Jenny's future life. But now it looks like it has been resolved. Banner immediately looked at Su-Yi gratefully. Su-Yi waved his hand. It doesn't matter, just remember to give the money later. Cough cough cough. Then everyone chatted again. Jenny talked about her near-death experience, which was extremely unforgettable for a lifetime. That feeling of stagnation of consciousness. It makes people feel that the long river of time seems to be frozen. But this also made Su-Yi a little curious. What about the gangsters? What are you going to do in the future? You are not saints. Jenny was assassinated by gangsters and almost died completely. You said no revenge. That is impossible. In this regard, honestly said lightly with resentment. Natasha Romanoff sent an underground agent to clean up the little bosses of the New York underground gang that day. Basically everything has been cleaned up, and this will also give an explanation to the mayor of New York and the citizens. As expected, how could it not explode? In fact, it was revenge that day. Just clean up the little gang bosses, and let the underground gang bosses directly replace a group of people. That's good. Su-Yi smiled. Done, no problem. Not retaliating is the heart of superhero. After chatting like this for a while, Banner looked at his custom-made large watch. It was past 4 in the afternoon. He knew that Su-Yi got off work at 5 o'clock on time, so Banner took the initiative to stand up with Jenny and said, let's go. In fact, Jenny and I just came out of the Avengers Alliance base today, and we are looking for a seclusion in the outskirts of the city. The suburbs of New York are not far away. But what made Su-Yi curious was, your hermitage is in the city? Yes, Banner nodded in response. I've figured it out. You don't have to go to the countryside to live in seclusion. Jenny is going to go back to university to take a doctorate exam, and I am also planning to join a physics laboratory to study quantum mechanics. So it's good to find an area with few people and live in seclusion. Jenny is also strong now, and I won't be Hulk in the city anymore. 177. Egyptian gods fight each other. Watch out for thieves in the city of romance. From 4:30 p.m. In the last farewell, Banner left with his cousin Jenny. Jenny squeezed her fist and said before leaving, now I'm a lawyer. You can come to me if you want to file a lawsuit in the future. Sue, I will do my best to help you file a lawsuit for free. When I become a judge, you still come to me if you want to file a lawsuit. I will turn a blind eye to help you. This is my thanks to you. Sleep. Listen to the last words left by Jenny. Su-Yi's mouth twitched. However, he nodded happily. This man is not in vain. Didn't you hear what people said? As a lawyer, I will fight the lawsuit unconditionally. As a judge, I will cover you directly. That's pretty much what it means. Let's not talk about whether Su-Yi needs to file a lawsuit. According to this attitude, well worth it. Jenny is a superhero with a sense of justice. I cover you for saying such things. It is enough to show that her gratitude to Su-Yi even exceeds the justice in her heart. That's enough. Just like that sentence. If two people owe you money, a person who has 10 on him and pays you back 10 and is even raising money, and a person who has 10,000 yuan and is only willing to return you 10 yuan, who is really trying to pay you back. No doubt, former. So Jenny only has so much at the moment, but she was still willing to thank Su-Yi as much as possible, and even agreed to do the same in the future. This is enough to show her sincerity. That's why Su-Yi was more satisfied. Wait until the two leave. Su-Yi looked at the time, waiting for it to reach 5 p.m. When the time comes, Su-Yi took the twin dancers out and closed the door. Then the dancer is also off work. They went upstairs to do their business. Ding. At this time, with the independent elevator door opened, Gwen jumped out. Yahoo! Su-Yi opened his hands. Gwen jumped directly into Su-Yi's arms. How many criminals were hit today? Gwen made a gesture of 6. So efficient. Are criminals so easy to find? I have spider telepathy. Gwen put his hands on his head as an antenna and said, as long as I get close enough and take the initiative to perceive threats, then I can feel the sense of crisis in an area. All that's left is to rush over and find out. Besides, New York is actually full of crime. Too many people doing bad things. If I only catch thieves, I'm probably too busy. Su-Yi thought for a while. It's true. Now abroad. What should you pay attention to if you are in a crowded place? Papa? No. Tighter? No. What should we pay attention to? Watch out for thieves. Whether it's the Eiffel Tower or the Statue of Liberty. Whether it was once Great Britain or today's romantic country of black and white. It doesn't have to be a crisis that you need to pay attention to. But thieves everywhere. They also specialize in stealing property from foreigners. Compared with the domestic work, efficiency is low. It's not like somewhere. There are foreigners who call the police on their behalf. It can even be guaranteed that only a few days can be returned. Feel sorry. This is impossible in Europe and North America. Stolen? Who do you blame for not paying attention? Help. I found it. Can't find it. So whether it is New York or the Eiffel Tower, there are really many thieves. If only Gwen was going to take care of it, then she would be too busy. She sees okay. Shoot about the cobweb thing. But forget it if you take the initiative to find it. 10 more Gwens won't stop the thief from stealing. This is no joke. It's totally true. So Gwen can catch 6 in one trip. That's really not much. Then, Suyi carried Gwen up the stairs like this. During this process, Gwen didn't know what to think of. Her little face suddenly turned red. Suyi felt the little flame in her heart in an instant. He smiled and whispered in Gwen's ear, "How about doing this next time?" Hear Suyi's words. Gwen tensed. Then she quickly covered Suyi's mouth with her hand. "Understood. I won't say it next time. Do it directly." The two came to the front of the room. The door opened automatically, and then controlled the temperature to change shoes with Suyi. After changing her shoes, Gwen jumped onto the sofa and crossed her legs. Then he took out his phone and started messing around. "Huh?" Suyi took a look. Turns out Gwen put together her crime-fighting video again. Then package them together and send them to your personal account. This can be considered a daily sharing. Well, almost. Wait until Gwen finishes posting the video. Suyi has already gone to the small universe to see Wanda. As soon as the results come in, I saw Wanda bringing over a pot of flowers. Then I was tossing something. Suyi walked over and asked softly, "You are?" He looked at Wanda's operation. Slice the flower diameter of the 2 flowers, and then want Iceland to grow together. And this operation is grafting? Yeah. Wanda was grafting roses carefully. In time, the thorns on the roses pricked her palms and dented them. This looks a little painful, but Wanda is still doing it seriously. Wait until 2 roses of different colors are merged together. Wanda then clamped the 2 together with a tool. Let the flower paths of the 2 roses fit tightly together. Then let go of your hand. So you looked a little puzzled. You graft roses. What kind of flowers do you want to synthesize? Slap tilde. Wanda clapped her hands. She just wanted to rub her dented fingers. Suyi reached out and took her hand. Then rub it in the palm of your hand. Wanda smiled warmly. Then he leaned into Suyi's arms and explained, "No matter what it is, as long as it is a beautiful flower, I will try every kind of flower." Finished. Wanda pointed to the wall beyond the wooden floor. "I will actively spawn them later. If they don't succeed, they will wither, and then I can only pile them on the flower grave over there." Suyi turned his head to look. A lot of withered roses have been piled up by the corner of the wall. There are red ones, purple ones, and pale pink ones. It is indeed the grave of roses. "But so many died?" "You gave birth to me to see." Following Suyi's request, Wanda held out a hand and moved her fingers lightly. Then a cloud of scarlet energy enveloped the pair of roses that became one. Wanda puts her hands away. The energy that is born in the energy is automatically released. Under the gaze of Suyi and Wanda, the roses that merged into one grew together, then start growing together. It is constantly overstated. Grow new thorns. Then the flower buds bulge out and become bigger and bigger. Wait until the flower buds are big enough. There was a sound of waves. The roses bloomed. "It's done." Suyi saw that the flowers had come out. "That's basically it." As a result, Wanda shook her head. Her wine-red long hair flung Suyi's face, making his face itchy. And Wanda explained, "The last step is whether they will wither after I withdraw the energy." Wanda stretched out her hand to void a little. The scarlet energy on the rose disappeared instantly. But under the gaze of Suyi and Wanda, with energy gone, the roses are also wilting, visible to the naked eye. But 10 seconds later, it became the appearance of a candle in the wind. "Okay." Wanda sighed inwardly, and let out a long breath. She turned her head helplessly and took a sip of Suyi. It still failed. Suyi stepped forward to look at the roses. "No big problem. From a scientific point of view, well grafted." Because the biggest problem with grafting is not the problem of subsequent growth. It is a question of survival rate when grafting. But under Wanda's magical blessing, the survival rate is 100%. The biggest problem is over. "Why are you still dead? Do you think you are a flaw in a biology lab? Can die at will?" Suyi snapped his fingers. Then the rose goes back in time. Then let Suyi watch its withering process again. Suyi read it. He looked up at Wanda and asked, "Have you succeeded in one so far?" Wanda shook her head. "Even the 2 kinds of roses that are said to be the easiest to graft successfully in the book, I haven't succeeded, and I don't know what went wrong." That solved the case. Suyi looked at the flower path of the rose. Then he sighed and said, "Wanda, is there a possibility that when you use magic energy to spawn it, you set it so that it can only survive by absorbing your magic energy? And once it leaves your magical energy, it will dry up immediately." Hear Suyi's words. Wanda was stunned. She blinked her eyes and hesitated a bit ashamedly. "No way." Suyi was happy. "Remember the time I asked you to close the entrance to the quantum realm? In terms of Volta reality, a single thought can make a difference, and sometimes just an unintentional thought can change the outcome of the whole thing. You try again. Change the setting of magic energy to growth. Don't think about healing and nutrition, because growth will heal." Wanda nodded, and ran over to prepare flowers. And Gwen also uploaded the video and came over to take a look. After a while, Wanda brought over 2 pots of flowers. Then Wanda used a paper knife to start cutting pieces for grafting. Wait until the graft is fixed. Wanda couldn't wait to start using the new magic. She flicked her fingers slightly. Orangutan Red's magical ability package rewrapped the new white mouse. Then Wanda put her hands away. Watch the magic effect closely with everyone. This time Wanda's setting is less impatient. She made the magic speed up the growth of roses, did nothing else, and the roses grew together, visible to to the naked eye under everyone's gaze. Place of grafting. Only growth scars remain. Then the rhizome starts to grow. Then came the thorn. Then there are flower buds. Finally, it bloomed with a sound of waves. It's done. Gwen asked the same question as Suyi just now. Wanda shook her head. Then he put away the magic energy a little nervously. The scarlet magic disappeared instantly. Wanda also stared closely at the roses. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Roses of mixed colors still bloom, and exudes a light floral fragrance. Wanda quickly looked at Suyi. It's done. Suyi nodded. It's done. Wanda's eyes were filled with surprise. She looked at Gwen beside her. Then he hugged her and cheered. I succeeded, Tilda. Gwen was surrounded by hugs. Suyi smiled and looked at the grave of roses beside the wall. Gwen understood immediately after seeing it. Love you, Rose Killer. All killed so many. Wanda hugged behind Gwen. Come to hug Suyi again. After Suyi was hit by her with the ball, he patted her on the back helplessly and said, that's enough. That's it. Where are we going? In the future, pay more attention and observe more. Watching, learning, and hands-on are all indispensable. Wanda was clearly delighted. She turned around and took a picture of her first successful grafted rose with her mobile phone. She clicked and clicked. After seeing it, she was very happy after it succeeded. But after a while, Wanda suddenly woke up and said, by the way, it's time for us to make dinner. Wanda turned to let Nora prepare dinner, but she just turned around. Suyi tilted his head and looked to the southeast. Gwen discovered something strange about Suyi. How could he suddenly look at a place? Something must have happened. What's wrong? Gwen asked. Hear what the two said. Wanda stopped and walked back. Suyi released the Phoenix Force and felt it. It turned out that there were gods fighting. Suyi turned to look at Gwen. Remember when I told you to kill another god? Gwen has killed a true god. So she nodded and said, you said it. But you didn't say which god it was. Suyi nodded. This time it's the Egyptian gods. Egyptian gods? Gwen was taken aback. The gods of Egypt are fighting? Suyi nodded for confirmation. It was the gods of Egypt who fought. He just felt the use of the power of God. The common power usage. Suyi didn't bother to care, and directly blocked the perception. But once the power above the gods is used, he'll know where to use it right away. That is to say, as long as the energy fluctuation exceeds the level Godfather, Suyi can instantly know the destination. The two gods of Egypt fought. One is Ammit, the crocodile god, who does not do good things, and even instigates divine envoys to come to New York to wreak havoc. One is Kongzu, the moon god. He is a good god. You don't have to kill him later, just kill that crocodile god. Please. Gwen nodded, but she still asked curiously, if the crocodile god is killed by me, will there be no such god in Egypt? How could it be? Suyi shook his head. The gods of Egypt have only pillars. As long as the god position is still there, only the avatar will die, and the locality will still be there. With a long recovery, they can see the light of day again. It's just a matter of time. But don't destroy the god position. It's better to stock up and kill once when you come out. Come out and slaughter once. Doesn't this raise pigs? Gwen laughed. Sue, you are good or bad? Men are not bad. Women don't love you, understand? Don't look at this sentence, Zong. It is really useful. Even now, women are born to worship the strong. As long as you have personal charm, the villain also has a lot of women to love. At this time, Suyi felt the fluctuation of divine power from the fight in Egypt again. So Suyi raised his hand and said, let's go to Egypt to see the scenery tonight. Come on Gwen, Wanda and I are shopping in the Egyptian city. As soon as this statement came out, Wanda immediately hugged Suyi tightly. Gwen pouted and said, you and I finish the slaughter quickly, and then come to you. No problem. Suyi snapped his fingers. Snap tilde. The three disappeared in an instant. Next moment, the trio reappeared on the pyramids of Egypt. As soon as they appear, I saw a big crocodile fighting a big skeleton mage not far away. At the same time, in the city market in the distance, there are also two men who are fighting passionately. One of them held a staff, and the other was dressed in white. No doubt about it. Fighting not far away is Crocodile God and Kongsu. Fighting in the distance is the envoy of two gods. Now the 2v2 fight is unstoppable. But overall, it was Moonlight Knight and Sue who lost, because the crocodile god got the increase in the power of the envoy. Suyi took a look. Then he patted Gwen's small chest. Go early and come back early. Let's go shopping in Egypt after slaughtering. 178. Godslayer Gwen. The Egyptian crocodile god was slammed. The story of Moonlight Knight. Suyi didn't remember very clearly, but he still remembered the general plot. First of all, the Moonlight Knight has two spiritual individuals, and it can be regarded as two completely split spiritual individuals. Then there is the War of the Gods. Moonlight Knight's ability was bestowed upon him by the moon god Kongzu, and the magic of the other villain was given to him by the crocodile god. Now the two envoys are fighting hard. At the same time, the situation has reached the final step. The two gods fought hard. Fortunately, the two gods have no supernatural power. Otherwise, If the two gods broke out with all their strength, then Egypt no longer exists. Say no to pyramids. This state and this continent will all be lost, even the gods of Egypt. At least he has the strength of a sub-father to a level godfather. It depends on how powerful they are. So it's actually quite strong. Watching the 2v2 fight, Gwen put on the symbiote battlesuit in an instant, and then pulled out the Black Death sword from inside. Then he disappeared beside Suyi and Wanda in an instant. Watching Gwen disappear in an instant, Wanda's eyes lit up. Gwen is so fast? Yes, Suyi nodded. After killing powerful creatures a few times, she became very strong. Wanda agrees with Gwen's intensity. Her speed. Wanda is clear. If Gwen came to assassinate himself as an assassin, he must have died for Gwen to see. This Suyi mage couldn't react at all, unless you put the shield on yourself in advance, or leave something behind. For example, what spells are automatically released when injured. Otherwise it's like Ebony Maw kind of mage. Gwen can kill one in the blink of an eye. The time to sing a song can kill a bunch. And that side, the strength of the moon god Kongzu is not as much as that of the crocodile god. So it is being pressed and beaten by god crocodile. At the moment two beings higher than the pyramids were fighting each other passionately. Then the crocodile knocked Kongzu down on the pyramids. Boom tilde. The stones of the pyramids were smashed to pieces immediately. Numerous large and small stones rolled down from the pyramids. Then Kongzu wanted to get up, but God Crocodile hit it again. Boom tilde. Khonsu crashes into the pyramids again. Another chunk of poor pyramids shattered. If the two gods fight twice again, God will not die. The pyramids are definitely going to collapse. Immediately afterwards, God Crocodile raised his weapon, wanting to strike Khonsu again. But the next moment, a bright light flashed in the distance. Crocodile God was astonished. At the same time, he raised his weapon to block 807 in front of himself. Clang! After a huge amount of collision sound appeared. Crocodile God's strong body, which is as tall as pyramids, directly retreated a lot. Feel this great force. Crocodile looked at the tiny figure standing on top of a pyramid at the moment in surprise. How did she have such great power? She is just a human being. How could she be so powerful? How on earth did she do it? Huh? And Gwen was wondering too. Her Black Death sword unexpectedly failed to cut off the weapon of the crocodile god. Logically speaking, as long as it is not an artifact, such as a weapon like Stormbreaker, the Black Death sword basically broke when it was cut. Hacking and slashing is all about hot knives cutting butter. But this time there was a clang. That means the opposite weapon is good. But also right. The opposite is God anyway. How could there be no artifact of life? Gwen looked at the Black Death sword in his hand, and slowly squeezed it tightly, preparing to pierce through the head of the crocodile god next time. Same. Crocodile God and Kongsu both felt the threat of death from Gwen. Together they felt that pressure. And the Black Death sword in Gwen's hand also made Crocodile God and Kongsu frightened at the same time. What the hell is this? Looking at Gwen, the target is himself first. Crocodile God said hastily before Gwen made a move. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? There is hatred between us? Crocodile God searched all the memories in his mind, but none of them remembered who Gwen was. Or, the two had never met before. And Gwen responded simply, holding the Black Death sword. Your oracle has minions and monsters wreaking havoc in New York. But as a god, you can't even restrain your subordinates. And I'm a superhero, so there's nothing wrong with me coming here and directly addressing the source of the problem. The head of the angel is God. Shendu can't control the envoys. Then the god and the envoy can die together. After understanding here, the crocodile's face is a bit ferocious. It was very angry, and the reason for the anger was that Gwen was going to come and kill himself because of this. Destroyed in the city just because of an envoy? What is an angel? Can he compare himself? Who are you? I am God. For a while, the face of the crocodile god is very ferocious. This was all seen by Gwen. She looked at the malicious eyes of God Crocodile and said so. Looks like all bad guys are the same. They never thought what they were doing was bad. I'm JFH, used to it. Gwen raised the Black Death sword, ready to end the battle, and Kongsu leaned on the huge amounts of pyramids panting. Through the conversation just now, Kongsu already understood that Gwen was here to kill the crocodile god, and the reason is very simple. You let your men wreak havoc in my city, then you will die. The current situation is simple for Kongsu. My enemy's enemy is my friend. So without further ado, Kongsu shook the huge amounts of staff in his hand. It used up the last bit of divine power to cast the last spell. For a while, something strange happened in the sky. Gwen looked up. The sky above the originally dark night began to shift. Countless stars across the sky. Then row back. Kongsu seemed to be looking for some constellation. The vision of the sky turned and turned. God Crocodile seemed to sense something. It immediately looked at Kongsu New fiercely. You bastard. And at the moment, Kongsu found something. Then he raised his huge staff and smashed it to the ground. Bang tilde. Immediately afterwards, the sky full of stars began to sprinkle starlight. The moonlight shone directly on Gwen. At the same time, Gwen also felt that he could use a strange power to increase his various abilities. Huh? Gwen felt curious. So you looked at it from a distance and said with a smile, this is divine power. The exclusive moonlight magic in the power of the moon god Kongsu. The person in the market who is wearing a white robe and fighting is the Moonlight Knight, and he also has the same effect. But he is an envoy of the gods, Using the power zone of the moon god, you can count as an increase in divine power. It's a little more pure. Kongzu, the moon god, has lost his divine power, and he puts his final bet on you. Although it's useless to you, it's still a desperate move. Even if far apart. Suyi's words also rang out in Gwen's ears. Gwen understood when she heard it. It turned out that Kongsu used his last divine power to cast magic and bet on Gwen. It understands that Gwen is here to kill the crocodile god. So stud. But I have to say, it's really stud right. For Gwen, this increase in divine power, it helps a little, but not much. But Gwen thinks power is fun. So Gwen nods at Kongsu. Thanks. Kongsu nodded its huge skull. Probably meant to make friends. Then next, Gwen raised the Black Death Sword, and the blessings of divine power spread, and then all gathered on the Black Death Sword. For a while, the entire Black Death Sword is filled with stars. At the same time for the crocodile god, the death threats coming from above are getting bigger and bigger. Roar tilde. Crocodile god roared at Kongsu angrily. Kongsu was unmoved, just staring at God Crocodile from afar. The crocodile face struggled. The death threats that Gwen gave her were just too great. God Crocodile didn't want to provoke him, but people want to kill themselves. It has not dared to fight. But I don't want to beg for mercy. To put it simply, does it want Gwen to kowtow before leaving? Gwen saw that the crocodile god did not repent. She smiled, getting used to it. It seems like every villain is the same. That is, I was right, and it wasn't me who was wrong. But this world. Next moment, Gwen's figure disappeared instantly under the gaze of Crocodile God and Kongsu. God Crocodile stared. It immediately looked around. Where? Kongsu also looked around, but there was no sign of Gwen either. This makes Kongsu can't help but feel puzzled. Can you move like this with just your body? Is that too strong? And Crocodile God was still turning his head from side to side or even turning around, looking for Gwen's figure. But 1 second. 2 seconds. The crocodile Shendu didn't find out where Gwen had gone. She ran away. Crocodile looked at Kongsu again, and Kongsu suddenly saw two figures on a pyramid in the distance from the corner of his eye. Kongsu was stunned. It almost felt that it was not human again. But then Kongsu realized that it was a human being. Those two are right there. But why do I always panic and feel like I don't exist? Kongsu shook his head. Then pick yourself up and watch it again. As expected, there are really two people standing on top of the pyramids in the distance. Then watch here silently. Who are they? Kongsu suddenly panicked. Two people watched them nearby for a long time. And they don't know? And I have seen it all. But my brain keeps feeding back that it is not true. How is this going? Kongsu was really terrified. It can feel that its own spirit and consciousness have been unstoppably affected. And Suyi also felt Kongsu's gaze. He turned his head. The two stared at each other thousands of meters away. Suyi smiled faintly, and looked back to Heavenly Gwen, and Kongsu followed his gaze. As a result, it shook all over. It turns out that person. She jumped to great heights in one fell swoop. And now it's slammed down. Gwen seemed to turn into a streamer in the night. Meteors in the night sky. That brilliance. Let the crocodile raise its head fiercely. And then in its terrified eyes, shooting star through the forehead. Then it flew out from the back of the crocodile god's head in an instant. Then the speed of the meteor does not decrease. She didn't stop until she flew to the top of one of the pyramids. Gwen just stood over the pyramids holding the Black Death Sword. Kongsu was stunned. Definitely. Kongsu doesn't have eyes either. But under its watchful eye, the liquid that turned crocodile into black was absorbed by Gwen into the symbiote battlesuit. And the body of the crocodile god is so huge. So when siphoning, it was as if a torrent of thousands of horses poured into Gwen's body. At the same time, the two envoys who were fighting on the street also noticed something unusual. It turned out that Moonlight Knight was pressed and beaten. But just now, the god of the crocodile gave his body a pause. Then the magic he was using collapsed. The envoy looked at his hands in disbelief. Then he reacted, slowly turned his head to look at the crocodile god's position. As expected, crocodile is gone. In its own frightened eyes, the crocodile turned into thousands. Jiang Liu flew into an invisible figure. That is to say, he's over. The Moonlight Knight was also in a daze. He didn't even know what was going on. Originally, he was beaten badly. But how did this stop? And Kongsu Lima said in his mind, quickly end the fight. Hear Kongsu's words. Moonlight Knight reacted immediately. He took out his white stick and waved it at the god crocodile in front of him. Boom. After one sound, the envoy fainted on the ground, and the Moonlight Knight immediately asked, What happened? What happened? How did he and the other god fail? Doubts about Moonlight Knight. Kongsu ignored him. On the side, Kongsu had already stood up struggling. Then he bowed slightly to Gwen who was not far above the pyramids. This is a salute, also thanking Gwen for her help. The stud of the moon god Kongsu this time. There is no doubt that stud was right. Without Gwen's help, even if the final result was good, it would be tragic. But what? For these, Gwen doesn't care. At the moment she was curious. It's the divine power in her hands. Gwen stretched out her hand, and an invisible power surged through her body. This power is divine power, and divine power is generally of an increasing nature. A few have special attributes like Hela and Thor. Definitely, and special attributes are not necessarily the best to be able to use. And the original also needs to be strong. Otherwise, if it is originally between 1 and 2, it will not be of much use for you to multiply your divine power for strengthening. and after Gwen absorbed the divine power, Crocodile God also turned into fluorescent light and dissipated in the frightened eyes. Then a stream of light flew across the sky towards its god. Gwen absorbed all the divine power of the crocodile this time, so I want to wait until the crocodile god to accumulate divine power. I don't know how many centuries it will be. Maybe the people on Earth pushed the ball and ran away, and after Gwen absorbed the divine power, her body is officially able to possess, absorb, and grow the ability of divine power. Gwen from at the moment is strictly speaking already a god, just an acquired god. After Gwen felt the power, she looked back at Su Yi. Then the biological energy surged and flew back to Su Yi's side in an instant. The distance of a few kilometers is now too close for Gwen's outburst. All it takes is a blink of an eye. After coming to Su Yi's side, Gwen grasped Su Yi's hand, and then asked with divine power, "Su, is this divine power? How can it be used?" Gwen was looking forward to it, and Su Yi shrugged and laughed. "Increase your originally ability. Gone. If you are Thor, the power can be bleep, but you are not Thor." When Gwen heard this, she immediately regretted. She also thought that divine power was diverse, just like various super abilities. What you get is super ability, but divine power is clearly not. What it does is simple: augment your physical strength, or augment abilities you already have. This is why Thor can resist the fixed star energy ray. Without divine power, he would have died long ago, and after exhausting his divine power, Thor also fell down and almost died. It was Stormbreaker who fed Thor back. Otherwise, Thor may even have a chance to be seriously injured and die in the original plot. But since Gwen finished brushing the monsters, then Su Yi waved his hand and said, "Let's go shopping." When she heard that she was going to go shopping, Gwen immediately gave up her supernatural power. Shopping was more fun than supernatural power. And so far the deep space of the universe, the Nova Empire is suffering catastrophe. 179. Insect swarm arrives. The Nova Empire perishes. Divine power. Gwen thought it was pretty good, but it was not as important as shopping with Su Yi. After all, Gwen is already very strong, and she only fights crime in the city. Yes, crime is fought in the city. In the universe, this is probably equivalent to a level 510 dungeon, right? Most. And what about Gwen's strength? Supermodel to horror. Where is the next copy? This is a clean day. So Gwen's current strength is already terrifying. Earth's catastrophe for her. It's just small fish and shrimp. Then Su Yi raised his hand and said, "Find a normal city. Let's go to the streets of Egypt." Then Su Yi was about to snap his fingers. But before snapping your fingers, he also saw Kong Zu, the moon god, moving towards him. "Slightly luggage here." Su Yi nodded and made a nasal sound. Then he snapped his fingers. Next moment, the three disappeared and came to the streets of Egypt's #1 tourist city. What kind of entertainment streets in tourist cities in the future? Because Egypt, in addition to tourist cities, other cities are far behind. Su Yi looked at the architectural styles around him. "Come on, let's see what's going on in the Egyptian market." And after Kong Su heard a voice in his ear, "It is even more certain that this pedestrian is a group of great gods. It's possible that they came here just to deal with God Crocodile. After all, that woman was after killing God Crocodile." There was no response at all. And after returning to that man, and never mentioned Crocodile God again. That's for them. Crocodile or something. Maybe it doesn't matter at all. They just discovered that God Crocodile was fighting with him, and that woman had a bit of a grudge against God Crocodile. It seems that the envoy of the Crocodile God has destroyed a lot of other people's cities, so he came over and slaughtered them. Is the moon god Kong Zu pondered for a while. Should deserve it. At the same time, in the universe, as opposed to just pushing Thanos' Legion across the solar system, at the moment the Nova Empire in the Xandar system is suffering from a catastrophe. On the outskirts of Kaidar Star, there are countless biological warships and bugs rushing into Xandar. They are all grey and black-green. The limbs and body shape are extremely hideous. Even their head and that vicious mouth make them look very cruel. At the moment they are overwhelmingly invading the Nova Empire. And after being hit by Thanos' Legion once, the Nova Corps, with only half of its combat power left, couldn't withstand this overwhelming attack. Captain Nova watched the battlefield from above. The swarms of insects in the distance are endless. There is no end in sight. They roared and rushed towards the Nova Empire, and the Nova Corps is fighting back. But under such a sea-like attack, Nova Corps can't resist it. It will soon be overwhelmed by this swarm of bugs like a tide. No, in the channel, soldiers of the Legion are shouting, "Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Don''T. Kill! Explode your Nova energy before you die." "Captain, there are too many Zergs. Endless. Call other empires to help." "It's too late. There are too many of them. It's all bugs. It's all bugs." There were screams everywhere in the channel. The Nova Legion is one of the strongest legions in the universe. They have no power to resist in front of this group of insects. Their spaceship weapons can't kill the bugs in seconds. Only some bugs can be directly blasted to death. And those insects that only have a carapace need to be blasted to death. But how many soldiers are there in the Nova Corps? How many insects are there on the other side? 1 soldier versus 100 bugs? Maybe 1 soldier has to face 1,000 bugs. This is still a conservative estimate, because these swarms are endless. On their scan life panel, The opponent is already densely packed with red dots. You can't even count how many of them there are. 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, it's all possible. On such a battlefield with disparity in forces, the commander of the Nova Corps understands the fall of the Nova Empire. It's just a matter of time. From today onwards, there will be no Nova Empire in the universe anymore. Cool. He let out a sigh of relief. After hard thinking, Captain Nova ordered, notify all citizens of Nova Empire to leave Kaidar as soon as possible. The purpose this time is to escape. Get word out of these Zergs. Must take it out. The universe is facing a catastrophe. If the empires are not united, the demise of the Nova Empire will be the first, but definitely not the last. The notification is complete. After dropping the notification button, Captain Nova sighed. No one can save Nova Empire this time. But what worries Captain Nova even more is, even the Nova Corps is vulnerable to these Zerg. What about legions of other civilizations? If they don't unite after hearing their news, that's pretty much the same ending. But even if they combine, can you resist these Zerg? Captain Nova looked at the bugs who had rushed into the capital of the Nova Empire. Frankly speaking, Captain Nova is absolutely irresistible to them. These bugs are not said to be indestructible. It's that while they are really endless, they still have a certain fighting power. They are not cannon fodder, they're kings of war, but still endless warrior. Can the Nazgûl Empire and the Kree Empire really resist these bugs? Absolutely not. Captain Nova. Who can do that? Etc. At this time, Captain Nova suddenly thought of a civilization. Maybe they do. Shape-shifting King Kong civilization. Yes. Isn't the torrent of steel that can fight against the army of bug swarms? One thought here. Captain Nova immediately sent a message to the universe. The swarm of cosmic bugs is coming. The Nova Empire is destroyed, and the shape-shifting King Kong civilization may be the last hope. Snapped. Captain Nova just finished sending this message. A bug slammed on his spaceship. He turned to look. It looked like a bug. Captain Nova suddenly flew angrily and bombed the spaceship. But his bombing only killed a small group of bugs. It turns out that even more bugs are attracted to him. Then overwhelmed with packages. Kill me. Captain Nova put up a fight. In a desperate situation, he managed to drive and kill it. But the spaceship is also badly damaged. At the moment, Captain Nova looked towards his homeland. The Nova Corps has been destroyed. The Zerg has entered the capital of the Nova Empire for large-scale massacre and destruction. That is, at the moment's Nova Empire is already a dying candle. Just for a while, maybe it was a gust of wind. The Nova Empire is completely destroyed. See here. A wave of anger surged in Captain Nova's heart. Immediately afterwards, a flight controller flew from afar. Captain Nova looked away. A touch of Purple's voice. This is not Thanos. Who is this? Thanos. The captain immediately roared. He gets it. It turned out that Thanos colluded with the Zergs and entered the universe to massacre. Good work by Thanos. Captain Nova immediately added another message to discover the universe. The content of the message is simple. Thanos and the Zerg return, and after seeing Captain Nova, Thanos stood on the flight controller, wearing the Infinity Gauntlet and said lightly, if you had given up resistance in the first place, now only 50% of the people would die. But if you choose to resist, it's 100% now. At the moment countless spaceships take off from Kaidar, then struggled to fly out of the atmosphere into the universe and began to escape. A spaceship with a relatively high level starts to jump directly. Relatively low-level spaceships can only travel to the nearest galaxy through thrusters. But the periphery of Kaidar star, there are still endless Zerg floating in space. As soon as they saw the spaceship flying out again, they stepped forward to encircle and suppress them. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous spacecraft that could only rely on thrusters were destroyed. The life inside was also pulled out and devoured directly, and even a spaceship with a leap engine. After leaving the atmosphere, it is also possible that the transition is not timely and destroyed by the Zerg siege. How many people have fast warp spaceships? Inside 100 civilian spaceships, maybe less than 5 ships have fast, long-distance jump engines. Other spacecraft have to prepare for a long time during the transition. They have to wait for the space-time tunnel to open, and that only has propellers, not to mention. So with Captain Nova and Thanos watching, even if Nova Empire flies out 100 spaceships, only 10 spaceships manage to escape. That is, a survival ratio of less than 10 to 1. This is really 9 deaths and 1 life. No joke. Seeing this, Captain Nova took a deep breath and looked at Milu. As long as someone brings the news out on the occasion of death, Captain Nova felt the same way about Thanos. Anyway, he is dead. The Nova Empire is doomed. Then what is there to fear? Thanos looked at Captain Nova. Under the attack of the Annihilation Zerg, no empire in this universe can stop them. I will lead the Annihilation Zerg to conquer the entire universe, and Nova Empire is the first one. Captain Nova smiled. He sent the name of the Oblivion Zerg out into the universe again in Thanos' presence. Then he said to Thanos, "You're pushed over by the shape-shifting King Kong civilization." Thanos frowned. The Annihilation Zerg is endless. and no empire can stop their attack. You're pushed over by the shape-shifting King Kong civilization. Thanos clenches his fist. The Oblivion Zerg is stronger than you think. You're pushed over by the shape-shifting King Kong civilization. Thanos' face darkened, asking for flowers. It's not that he can't accept his failure. He couldn't accept that the dying man in front of him was still jumping back and forth in front of him. Your Nova Empire is blown to pieces. What face do you have to say about others? Who do you think you are? And Captain Nova looked at Thanos' face and smiled. He said one more thing. You're pushed over by the shape-shifting King Kong civilization. Thanos couldn't take it anymore. He said in a deep voice. You want to die now? Heard the words. Captain Nova looked back at his capital. The spaceship is almost capable of flying. The ones that couldn't fly were almost swallowed by the swarm. So, he is almost the last batch of people in the Nova Empire. Well, see here. Captain Nova still sighed. The end of the Empire came too soon. Make him unresponsive. Not even time to grieve. But it's over. See here. Captain Nova looked back at Thanos. He shook his head, said the last words. Even if the Annihilation Zerg is very strong, everyone can tell that they are not your legion, and you are only in command temporarily. So, you, Thanos, will never, ever really conquer this universe. Even if the Annihilation Zerg conquered the entire universe, no one will remember you, and you will not become a god. Besides, there is also the shape-shifting King Kong civilization. I don't believe you can defeat them. It doesn't feel good for all three legions to be flattened. Almost every word of Captain Nova stabbed Thanos in the heart. Oblivion Zerg is not his. He was beaten by shape-shifting King Kong. He'll never beat shape-shifting King Kong, nor will it become a god. Every word here makes Thanos' eyes grow colder. Wait until Captain Nova finished speaking, asked Thanos, holding up his infinity gauntlet. Are you finished? It means that you can die after speaking. See here. Captain Nova smiled. He took his hands off the cockpit of the ship. Then he took a last look at his home planet, Star. Then he turned his head. With your left hand facing Thanos, tuck your little finger, ring finger, index finger, and thumb together, leaving only the middle finger pointing at Thanos. Then in Thanos' rage's eyes, the new star captain hammered the new star in his heart with his right hand. Let's die together. After he said this sentence, Thanos' dashing body stopped instantly. In an instant, a super intense light erupted in Captain Nova's body. Precisely, is the heart of the new star on the outbreak. The bright light engulfed Captain Nova in the blink of an eye. It was also instantly engulfed in the past. Thanos narrowed his eyes. He knew this power was inaccessible. So Thanos immediately raised the glove and waved it. Soul Gem shines. A portal goes down over Thanos' head. Next moment, Thanos disappeared in an instant, and the bright light of the new star burst through the place where Thanos was just now. The explosion started with the explosion of Captain Nova on the war zone. On those dead warriors, as long as there are warriors with Nova energy, they will explode. Even if they are swallowed by the Zerg, it will still explode in their stomachs. Boom, boom, boom. For a while, explosions are happening all over the Nova Empire, and according to the level of Nova energy, each explosion range has a diameter ranging from 100 meters to 1000 meters. But no matter what, these Zergs can't handle such an explosion. As long as it is affected by the explosion of Nova energy, these Zerg will be blown up to ashes in an instant. Wait until after a series of explosions, the bug swarm in the Nova Empire was much smaller. The explosion of all the Nova energy killed at least tens of thousands of bugs in the bug swarm, because they are so dense, just full of the maximum damage. But this is for the endless bug swarm. Tens of thousands of bugs were filled immediately. But is this over? Number. Because there is one last dish, right below the capital of the Nova Empire. In an underground palace, an emergency order was transmitted. It is the super life computer of Nova Empire, and the new star energy is all generated by it. So it is the core treasure of the Nova Empire, and at the moment, it glows dangerously red all over. Why? Because it's like Mao Xung's dead hand system. As long as the Nova Empire's super life computer detects that the Nova warriors are all dead, it will start the last command, self-destruct. The Nova core is the top priority of the Nova Empire. If the Nova core is gone, the Nova Empire must be gone too. Then the super life computer must not fall into the hands of others. So in the next moment, after the endless bug swarm landed on Star, another ray of light comparable to a supernova explosion flickered inside the Nova Empire. Both explosions. 180. Tony discovered the Cybertron star. Nova Empire blew itself up. When you are on a certain planet, don't be surprised to see a bright star in the universe. That is it releasing its last light. Once the light goes away, the star will never shine. Definitely. While this is for fixed star, the same applies to planets. Xandar Galaxy, Star. No. Now strictly speaking, it is half a star. After the super life computer exploded, the entire Nova energy was used to detonate the planet. When a bright light passed, the whole star seemed to become silent. Everything became quiet. I do not know how long it has been. Thanos, who had just opened the entrance to the space, opened the space again. He flew out in the pilot flight. Thanos was lost in thought as he stared at the shattered Kai'da. I don't know what he is thinking. The reason why he can dodge this attack, or because of the last time of life and death, Thanos learned to open and close the Soul Gem's dimensional portal. Didn't I say it before? Although Soul Gem is the most dangerous infinite gems, but at its heart there is an idyllic space. No one knows why it is such a thing. Definitely could also be Nemesis' backyard. It's just that it's now being used by Thanos to avoid deadly attacks. If he didn't know how to do this just now, the Nova Empire's self-destruction is really going to take him away. But Thanos looked at the shattered Kai'da. Although this wave did not take him away, but took away all the Annihilation Zerg on Kai'da. That is, conservative estimate. This wave lost at least hundreds of thousands to millions of Zerg troops. At this, Thanos was lost in thought. He didn't know whether the battle damage was serious or normal. If serious, they wiped out one of the most powerful empires in the universe. If so, the 297 of this wave of bugs can actually wipe out more. But his command at the time was, army attack, slaughter all life in one fell swoop. So strictly speaking, it was his wrong decision that killed many Oblivion Zerg who didn't need to die. Thanos looked up and looked around. Not just bugs on the planet. Most of the insects on the periphery of Kai'da Star were also killed or injured. The self-explosion power of the Nova energy is enormous, and Kai'da Star exploded. Even the Annihilation Zerg on the periphery of the planet were blown to death. Only the Annihilation Zerg that were scattered and hiding outside Kai'da Star were not killed. And this ratio, not even 20%. So in terms of total military strength and combat effectiveness, this wave of command by Thanos, as bad as shit. No. Not even shit. He misses the return of the king so much, so become rampant and arrogant. Plus the influence of Soul Gem on his soul. That's what led to Thanos' current decision-making mistakes. Crunch tilde. Looking at the results of this battle, Thanos crunched the Infinity Gauntlet. What a failure. And at this moment, after feeling a strong explosion, the Annihilation Bug King flew over in a spaceship. It looked at the current number of Zerg, and then thought about the number of Zerg in the past. It is clear, only less than 30% left. That is, an army of Zerg that he gave to Thanos. It's only the first battle and the most of them are gone. Obliterator looks to Thanos. Thanos looked at the shattered Kai'da. They blew themselves up before dying, causing a lot of damage. Facing Thanos' explanation, the Obliterator didn't ask why, what process, what result. The Obliterator just said lightly, words of our arrival are out. The longer the time, the longer it will take for major civilizations to prepare. It takes time for you to replenish the number of Zerg. You can figure it out. Finished. The Obliterator flew away. The legion it gave to Thanos was just one of them. Does not affect the total number of Obliterator Zerg at all. Do you really think Thanos can lead the entire Annihilation Zerg? What are you thinking? He can lead no more than one legion. The Annihilator also has Salo and the 3 Zerg queens, that is, Illidica, Ectilpia, and the 3 extinct queens. How many legions are there in total? And the army led by the queen is the biggest. In Zerg consciousness, the queen is the commander-in-chief of a legion. So the army led by the Zerg queen is the largest of all the annihilating Zerg. And Obliterator has 3 Zerg queens under him. Definitely. These queens aren't as pretty as the other Zerg Blade queens. The Queen of Oblivion Zerg is ugly. It's really ugly. After the Obliterator left, Thanos looked at the annihilating swarm, and ordered without hesitation, follow me to slaughter other living planets. 3. Although the adult Zerg may not be able to kill the Skrull Empire and the Kree Empire, but it's sure to slaughter other junk empires, or other lifelike planets in general. As long as life is enough, it recovers quickly after being devoured by the Zerg. So to Thanos, this loss is not irreparable. Just kill more lives. So at Thanos' order, the mighty Zerg is flying towards the nearby life planet. At the same time, the solar system, the outskirts of Cybertron, a flight vehicle with small solar-powered wings is heading towards Cybertron in a spiral manner. Oh no, technically it's still called Mars. Cybertron is just an internal name, so this flight probe didn't hit Mars directly. Instead, it flew by the side of Mars, then used the gravity of Mars to circle a large half-circle around Mars. In this way, you can basically see the whole picture of the surface of Mars. That's all. The flight device slowly flew towards Mars, and after approaching Mars, Tony's home, also tipped Friday. Sir, the flight vehicle is already approaching the outer edge of Mars. Do you want to use the electronic telescope on the flight vehicle to carry out broadcast observation? Tony at the moment is still reading the magic book. After hearing Friday's answer, Tony nodded, signed the book into the book and said, just broadcast it directly. Next moment, a projection appeared in front of Tony. Broadcasts are delayed, but the delay is not too much, just a few seconds. The field of view that emerges with the projection lens. Tony squinted his eyes, a little confused. He waved, zoom in and put it in the sky. The electron-optical telescope on the flight vehicle began to zoom in. With the magnification of magnification, the content on the projection is also getting clearer. But I still don't want to see the details. The resolution is about the same as 108p. Yes, 108p, not 1080p. So not all mosaic imaging is good. but Tony gasped anyway. What? Tony frowned. Looking at this mask. Why is it different from what I thought? Although the quality is low, but he could tell the color of the entire planet had changed. Could it be the burst of energy happened on Mars? Tony first hypothesized that high energy bursts occurred on Mars. This will completely change the color of the planet. He waved one hand. List the original colors on Mars. Then compare the two. That's too bad. Yellow-red, the original color of Mars. But now, in Tony's field of vision, the current Mars is a dark color factor of black. So it's the wrong color, isn't it? Immediately afterwards, as the flight probe moves closer and closer to Mars, the projection in front of Tony's eyes became clearer and clearer. The picture quality is also getting higher and higher, until some green appears on Tony's projection. Green? Tony was dumbfounded at once. How could there be green on Mars? What does green stand for? Green represents all relevant factors such as plants, organisms, atmosphere, soil, environment, etc. So as long as there is green on a planet, as long as it's not mineral green, then it means that the hope of life this week is extremely high. But Mars, it was originally lifeless. Tony was really dumbfounded, and the speculation that he originally assumed that the high-energy explosion was on Mars was also denied by himself. This high-energy explosive planet is about to explode. There is no way life will be born. What happened to Mars? Will there be such a change? Tony doesn't know now. It is also impossible to guess blindly. He could only wait for the flight controller to slowly approach, then analyze the screen. That's all. The flight controller moved forward bit by bit under Tony's nervous gaze. In fact, the flight controller is moving very fast. It is advancing at a speed of at least several hundred kilometers per second. Yes, hundreds of kilometers per second. That's hundreds of thousands of meters per second. The universe has no resistance. Once the speed is reached, it has been moving forward at this speed. But in the vast universe, this speed still made Tony wait anxiously. He watched the projected picture zoom in little by little. Green's pictures also increased bit by bit. Then it started to disperse again. Tony stared. Green is scattered. That is to say, there are many greens this week. So black is the land surface? No, since it is the land surface, why is there no green and no atmospheric clouds? Why is it so strange here? The environment is not right. If there is no atmospheric gravity, where would their environment come from? Could it be that green was brought about by another planet's impact? Difficult. Wait. What is Blue's point? In Tony's eyes widening, he looked at the blue dot that suddenly appeared on the screen. It's only a little bit, and it's very faint. But it's blue. Blue is wrong. Why does Mars have blue? Strictly speaking, planets with blue appearing now should be abnormal. What are the possibilities for blue? Very little. Even if it happens naturally, the color blue is still rare. That's why Tony was so surprised. At the moment, move on with the flighter. Tony's hands are clenched into fists. This discovery is simply too big. He is looking forward more and more to what is happening on Mars now. Immediately afterwards, as the flight controller gets closer and closer, something revolving around the surface of the planet appeared in the picture. But because it's too far away, can't see anything at all. It's as if you stand up and watch what the ants are doing. Such a distance. You can only see shadows moving, but can't see what it is. But it was a shock to Tony. Something is moving. Tony suddenly thought of something. There is life on Mars. Green, blue. There are black shadows moving. Doesn't that prove there is something on Mars? Oh my god. Tony sighed. It's been a long time since I saw Mars. The result is life? How much time has passed? Why can these beings leave the planet? He clearly saw it just now. The little black shadows are all moving between the planet and the blue dot. That is, they already have the ability to escape the gravity of the planet. How can it be so fast? Tony couldn't believe it. How many years did it take humans to go to space? How can Mars go back and forth now? While Tony was thinking, the picture relayed by the flight controller is getting blurry. Tony looked at it and immediately called out the settings. Friday, something unusual happened. In fact, I have already checked myself on Friday. Sir, no abnormalities were found. The sun's intensity is normal. The space radiation is normal. Everything is normal. Tony wondered. Then why the broadcast is becoming more and more blurred? What is interfering? During the time you are talking, the picture blurred again. It seems to be back to the previous pixel level. Tony was taken aback for a moment, then said hastily, adjust the forward angle of the flight controller and fly to the side. Friday reminder. Sir, the last energy of the flight device is only allowed to operate once. I know, adjust quickly. At Tony's behest, the flight controller starts to adjust the flight angle. Tony's feed was still blurry, but the fuzzy progress has really slowed down. It's really because of Mars. Tony stroked his chin in shock. He was thinking just now, not the sun, nor the radiation that can affect transmission. Definitely just the target. Now for an experiment. It is as expected. But the speed of the flight controller is too fast. Even if the angle is adjusted urgently, the picture relayed by the flight device will become more and more blurred. It's like going backwards. The blue dot is gone. Green is gone too. Gradually, the picture is about to be perfect. Oh no, Tony sighed. He could already predict that the flight controller would be scrapped. But scrap it. He doesn't feel bad either. It's nice to be able to collect this much data. At that time, I will send a few more to see. Tony shook his head. He just wanted to turn off the screen. The result is a shot of 5.1. A large metal hand suddenly grasped the flight controller. Then the big hand squeezed hard. The screen broadcast by Tony instantly turned black. For a moment, Tony's normal eyes suddenly widened. He opened his mouth, then immediately ordered to Friday. Friday, loop the final scene. After Tony ordered, the last frame starts looping. Big hands hold. Big hands crush. Big hands hold. Big hands crush. Big hands hold. Stop. As soon as Tony reached out his hand, the picture stopped. Tony looked at the way the big hand looked. What kind of hand is this? Friday replied. There is no doubt that the robot-like palm, proportionally, should be 1/2 smaller than the DPP robot. Tony looked at the robot's fingers and joints. He shook his head. This is not a robot. Its joints are not drive shafts, but flexible metal. So it is. After Tony said flexible metal. On Friday, I started looking for previous materials to compare with this picture. After a long time, the joint diagrams of the shape-shifting King Kong were taken out for comparison. And these pictures of me, it is shape-shifting Vajra Skyfire. So, Tony finalized it. Is shape-shifting King Kong. 27. After Tony made sure Friday's comparison also ended at the same time, the degree of coincidence between the two is basically the same, which means Tony was right. Think here. Tony scratched his hair. So the changes on Mars are transformed by shape-shifting King Kong, and the life on it is shape-shifting King Kong? How long ago the shape-shifting gold was born? It actually transformed Mars. To transform an entire planet, how many shape-shifting King Kongs are needed? What happened to the ultra-high energy explosion that day? 181. Gwen weak slow. Tony's Martian questions. Face your own speculations. Tony couldn't even imagine it. When he had the most steel battle armor, it was only a few hundred. It was still used for security in the Stark building. And it was all destroyed later in the Ultron incident. But compared to transforming the planet, this is obviously a drop in the bucket. Can transform a planet. It takes a lot of painstaking effort by shape-shifting King Kong. And what was the super high energy that day? Thinking of this, Tony immediately picked up the phone. I have to call Sue. At the moment, the shape-shifting King Kong who crushed the detection function with one palm dismantled Tony's spaceship and brought it to Cybertron. Then it was handed over to the Elder and the Twin Dancers. Flight from Earth. The Collector listened nearby. Cybertron exposed to Midget's eyes. Then the backward countries above have no unified planet and have the ability to launch around Cybertron. In the understanding of Collector, Midget is actually quite behind. And he was right. A planet, with hundreds of countries on it, has not yet been unified. Moreover, it does not have the strength to carry people to other planets. This is not backward. What is this? Back country. Okay, if there is ability to detect the Cybertron star, what's the difference between that and Arsan building an unmanned reconnaissance drone by himself, and then going to the United States to steal secrets? That's a real embarrassment for Cybertron, isn't it? So here, shape-shifting King Kong offspring was added. Through hardware scanning, it is not a national unit on Earth, but a personal unit called the Stark Group. Tony Stark's personal satellite. Yes, through hardware scanning and information comparison, the shape-shifting King Kong instantly locked where the flight came from, who sent it, and what it wanted to do. It's just that Collector was even more dazed after hearing it. Personal units? Personal satellites? Isn't that even more embarrassing? The planet Cybertron can be discovered by individuals, and then sent flight to investigate? Yes. It is not the flight controller that the Collector feels ashamed of, but the source of this flight device means that someone knows that there is a change on Mars. That's why the flight controller was sent. But none of them found out about it. Not even ready. Flight is coming from behind the ass. Isn't it a shame? But after hearing the name Tony Stark, Twin Dancers felt normal. They look at 30 and look at shape-shifting King Kong, and Collector explained. No surprise if it's Tony Stark. He is one of the few friends of the Master. The news is also guessed from the Master. You don't have to worry. Everything is under the Master's control. Hear the words. Collector suddenly realized. No wonder. It turned out to be the Midget friend of the creator, etc. The creator of the shape-shifting King Kong is in Midget, which is the Earth. So the creator is so close to me. Does he retire on Earth? Originally, Collector thought that the creator of the shape-shifting King Kong is the kind of cosmic god who sleeps for hundreds of years and thousands of years. But he didn't expect the creator of the shape-shifting King Kong to actually live on Earth. He got it. This must be heart-draining. The creator of shape-shifting King Kong has infinite power. Even create shape-shifting King Kong. So he must be having some fun with his eternal life. After all, shape-shifting Donkey Kong 1 Thanos creator didn't show up. What does this mean? Thanos? What a hook. It's not worth caring about at all. At the thought of this, Collector became excited. The creator, is really too great. He clearly possesses infinite power, but still willing to retire in such a backward civilization and be friends with mortals. That Collector can guess. Surely the creator has never revealed his power, because no one is stronger than him. Therefore, the creator certainly does not care whether the other party is strong or not when making friends, because the other party is definitely not as strong as himself. That's the case. This man named Tony Stark can really rest assured. He couldn't tell. Can the creator recognize it, right? The twin dancers said so. This matter is over. The elders didn't ask any more questions because twin dancer said everything is under control. At the same time, Suyi was shopping with his two wives. The three of them walked on the streets of the tourist area in Egypt, passing by souvenirs, gifts, commodities, food and drink on both sides. But none of that matters, because they also saw that someone was pulling tourists to introduce them. Want to climb the pyramids? Want to go inside the pyramids? We have tour groups here, and we can still sleep in the pyramids for 3 days and 2 nights. Here and sleep in pyramids. Some European and American tourists also asked whether sleeping in pyramids will prolong life. Then you asked. They definitely nodded and answered like garlic. Yes, I size definitely can. Come and go. There are really many tourists who agree, and then sign up to join the pyramids group. Gwen was a little puzzled. What is there to see in the pyramids? Isn't it all stone? Suyi shrugged. I haven't seen it before. It's rare. Right. People live relatively moist. So I'm curious about what I haven't seen, and I want to see what I haven't experienced. This is pyramids. Hey. I climbed to take a few photos and posted them on TikTok. That's a lot of praise, right? The three continued to walk on the streets of the scenic spot. How should I say it? The routines of the major attractions are almost the same. It's just that each has its own characteristics, or sells something different. Here in Egypt, the things sold are more handmade items, such as jewelry, gifts, small things and the like. It's not too much to eat. And the local May food. Suyi took the two girls to have a look. Finally decided not to eat. No appetite. The three of them walked and walked. Gwen looked around, then pursed her lips as she looked in one place. Suyi is very careful, or he doesn't even need to look at it. I felt the strangeness in Gwen's heart. Suyi followed the direction Gwen was looking at. It turned out to be behind the scenic spot, between the dilapidated buildings. There are people with withered faces sitting there, doing nothing. There are also old people who are starving, with their ribs exposed at the waist, sitting in the corner with blank eyes. Wanda also looked over after she saw such a scene. Also sighed lightly. Here is the scenic spot. It was a dark corner like a disaster area. For those who come to travel, tourists from all over the country, the wealth in everyone's account is astronomical for the people here. Even Suyi, Gwen, and Wanda are no exception. Separated by a wall. It's like a world of difference. Is this gap really normal? Certainly not. But their countries are the ones being plundered in the stage of development of the world economy. Most of the countries that come to travel now are Europe and the United States, but their countries are colonists and predators at the stage of development of the world economy. From the perspective of the world, the countries I visited before were all wrong and would be criticized. But from the perspective of the people of the country, before that, it was a country of colonists. Are now developed countries. Nowadays, they are all countries that can use their own economic level to beat the economic level of other countries. So this comparison, other countries are definitely wrong for other countries. You plunder, invade, colonize and so on and so forth. But for local. But so right. Let's live a good life first. As for other continents, I will beat you again in the future. So Suyi shook his head slightly, and said softly to Gwen, this is caused by the environment and the world pattern. Even if we give them a sum of money, there's still nothing they can do in their environment. As long as the environment does not change, there will be more people like us. Suyi said these words. It is to improve Gwen's pattern. In the eyes of ordinary people, these people are poor because they know nothing, do nothing, and do nothing hard. But look at the big picture. It is because their country has no schools, no good jobs, no good international status, and no good economy. That is the environment. In this terrible environment, a person wants to come out, go to a high place, and talk to those capitalists. That's no different than climbing Mount Everest with your bare hands. To this end, Gwen didn't respond yet. Wanda took Suyi's hand and nodded in agreement. This sound is very heavy. Gwen looked at Wanda after hearing that. Yes, the city of Wanda, Sokovia, what a small country. Although it is not as poor as here, in fact, education is not available, medical treatment is not available, and it is still in a war-affected area. It was later directly destroyed by Ultron. So many people from her country. Only Wanda can step out and achieve something, and by magic, not rely on a mortal body. FFLX. Gwen nodded deeply. I see, Sue. After hearing this, Suyi smiled and rubbed Gwen's head. It's good to understand that in society, many people can't help themselves. That's why I said that doing what you want is not really powerful. If you don't want to do something, then don't do it. As soon as this statement came out, both women stared at Suyi for an instant. At the same time, there are stars in the eyes. Suyi took a look. Didn't I tell you? Wanda and Gwen shook their heads simultaneously. No. Well, that may have been forgotten. Suyi shook his head and continued walking forward. Let's go back after shopping. As for these people, even if you give them money, you are harming them. Gwen understood. But now that she saw it, she still felt a little uncomfortable. So Gwen pulled out her phone. First took a photo. Then he asked Suyi, then can I buy bags of panels for them? Suyi nodded. This is acceptable. But it's best not to let them see your glamour. Some people can endure darkness because they have never seen the light. Hear the last sentence. Gwen and Wanda were shocked again. Another famous saying. Gwen nodded emphatically. Then I went to a nearby stall and bought a few bags of bread. Then she silently jumped to the roof. Gwen looked at the godless people at his feet. She sighed. Then the bread was thrown down gently. She gave a few old people and children respectively, and they all shared a little. A second or so, several bags of bread fell down with a clatter near these people. The moment I saw the bread here, the old people immediately struggled to get up and took them. Then hold it like a treasure. But while the children were taking the bread, they also looked at the sky above where the bread fell. It's just that they can only see the last strand of long hair and turn away. Then they bowed their heads, immediately ran to the corner with the bread in his arms. And those old people have already eaten. Action between the two. It is also the attitude of the first birth and the end of the curtain towards the future. After Gwen returned to Su-Yi's side, I'm really in a bad mood. After all, I have seen the worst things, and there is nothing I can do. But the key is still superhero. The result is still powerless. Su-Yi rubbed her head. When placed in a group, the power of the individual is really insignificant, unless you are far stronger than the group. Gwen nodded, agreeing. Wanda looked at her, didn't say anything, just rubbed her head. But what Su-Yi said was very difficult. Want to achieve the strength of the last sentence. In the universe, at least one must be a level godfather. 493. Yafu is not necessarily. Otherwise, do you think Thanos succeeded? But no matter what, today's actual scene taught Gwen a most authentic lesson. Let her know the nature of society and groups. Definitely. Everyone is out shopping, so there is no reason to be unhappy. The three of them walked, came to a craft store. The three of them were passing by. As a result, Gwen and Wanda looked at the crafts in the store together. They were all attracted by a piece of jewelry at the same time. Su-Yi turned his head to look. It is a breathable and thin veil similar to the ancient ones. It just hangs on the ear. Then the one with only two eyes exposed. But here, the veil was changed to a very light metal material. These metals are then used to thread strings and finally form a metallic veil. Anyway, it's pretty good. Interesting too, since it's not available anywhere else. Su-Yi smiled slightly after seeing the gaze of the two. He squeezed the sweets of the two of them. What are you looking at? Buy it. It's about boosting the local economy. Su-Yi directly bought both metal veils. Then bring them to the two girls one by one. This process only took a few minutes. Su-Yi nodded in satisfaction after watching the two girls put on their veils. Nice. Do not blow or black. This veil has an exotic taste, especially when you have good eyes. Then this veil will strengthen the beauty of your eyes and gaze, so the eyes look better. Tilda. After hearing Su-Yi's praise, both girls were happy. The bad mood just now also drifted away. Let's go shopping and go home. Su-Yi waved his hand. Just let the two girls continue shopping with them. Tilda. But he had only taken a few steps. The phone rang. Su-Yi took out the phone and looked at it. Tony Stark. Connect it and put it to your ear. Hello, Sue. Sorry to bother you so late. Then you are still so sorry for talking nonsense. Okay, my question. Then I will say it straight. My flight instrument is close to Mars, and through the Electron-Optical Telescope, I see black, a lot of green, blue dots, and a lot of black shadows. After saying this, Tony continued. Those black shadows should be life. I wanted to find out, but the equipment had been interfered. At the end of the broadcast, I saw a big steel hand holding my flight device, and then the picture disappeared. Okay, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, it's like shape-shifting King Kong? Tony walked around. Still asked the most important question. Is it really shape-shifting King Kong? In the case of, forget about it. Heck, that's true. Tony didn't intend to ask too much, because Su-Yi always had his reasons for doing things. And with so many shape-shifting King Kong, if you want to kill the Earth, you can kill it long ago. Why are you still carrying it on Mars? 182. The second Spider-Man? Venom and Osborn. Therefore, the one on Mars must really be the shape-shifting King Kong, and it must be Su-Yi's shape-shifting King Kong. So Tony means it's alright, because he trusted Su-Yi. Consider the number of shape-shifting King Kongs on Mars. If Su-Yi wants to rule the Earth, it's just a matter of one sentence. But if not, that's a big problem. So much shape-shifting King Kong is not Su-Yi's. What about this? In case they want to attack the Earth. Earth is sure to suffer huge amounts of destruction. Talk to the little ones. Human extinction is not a big deal. Talks big. The ball is thrown for you. People who have the ability to transform the planet are equivalent to having the ability to destroy the planet. Destroying is much easier than rebuilding. Art is an explosion. The entire universe came about by explosions. It's not easy. Therefore, Tony hopes that this shape-shifting King Kong is Su-Yi's best. If not, you'll be in big trouble. On the phone, Su-Yi heard Tony's worry. He couldn't help smiling. In this universe, is there a second person with a shape-shifting King Kong? Who is it? Hear this sentence. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Also said with a relieved smile. I knew it must be yours. I can rest assured that. I can't believe that the whole of Mars has been transformed by shape-shifting King Kong. How much engineering is required? However, it just so happens that they are on Mars, and they can help the Earth protect the aliens from attacking. By the way, the high-energy explosion that day could not be due to aliens attacking, right? Like the time with the Chitauri civilization? Compared to the Thanos Legion, The Chitauri civilization is nothing. One legion of Thanos can fight against the entire civilization of Chitauri, and the Chitauri civilization is just a subsidiary civilization of Thanos' legion, just like colonized civilizations. But what? This seems to be all the same for shapeshifting King Kong, so Suyi replied indifferently. It's almost like, anyway, it's the aliens who came to attack. That's right. Tony breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. At the same time, he also felt very grateful. It's a good thing the shapeshifting King Kong knocked them off, or wiped them out, otherwise there will be another alien civilization invasion. Pepper is pregnant. That's going to be a big problem. This time Thanos' civilization attacks. In fact, it was the attack of Avengers Alliance 3 after the end of the sacred timeline. On the normal timeline, Thanos attacked the Earth, put away all the gems, and snapped his fingers. And Tony's daughter wasn't pregnant yet. It can be found here in Suai. Thanos was killed before he even got to Earth. Then Avengers Alliance 4 will not be born again. Tony's daughter will be born normally. At the same time Tony will not sacrifice. So that's a good thing. As for Tony, he would be very grateful if he knew. That's all. While chatting with Tony, Suyi was shopping with the two girls. The two women bought some handmade crafts on the way. These handicrafts are hard to find anywhere else, so buy it to commemorate it. Then Tony said suddenly, "Oh, by the way, Sue, which day are you free? I'll go to your place when you get off work in the afternoon. Let's go fishing together." Sea fishing. That was fun. Throwing lures at sea, fishing for tuna, and riding big whales is really cool. However, Suyi smiled and said, "Then how are you learning magic? You don't have any ability in magic, do you? I hope that the next time you come here, you will open a golden portal with sparks coming over, instead of flying over wearing a battle armor." Hear Suyi's words. Tony looked at the magic book with the bookmark on it. During this period of time, he really studied hard. Even when the nano battle suit was developed, it immediately stopped continuing to upgrade. Then concentrate on learning magic. And Sue actually suspects that he has no ability. Just wait and see, because Tony snorted, and returned to the tone of a little genius. "Next time I go to your place, I must open the portal." Suyi smiled. "When is the next time?" "Next year." "Fear. Before next month." "Hang up. Goodbye." After being severely insulted by Suyi, Tony hung up the phone angrily, and set the flag. "You can open the portal before next month." Words at this time. Suyi did the math and the time was about the same. When Wanda used these times, all she opened were eternal portals. Then Tony learns a common portal. The ability is almost better than Steven's. It's about the same time. After hanging up the phone, Suyi went shopping with the two girls again. After shopping around the streets of scenic spots, "Go home vertical bar," Suyi said. And Gwen and Wanda, who bought good things, also nodded. So Suyi snapped his fingers. Snap tilde. The three returned home. The two girls, at the moment, still wear that metallic veil. So Suyi's index finger moved wildly. "I saw two women wanting to take it off." Suyi coughed twice and said, "Put it on." "Huh?" Gwen paused with her outstretched hand. "But what about sleeping?" "I mean take it with you before going to bed." Suyi smiled. He thought about the desert area in the previous game. The light gauze clothes of those exotic dancers. Then wave with one hand. Boom tilde. Two sets of short corsets and short skirts with light gauze appeared in his hands. Wanda stared blankly. She looked at Suyi's smiling eyes, immediately felt something was wrong and wanted to leave. I'll take a shower first, and you and Gwen will play first." Wanda turned around and wanted to leave. Next moment, snap tilde. Wanda's arm was grabbed. She looked back. It wasn't Suyi who caught it. It was Gwen who caught it. Under Suyi's silver prestige. Gwen smiled wickedly and looked at Wanda. "You try it first, Wanda. This exotic outfit is very suitable for you, because it must be thinking of your house." Wanda shook her head immediately. No. If you can't, you have to do it." Gwen knew that if he couldn't do it, he would be unlucky first. So she immediately hugged Wanda. Then he helped Suyi pick it up and walk towards the bedroom. "Come here, Sue. Cut to the one with the highest output first in team battles." Suyi nodded. "You are right." He quickly followed Warrior to join the team battle. Wanda couldn't move, wanted to cry but had no tears. "You bully Mage tilde. Why do you always bully me tilde?" The voice did not fall. The door slammed shut. After a while, there is a sound of a. The next day, Suyi was awakened again. Before he opened his eyes, he thought it was the twin dancers. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was the little Hela who hadn't played with her for a long time. Suyi turned his head to look. Gwen and Wanda were sleeping on each side. Bought the metallic veil last night. One of them was still tied around Gwen's waist. This has to be said. Gwen has such a thin waist that just couldn't fit around her waist. Really small waist. But that's not the point. The point is that Suyi looked at Hela with pale green hair who was shaking and shaking. After seeing Suyi wake up, Hela also pointed to her own belly. Suyi looked down. "Good guy, it's all bulging." Suyi sighed in his heart. He simply put his hands on his mind. "Close your eyes and wait until the rocking car is finished." I do not know how long it has been. After the sound of boo, Hela wanted to go back to her bedroom to rest. But what? Want to go back now? It's too late. Suyi chuckled. He put his arms around Hayla directly, then hung her up and headed to the bathroom. There is a reason for the fire to be extinguished when it burns. Otherwise, how can I let it go? I don't know how long it will be. After washing up, Suyi came out of the private bathroom, then asked Nora to finish ordering. I finally got back to the office in a hurry. Watching 9 AM arrive in the last few seconds, Suyi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the continuous crit output later on saved time. Otherwise we would be late. Some people will suffer damage if they are critically attacked, so Suyi pushed the crystal away in a hurry. But some people were relatively unconscious. It doesn't matter who. At the forefront of the action, there is no one but Hayla. And she is also coming up with bad ideas every day. After work, Suyi started to read the news as usual. But no doubt about it, Gwen and Wanda opened personal accounts, and the popularity of both becoming a man's woman has not passed. Tony, the equally hot Iron Man, also opened an account. Then when these things happen, the heat will not pass as quickly as before. As long as Gwen, Wanda, and Tony still post videos, or open more superhero accounts, then the heat will appear constantly. Simply cannot stop. Alright. Anyway, Suyi doesn't care. But between scanning the news, Suyi also saw an interesting piece of news. Famous reporter Eddie Locke was fired from the news company for violating industry rules when interviewing Harry Osborn, the new heir to the Osborn industry. The intended host user of the venom was fired. The person Eddie Locke interviewed became Harry Osborn. Didn't the Osborn company originally research the Green Goblin Man? Now that we got the venom samples and started to study the venom, and it became Harry Osborn studying it. This multi-universe is doing it. What a mess. Suyi turned the news volume to the lowest. Then he ate the breakfast Ling Juan brought. Finally, he happily went to the armchair. Today is Friday, we will be on weekends again. Thinking of going on a weekend break again. Suyi smiled happily. Happy last day of the week. No. Strictly speaking, it was Gwen's last happy day. She is leaving for college next Monday. Definitely take Gwen's ingenuity. After she goes to college, she will have more free time than in middle school. If you can make some achievements in advance, then Gwen could even be completely free. What? Diploma? At the United States, as long as you can make the grade. Start a business successfully. If you don't go to school for a day, the principal will personally issue a diploma to you. After finishing the work, I want you to stay in school as a professor or consultant or something. Many teachers in universities wear more than one hat. They may be investors of a certain company, managers of a fund company on Wall Street, consultants of a financial company, and so on. It depends on what school you go to. In short, in the United States, after you succeed, your studies will be sent directly to you. In this capitalist country, only bigger capitalists can stand on top of capitalists, or Midi himself. Until noon, Gwen and Wanda were on the line an hour ago. They made lunch for Suyi. Then the three of them also finished their lunch. Then Wanda went back to the small universe to practice magic. Every day from noon to afternoon is Wanda's practice time. From afternoon to evening, Wanda tends the garden. Evening to late night, it's free time. And then Suyi day after day, until the next day. But after Wanda left, Gwen lay whimpered in Suyi's arms. Sue, I'm going to school. At the moment, two people are sitting on a chair. No, it was Gwen who sat sideways on Suyi's body, then leaned into his arms and muttered, we will only meet in the afternoon again. Obviously, about going to school. Gwen is resisting. No, she has less time. Go to school every day plus 2 hours to fight crime. Gwen will have to wait for Suyi to get off work soon. You can't come back until after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Look, how tiring it is. I can't get home until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, Suyi patted Gwen on the back. In this way, don't we coincidentally coincide? I'm off work, you're off school. After you finish studying hard for a year, you can lead a team to do research by yourself. I will take the money and we will start a company that is not listed. Let's have the final say. So even if you don't go to school, you still have a diploma. Hear this? Gwen's eyes lit up. She held Suyi's head. I just took a bite. Then do it. That's just 1 year. Gwen waited. She will also strive to improve herself this year. She is not planning to mess around when starting a company, but wants to do things well. So you have to have real skills and knowledge. After making a decision, Gwen became happier. Then she went upstairs and got a Nintendo Switch down. Played a 2-player game with Suyi all afternoon. Time flies. Soon it's 4:30 p.m. Suyi and Gwen put down the game consoles ahead of schedule. Then pack up the office and get ready to leave work for the weekend. Gwen asked expectantly while helping Suyi pack up the trash. Liao knew Ozao, and hand it over to the twin dancers. Sue, where shall we go this weekend? Suyi thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out for a moment. Playing with this thing is the happiest thing to do when you think of it. On the contrary, the plan cannot keep up with the change. Why don't you decide? Somewhere, if Suyi said this, he would be said to be a man without his own opinions. But Gwen said with great anticipation, let's take a look inside my middle school. I'll take you to see my classroom, and my old desk, and I even drew in my cabinet. Apparently, Gwen is going to be off to college soon. I also feel a little bit sad about my middle school. Suyi nodded. Then let's go like this. Then, The two finished packing their things and prepared to send off the news TV, but when Gwen picked up the remote control and looked at the news TV, she was stunned. Soo-Yi from at the moment has discovered the vision of the news because it's live on TV right now, and the content of the live broadcast is that a female Spider-Man is fighting a rhino in the street. What the fuck? Soo-Yi was also taken aback watching the broadcast. If only Spider-Man was on TV, who is in front of him? It must be Spider-Man 2. Soo-Yi looked at Gwen, who turned around. At the moment, Soo-Yi already knew what the problem was, and Gwen also reacted and woke up. Isn't she the other Spider Lady from the multi-universe? Needless to say, Soo-Yi couldn't laugh or cry. Who else could it be? Gwen watched White Spider-Man on TV in disbelief. But didn't you say that I am the only Gwen in an entire multi-universe? Yes, that's right. Soo-Yi nodded. There is only one Spider-Man named Gwen, but there are many people named Spider-Man. Only a Spider-Man with the same name and surname is one person, but if there are different people, there can be many identical identities. Gwen was astonished, and suddenly wanted to cry but had no tears. Why do I have so many of the same kind? 183. Miss Spider. I mean, there are lesbians. After Soo-Yi's explanation, Gwen finally understood the identity and personal issues of the multi-universe. Simply put, take the three princesses of Asgard, namely Loki, as an example. A multi-universe will have many Loki. That is, the one that looks exactly like Loki. But not every Loki could be the three princesses of Asgard. Just like in the movie, the third prince of Asgard can say many kinds of Loki. Old Loki, crocodile Loki, female Loki, child Loki, frost titan Loki, king Loki of Asgard, and even a Hulk Loki. So here, Loki is a title. Same with Iron Man, Captain America, and more. Even Captain America also has a female version. It's pretty cool. So, Gwen is Gwen. Spider-Man has many kinds of Spider-Man. Not to mention that Spider-Man is one of the most numerous categories in the entire multi-universe. There are countless female versions of Spider-Man. So Soo-Yi also explained, there are too many Spider-Man in the multi-universe. Basically every universe has a Spider-Man, and both men and women may exist. Gwen wanted to cry when she heard it. There are many of my own kind. Is this good news or bad news? The two looked up and continued to look at the TV. In the TV broadcast, the female Spider-Man is wearing a black and white spider battlesuit. This battlesuit is different from other Spider-Mans. Her battlesuit limbs are blacks and her body is whites. And in the white part, red spiderweb threads are printed. Then the closer to the heart, the denser it becomes. But that's not the biggest difference. The biggest difference is, why doesn't she wear a headgear? She just wears a mask. Gwen looked at the female Spider-Man and complained, if the real identity is discovered, it will be a bad day. Yes, Soo-Yi also embraced helplessly. The biggest feature of this female Spider-Man is that she doesn't wear a hood. I just brought a red face scarf around the face below the nose. But her hair is smooth and black and straight, so the hair covered the side face again. But it's useless. As soon as she moved quickly, the face above the nose was completely exposed. How to say, just watching the TV broadcast, so you could tell that this female Spider-Man was indeed beautiful. The eyes are also beautiful. It's that kind of fierce, cold look. And Gwen's clever eyes are completely two types. And the figure and height are also like that of Yuji. All in all, it looks great. Immediately afterwards, in the TV broadcast, a big rhino was wreaking havoc on the street. He's wearing a rhino mesh, and he's ramming around. And there is Gatling with heavy fire on him. At the moment, he's 420 after jacking up many sedans. Use Gatling fire on surrounding buildings and machinery. Immediately, the cars, houses, and facilities in the surrounding streets were all turned into hornets' nests. Some cars even had their fuel tanks blown. Boom. Then it exploded with a bang. Damn rhino. Gwen looked at his fist itching. It doesn't look like much. You know the damage. Gwen has been a city security guard for a long time. In New York, there are thousands or even hundreds of people who were hit by her. As a result, someone is now acting wild again. Simply put, Gwen has been cleaning her front door. It turned out to be clean now. Turning around, someone came over to sabotage. Are you saying Gwen is angry? Very angry. But the next moment, that female Spider-Man made a move. She swung from one end of the street, and kicked the rhino armor to the ground with a single kick in the air. Boom. After the rhino mecha fell to the ground, he didn't even intend to get up. Just blah blah, 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 blah. But the female Spider-Man turned around and jumped away. It looks very flexible, even more flexible than normal Spider-Man. So those bullets all hit the house and the car, and the crowd who had already run away in the distance was extremely flustered at the moment. There is another crisis. Who will save us? There is no one to save. Run. Wait, Miss Spider. No, Miss Spider doesn't look like this. Is someone pretending to be? Not impersonating. Look. She spits Cobweb too. And she's not the same size as Miss Spider. Yes, Miss Spider is faceless. Here's the new Miss Spider. At the moment, the female Spider-Man who was hiding was obviously taken aback when she heard the conversation of the crowd. Her eyes froze. Miss Spider? Are there other Spider-Men in this city and arrived earlier than me? How is this going? Ugh, I'm so mad. The rhinoceros was very angry when they saw it. Even if the female Spider-Man is gone, He still blasted some cars with Gatling. Boom 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 tilde. Suddenly, the whole street was filled with smoke. Rubbish everywhere. When the crowd saw that the rhinoceros had gone mad, they immediately started to run away. For a while, anyone who could run in the streets ran away. Only some brave ones are hiding and still taking videos with their mobile phones and so on. Soon, the female spider fought with the rhinoceros again. But the point is, female Spider-Man is better than male Spider-Man. Their strength will be a little weaker, but the balance, flexibility, and spider telepathy will be stronger. Each has its own advantages. But when facing the armor of the rhinoceros, this female Spider-Man is very troublesome. The armor is too thick. This female Spider-Man can't hit effectively at all, so the two fight in the street. Instead it caused more damage. Well, Gwen sighed when he saw this. She said with a look of hatred for iron, "This kind of big iron is afraid of electricity. You can lead it to the vicinity of the cable, and then trap it with Cobweb to conduct electricity." So Yi asked curiously after hearing this. "Then if you're what the hell are you doing?" "Me?" Gwen said definitely after hearing this. "I'll definitely kill him with a single sword, and make a quick decision so as not to cause more damage." All right. Gwen is no longer the Gwen she used to be. She is now Godslayer Gwen. No matter how crazy this little rhino is, it's not a matter of a sword. Immediately afterwards, the televised battle has intensified. Rhino shot wildly. But the female Spider-Man is very flexible, so this villain is an untouchable female Spider-Man. But the problem is, the female Spider-Man can't do effective damage either. In this stalemate, beep tilde beep tilde beep tilde, the nipped police car came with its siren on. After a while, the perimeter of the battlefield is surrounded by a circle of police officers. One of the hooded officers shouted into a megaphone, "Mr. Rhino, please lay down your weapons and stop wreaking havoc on the city, or we'll fire." In this case, the hooded officer said it 3 times. And in the northern building, Gwen looked at the officer. "George?" So Yi folded his arms helplessly. "Yes." The commissioner of the New York Police Department also came. "That's Gwen's dad coming too." "What are you talking about here? Other city bureau chiefs sit in their offices every day. You are fine. Out of line every day." "I'm not afraid of death. But it also means that he is a good bureau chief. For urban cities, this is a good thing. But for Rhino, he's in a rage." He heard a loud beep behind him. Immediately press Gatlin and turn around while shooting. Oh shit. When the police officer saw it, he immediately hid in a nearby building and shouted, "Quickly dodge." Fortunately, the police were prepared. The sound of heavy gunfire was heard. Everyone had already hid behind the building in a row. Da tilde. And Gatling didn't destroy anything. It just turned a few police cars into hornets' nests. As for hiding behind a police car, sorry, there are really not many people. Not to mention Gatling. Rifle bullets can pass through the army casually, unless you're hiding behind car wheels and drive shafts. Otherwise, it is useful to hide behind the car. It just obscures the view, so no one hides this time. And Gwen tensed up seeing her father in crisis. She grabbed Su-Yi's arm and proposed, "Let's go and see. That rookie Spider-Man can't handle this crisis." Gwen had just finished speaking. George realized it too. Their firepower is not enough to destroy this armored rhinoceros. So George immediately said to the liaison officer around him, "Call for greater firepower. The opponent is an armored vehicle. Our weapons can't penetrate it." "Yes, sir." The liaison officer received the order and acted immediately. Same. George, Dave, hid in a corner. He thought about it and had an idea. Then he took the megaphone and shouted in the direction of the rhinoceros. "We've called registered superheroes nearby, and they'll be here soon. If you don't put down your weapon, you will be shot dead on the spot." What George said was awesome. But in fact, he has a gross right to mobilize a superhero. Even if superhero is a registration system now, only the missions of the United Nations require their direct participation, and domestic tasks can only be released by the top people. So George only has the right to report, no transfer rights, but respond to his. It is still a shuttle of Rhinoceros Gatlin. Da tilde. For a while, the dirt and rocks of the road at George's feet splashed. The collapse of George had to be returned, and the police are helpless now. But the point is, this new female Spider-Man isn't doing too well either. In the northern building, seeing this, Su-Yi shook his head helplessly, and agreed to Gwen's suggestion. "Well, it seems that it can't be done. Let's go together. You settle this matter. We just met. Check out this new Spider-Man." Gwen nodded immediately. "Yeah." So-Yi raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Crack. Next moment, the two appeared on the balcony of a luxury apartment. Viewing from this location is the best. As for the people at home, run away early, or not at home. And before Su-Yi and the others appeared, this female Spider-Man is still entangled with the rhino for a long time. Wait until Su-Yi and the others appear. The female Spider-Man felt something was wrong. She seemed to feel that she was being watched. Then look around to see who is watching you. She immediately looked at the roof. "Then I didn't see it. and then I continued to look at other places. Gwen curled her lips when she saw this. It's quite sensitive. Yes, if it is normal. This female Spider-Man should have discovered it long ago. And the reason why I can't find it, it's because Suyi and Gwen's external presence barrier is still there. Or, just be with Suyi, then this shield has always existed. And Gwen said this. Their existence is exposed. The female Spider-Man also spotted Gwen and Suyi the next moment. She narrowed her eyes and stared at the two of them. Snort. Seeing this look, Gwen hummed slightly. Then the next moment, Gwen transformed into a symbiote battlesuit in an instant. The combination of black and white powder is extremely dreamy, even a bit bopunk. The female Spider-Man, who was squinting at the two of them, also opened her eyes wide in an instant. She stared mainly at Gwen. Then he looked in front of him again. To Spider-Man. This is what happened? Just heard it. Meet now. So fast. But the main problem is, she felt an urge in herself. An urge for Gwen. How is this going? And Gwen looked at the female Spider-Man. She silently took out the Black Death sword from her body. The female Spider-Man takes a look. I thought Gwen was going to cut himself. No way. Just to push you. Why cut yourself? No. How could she know that she felt impulsive just now? Next moment, Gwen stepped on the balcony. Then point to the rhinoceros in rage on the road. Then wave a little harder. In an instant, a pitch-black crescent flew down instantly. Then PSST. It went straight through the body of the rhinoceros, and then cut into the ground, leaving a deep gap. And the rhinoceros fell 2 steps later. Plop tilde. Just fell to the ground. Seeing this, the female Spider-Man changed from wide-eyed to wide-eyed again. So strong. Yes. She could feel Gwen's strength. In terms of her feelings, Gwen is stronger than she doesn't know how many times. But problem, aren't we both female Spider-Man? Why are you so powerful? What is that sword? Suyi nodded in satisfaction after seeing it. Good. Obviously, Gwen took advantage of the divine power absorbed last night, then strengthening his swinging sword. Finally, use this attack that the creature can unleash. This is enough to show Gwen's ability and sensitive thinking. Just one night, Gwen thought about it, and used the attack. After beheading the rhinoceros, Gwen absorbed the essence, then put away the Black Death sword. But that's not all. She stretched out her hand and ticked the female Spider-Man. Come over and let's chat. Female Spider-Man. She didn't move. Apparently the female Spider-Man was a bit hesitant to go. Gwen was so fierce, a monster that fights for a long time by itself. A sword. She cut him off. This passed. I'm afraid it's not a little dangerous. But the female Spider-Man has been feeling the urge to let herself go. So she is in hesitation. And after Gwen saw that he was not coming, her figure flashed and disappeared instantly. Then he appeared next to her in an instant. The female Spider-Man didn't have time to react yet. Gwen flashed again. The two of them returned to Suyi's side, and this time Suyi will be able to take a closer look at this female Spider-Man. How to say, it's even better than what's shown on TV. The hair is black and long, the eyes are red and phoenix eyes. The figure is proud, the figure of Yuji. Not as plump as Wanda, not as slim as Gwen. It can be said to be just in between. Not bad is not bad. But what is she doing here and staring at Gwen? Gwen found out after bringing her over. The position of the three of them is now. Suyi stands on the left, Gwen stands on the right, and she stands in the middle. But after the two female Spider-Man approached, the new ones didn't even look at Suyi. It made Suyi feel unattractive for the first time. Instead she kept looking at Gwen. Then it gets closer and closer. Gwen? Suyi was also stunned. Gwen raised her head slightly, and the female Spider-Man kept leaning forward, and then suddenly reached out to hold Gwen's face and leaned forward. Gwen's eyes widened suddenly. Suyi was also dumbfounded. He grabbed the Spider-Woman's hair and stopped her movement. I have a lesbian. 184. My name is Cobweb, and I come from another universe. Suyi couldn't think of anything. This female Spider-Man would actually talk to her own Gwen. How can there be lesbians here? The moment the female Spider-Man cupped Gwen's face and approached her head, Suyi immediately reached out and grabbed her hair. Make it hard for this lesbian Spider-Man. And Gwen was terrified too. She quickly reached out and patted off the female Spider-Man's hands. Then he returned to Suyi in an instant. Even the symbiote battlesuit was removed. Gwen was still wondering if that was the reason, and the result. It seems to be true. Gwen took off the battlesuit and left. The female Spider-Man's eyes suddenly became much clearer. There will seems to have returned to a cool state. She looked at Suyi's hand pulling her hair. Suyi let go of his hand, patted her on the shoulder again, used the power of space to fix her in place and cannot leave. After seeing this female Spider-Man unable to move, Gwen stood up and asked with her hands in her arms. Who are you? What were you trying to do? Why did you kiss me? Are you lesbian? Lesbian means lesbian. Based on what she just did, Suyi also thought she was a lesbian. As a result, the female Spider-Man immediately waved her hand and said, My name is Cindy Moon. The original citizens call me Cobweb. I'm not a lesbian. You misunderstood me. Obviously, for this sentence, Gwen didn't believe it. No? Then what did you want to do just now? Hear Gwen say this. Cobweb is also a bit awkward. She smiled slightly awkwardly. But he looked into Gwen's eyes impulsively and said, I have no idea. The moment I saw you, I felt a little impulsive when I was close to you just now. I couldn't suppress it even more. Gwen, isn't this subjective lesbian? Is it a biological lesbian? The general lesbians are because they like the same sex in their personality and consciousness. And according to Cobweb, she didn't even like it consciously. The body loves it first. This? Suyi was a little confused. What the hell is this? Are you sure it's the body that's impulsive first, not the brain that likes it first? Suyi asked with certainty. It makes a big difference. And Cobweb nodded with certainty. Yes, the body is impulsive first. Starting from the first sight. $308. Feelings are still forever. Love at first sight? Love at first sight? Suyi thought for a while. With the previous experience, or the situation of Tanmai and Hala. So he thought about it. Just thought of another possibility. Suyi said to Gwen without looking back, try changing the battlesuit again and see if she is moved by your face or your ability. Yes, this must also be clarified. To be attracted to the beauty is to be impulsive about Gwen's beauty. That's pure lesbianism. Suyi didn't intend to get to know each other anymore, so he hurriedly took Gwen Iron with him. He didn't want to see Gwen and her fighting to grind tofu foam. But if he sees ability and becomes impulsive, there must be a reason for that. This is a manifestation that the physiological response is greater than the will and consciousness. It belongs to the problem of ability. That's easy to say. Hear Suyi's words. Gwen thought about it too, so she put on the battlesuit in an instant. Next moment, Schwa. The symbiosis battlesuit of black and white powder appeared on Gwen again. As expected, Cobweb also stared at Gwen immediately. She looked at Gwen's body. The eyes also gradually softened, no longer the cold look before. This? Suyi sighed. It's really because of ability. How can Gwen bend people once she transforms? This Nemas. It's too weird. Suyi waved his hand. Take it. Swish. Gwen put away the battlesuit again. Gradually, Cobweb's eyes cleared up again. But there are new problems. Cobweb looked at Gwen, then at Suyi and said, now even if she puts away the battlesuit, I still have urges for her, as if my body has remembered her. Suyi, Gwen, is this a little weird? Suyi put his arms around his arms and thought about it. First of all, it can be determined that this is a problem with the ability. Secondly, are you really not a lesbian? Cobweb immediately shook his head. She looked at Suyi and said lightly, although there is no need to fall in love, but if you choose a partner, I think you are the ideal type. In my heart. Suyi, that's what everyone said. Probably not lesbian. It's just that ability keeps breaking her body will. But her consciousness is still bisexual, not same-sex. Gwen. And hear this sentence explained. She immediately glared at Cobweb. Don't pay attention to Suyi. You hentai girl Spider-Man. Cobweb spread his hands helplessly. She didn't want that either. She's not a lesbian neither. But as soon as he saw Gwen, he couldn't help what to do. It's like the caterpillar on the brain. This makes Cobweb a headache too. But Cobweb also got a little information. For example, the woman's name is Gwen, and the man's name is Suyi. The two are most likely a couple and have known each other for a while. Definitely, it's not a problem with her. But Suyi was still thinking. He thought for a while, looked at Cobweb and said, if I want to find out the reason, I need to check your body. Otherwise you will always be greedy for Gwen's body in the future. After hearing this, Gwen agreed. Yes, you need to be checked by Su. Huh? Gwen was taken aback and looked at Suyi. Is that what she wanted to check? Shouldn't it be? And Cobweb was surprised when he heard it. She looked at Suyi. Is it developing so fast? Although it was said to be the ideal type before, but it has to be done step by step. Who can stand it so fast? It's not the kind of impulse with Gwen just now, unless the object of impulse becomes the other party. And Suyi smiled helplessly after seeing the appearance of the two of them. Using the ability test, what to think? It is not a modern medical examination. Some items of the modern medical examination are really shameful, not only to see, but also to touch. But Suyi's is not. He reached out and snapped his fingers. Crack. Then a little flame phoenix flew into Cobweb's body. In the shock of the body, Suyi felt the results of Phoenix Force scanning her body. This operation is very simple. Just pass the energy through her body once. After a while, Suyi nodded and understood. Okay, it's confirmed that your physical impulsive problem comes from your ability, or primitive instinct. To put it simply, I'm going to say 2 points, so listen carefully. Hear. Gwen and Cobweb both nodded immediately. Then Suyi began to explain. First, you, Cobweb, after seeing Gwen's strength, you have an instinctive admiration for strength. This is the cause. Second, among the instincts of spiders, there are asexual reproduction and the same-sex physiological characteristics. This is the reason, although this is wrong, for a period of time, or until the relationship is over, the same sex will indeed exist. That's why you are like this. But it is something to do with your mutated gene primogen. How you mutated. Gwen's mutation is currently unknown. But overall it's also because of spiders. But in the multi-universe, the spiders or events that lead to the birth of Spider-Man are also very different. That is, there are all kinds of spiders that lead to the birth of Spider-Man. That's why Suyi wanted to determine what kind of spider and event caused this woman, Cobweb, to transform. And I heard Suyi asking how he mutated. Cobweb hesitated for a while, but didn't say it right away. This is a normal reaction. Gwen saw Cobweb's concern, so take the initiative to say, I got my ability after being bitten by a radioactive spider during a biology tour in middle school. How about you? Hear Gwen's confession. Cobweb's eyes widened in surprise. Me too. When did you mutate? Gwen thought for a while. It's been a while, isn't it? Cobweb figured it out and said by himself. I'm less than 3 months old. Just like you, I was bitten by a radioactive spider during a visit. But in my world, there is a thought that wants to help me, but actually wants to lock me up. I reacted in time, and then rushed out, and it ended up here. I've just lived here for a few days, and I'm not yet familiar with the world. And then came across the rhino. It can be heard from Cobweb's words. First, Cindy, aka Cobweb, has only been Spider-Man in her own world for less than 3 months. Second, the only enemy she ever met was the one who tried to lock her up. Then as soon as she resisted, she came to this world. But Suyi was a little curious. How did you know that you came to another world, or another universe? Yes, only a few days. Again in New York. Just knowing that I have come to another universe. This is very strange. Cobweb explained. I don't have direct evidence, but a feeling. Feeling? Gwen repeated. Yes. Cobweb nodded and looked at the sky. The moment I came to this universe, I felt that I came to another universe. So I hid for 2 days first, and after making sure no one found me, I prepared to come out to prove my thoughts, and then this happened on the way. Oh tilde. Suyi understood. It's spider telepathy, Gwen said. Seeking flowers. Oh. Suyi nodded. If this is the case, then it is normal. The spider telepathy of the female Spider-Man is much stronger than the sensing strength and range of the male Spider-Man. Even a crisis event that is so big that it is a universe away can be felt. This is outrageous. So back to the topic. Spider biting the cobweb should be the same type as Gwen's. The difference is not huge. Definitely, even a small gap. It may also cause cobweb to happen now, but the same kind is fine. Suyi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since you and Gwen are of the same species, it means that there is a little variation or difference in your body. It's just an example, not caused by another kind of radioactive spider. Gwen was a little curious after hearing this. Why is the same kind better? Suyi smiled. He patted Gwen on the shoulder. If it's a new kind of spider, that means that the multi-universe has a classification of Spider-Man, which may be gay or lesbian. It's a group. That's not the case with Cobweb. Think about that picture. Gwen thought about it, and immediately felt uncomfortable. A gang of lesbians, a gang of gays. Isn't that disgusting? Cobweb was also glad to hear that. Fortunately, he was an example. No, she's not a lesbian, only temporarily affected by abilities primal instinct. Cool tilde. After things are cleared up, Suyi waved his hand, and the space fastening on Cobweb's body was released. Suyi looked at her and asked, if you can't help it, ask Gwen to tie you up. She is stronger than you, so you don't have to worry about hurting her. Hearing this, Gwen proudly raised her small chin. HMPH tilde. Cobweb also knew that Gwen was very strong. The sword just now was able to unleash the sword energy, which is really too powerful. At the same time, she also asked Gwen curiously, when I reach your growth time, can I become as strong as you? Gwen. Hearing this, Gwen rolled her eyes immediately. What are you thinking, Cobweb? My strength is no longer brought to me by the spider ability. Yes, there are many reasons why Gwen is strong right now. Primordial symbiote battlesuit, Black Death sword, Power Stone, 12 charms, spider ability, and more. If only there were spider abilities. Gwen's strength will instantly drop from half a level single universe, or super level single universe, to not even a sub-level godfather. And Cobweb is even more curious after hearing this. Then where did your ability come from? Oh no, sorry. Halfway through Cobweb's question, I knew something was wrong. How can I ask this question? After Gwen heard it, she looked at Suyi. Then he spread his hands helplessly to Cobweb and said, my ability acquisition path cannot be copied. You have no way to obtain the same ability as me. Cobweb noticed that when Gwen heard ability, he looked at Suyi's operation first. That's it. Gwen's acquisition of these abilities is all related to Suyi, but she also knows Gwen's success cannot be replicated. So Cobweb nodded. I see. At the moment, it's already 6 p.m. The sun in New York is slowly setting. Sunset is coming soon. Suyi looked at the time. After looking at Gwen, he said directly in front of Cobweb, what do you think, Gwen? Help her, or don't help her? There are 2 options to help her, or we can go home now. It's all Spider-Man after all. Suyi still handed over the choice to Gwen. Gwen looked at Cobweb after hearing that. She thought about it, but didn't choose right away. Instead, asked Cobweb, do you have deep feelings for the original universe? Normal. Cobweb said, my family is long gone. I'm an orphan. Then you want to be a good Spider-Man and help the city fight crime? Or you want to be a common Spider-Man and return to normal life? Or you want to be a bad Spider-Man? Then I will stab you to death now. Cobweb looked at Gwen with his arms in his arms. She knew that what the other party thought was right. So Cobweb thought about it. I would like to fight crime for the city, but I also want to have a normal life. When Suyi heard this, he could only say that it was as expected. Spider-Man is basically like this. Marvel's own son and daughter are basically not bad, and they are also the closest to normal people. It can be seen from her showing up to fight Rhino. Cobweb is not a bad guy. She is also a normal Spider-Man. So Gwen nodded and said, since you are willing to stay in this universe and contribute to the city, then Sue and I can help you live a normal life here. Huh? Cobweb was stunned when he heard it. Is it difficult for superhero to live a normal life here? When Gwen heard this, he immediately laughed. Little Spider-Man, times have changed to 0. 185. Incorporate, lead, League of Spider-Women. Yes, times have changed. Even in the same universe, but as long as the timeline is too early, no one would have thought that superhero would actually become a registration system. Every public superhero must register identity information. Either you don't show your ability, and hide it for the rest of your life. Either you go and register, but again you are not allowed to use the ability. But don't have ability, don't register, and also using the ability on the street. Then you will definitely be FB open the door. Don't doubt the strength of the United States investigation now. With the help of underground agents or Tony satellites, it's not too hard to find a superhero who has used ability on the street. You use your ability on the street at 5. Back home at 6 o'clock. You will find that the agent is already waiting for you at the door, and will say hello to you. So, times have changed. There are definitely exceptions. That is, Wanda, Gwen, and Halo who followed Soo-Yi were not registered, including Tanmai. But Tanmai is because she hides well. She has nothing to do with Soo-Yi. But those 3 people were indeed because they were by Soo-Yi's side. So no one asked them to register. Joke. Who dares to ask for this? When Gwen said everything about the current situation, Cobweb was shocked when he heard that. That is to say, the current superhero must be registered? Yes. Gwen nodded. Are you registered? Cobweb asked. Hearing this, Gwen couldn't help smiling. She looked at Soo-Yi. Then he shook his head at Cobweb and said, we do not need. There are 3 kinds of people in this world who do not need to register. 1. Villains. 2. Not in America. 3. Soo-Yi and his subsidiary superhero. So after listening to this sentence, critically ill Cobweb saw 580 Gwen's eyes representing ability and writes several times. Shendu looked at Soo-Yi later. She nodded without hesitation. Gwen, Inidia, listened to Cobweb. Gwen nodded in satisfaction. Since everyone is Spider-Man, and you are willing to do good things, then Gwen agrees to help her. After all, if she does something bad, Gwen's reputation might be ruined by her. Instead, do good deeds. That's good for Gwen too. So Gwen looked at Soo-Yi, waiting for Soo-Yi to decide how to help her. Soo-Yi thought for a while. Do you want to go straight into the house? Cough cough cough. Want to be serious? Soo-Yi thought for a moment, then said, I'll let Avengers prepare an apartment for you first. But you have to register your name and ability. This is to let the official people know you, so that you can live a good life in your daily life. But you don't have to worry about exposing yourself. The world of superhero and New York are too Kansai. Definitely, this is just the initial proposal. As for the future plan, I will talk to Gwen when I go back. Gwen heard that Soo-Yi went back and wanted to talk to herself. Then she understood immediately. Soo-Yi should have other plans in the future. So Gwen nodded, and she fell silent, acquiescing. After hearing this, Cobweb also breathed a sigh of relief. She nodded in agreement. No problem. Anyway, you have to be stable in this universe first. Otherwise, food and accommodation will be a problem. Now that the decision is made, Soo-Yi nodded, raised his hand and said, then let Gwen take you to the Avengers base first. It can be done tonight. Go early and return early. Huh? Gwen heard herself take the Cobweb. She was puzzled for a moment. Then I understand. Okay. Soo-Yi nodded and snapped his fingers. Crack. Next moment, Cobweb and Gwen teleported to the Avengers base, and Soo-Yi returned home. As for why Gwen took Cobweb, that definitely has something to do with future plans. And both are Spider-Man. Just get acquainted with each other first. Soo-Yi returned home alone first. He walked to the small universe. Sure enough, I found Wanda. They only came here when they saw Soo-Yi, and there was no sign of Gwen yet. Wanda knew that Soo-Yi had something to say. What happened? Something about the multi-universe. Soo-Yi walked to the recliner and sat down, then patted the legs. Wanda smiled helplessly, then walked over and sat sideways on Soo-Yi's lap, hugging his neck. Soo-Yi smelled the fragrance in his bosom, then start talking. The multi-universe is in chaos, and a second female Spider-Man appeared in New York. From another. She has only been here for a few days, in the afternoon. That's all. The reason for Soo-Yi's incident. I also told Wanda from the process of what happened in the afternoon to what just ended. Soo-Yi thought he could hear Wanda's proposal. As a result, Wanda has 2 eyes. Asked with great interest. That is to say, Gwen was almost kissed by a beautiful Spider-Man. Soo-Yi, your focus. Can it be normal? Who's here to pay attention to this? Can't you ask about the multi-universe? Soo-Yi bowed his head in the whiteness in front of his eyes. Wanda wears loose clothes at home. That bit of collar can't stop her hunger at all. So Soo-Yi can easily eat strawberry cake. We thought she was a lesbian at first, but it turned out not to be. She was a primal instinct created by ability. Wanda felt even weirder when she heard it. She pushed Soo-Yi's forehead. Itchy hair. Then continued to ask, what is the reason for this primitive instinct? There must be a reason. Soo-Yi nodded. 2 reasons. First, Mukia. Gwen showed her hand, and she clearly felt that Gwen was very strong. Second, Spiders originally had this false occurrence, so her instinct should only be like this to Gwen. Even if other Spider-Man came, she would ignore it. Definitely, she says her sexual orientation is normal. I don't know if it's normal or not. To be honest, this is really hard to tell. What if Cobweb becomes bisexual because of this instinct? Just love Gwen again. The opposite sex is also acceptable. After all, everyone knows everything. There are 97 genders in the United States. You let people define it. Define a hammer. But Wanda felt very interesting after hearing it. She reached out and rubbed Suyi's chest muscles. Then he said jokingly, "Then you have to keep an eye on Gwen. Otherwise it would be bad to be hanged by the female spider." Suyi was speechless after hearing this. What's the meaning? An insult to my charm, huh? Then I will humiliate you now. Ah woo. Suyi swallowed the cake in front of him in one gulp. Ah. Wanda shuddered. Then he quickly pushed Suyi's head and said, Okay, I'm not joking. Tell the truth quickly. Suyi ate hard for a while. Then he raised his head and said with a satisfied smile, Actually, I was thinking. This is the second Spider-Man. But will there be a second, fourth, fifth and so on in the future? If these Spider-Mans don't care, then even if the Spider-Mans are good people, there will be trouble. So I was thinking, should we let Gwen be the leader spider, and manage these Spider-Mans in a unified way? Wanda thought about it after listening. Then the eyes became brighter and brighter. She looked into Suyi's eyes and said with certainty, like me and Gwen's League of Goddesses. You can take the lead and let Gwen also form an alliance. Then let the strongest Gwen be the leader. They will definitely be willing. At that time, you will provide bases, funds, equipment, etc. And when they first arrive in this universe, they will definitely choose to join when they see the same kind. That way we have our own security organization. When Suyi heard it, he really moved his index finger. Be the mastermind behind the scenes. Then let Gwen be the lead spider. By then if there are more Spider-Man into this universe, then compile them all. I don't have to worry about anything. Just let Gwen be the leader. During the day, everyone does their own things. Go to school, work to work, study to study. But when there is free time, there is basically no shortage of Spider-Man in New York. And what will happen then? Just let Gwen take the Spider-Mans to do it. I watched at home. You can command a group of Spider-Man. This is so much fun, and Spider-Man's conscience isn't something to worry about. As long as you're nice to Spider-Man, Spider-Man will always remember you. The character of Marvel's own sons and daughters is still guaranteed. So, this plan works. After Suyi thought about it, he also agreed with Wanda's point of view. That's it. I'll talk to Gwen when she comes back, then make a more detailed plan. Wanda nodded. She has already helped Suyi plan. What's that organization called? Spider-Man Alliance? Spider-Man Alliance? Or there are two women now. How about we call it Spider-Man Alliance or Spiderwomen Alliance? Speak the truth. All sound good. Suyi was quite satisfied. But let's wait until Gwen comes back. It should be soon. Good. The other side. Gwen has taken Cobweb to the identity issue. At the moment the two were standing outside the Avengers base, talking to Natasha Romanoff. Thanks Natasha Romanoff. I didn't expect it to be so soon. I thought I wouldn't be able to go back tonight. Gwen thanked. At the moment Cobweb is actually holding a few things in its hands. They are, key, SSN card, driver's license, bank card, credit card and so on. These are the identity cards of Cobweb. In the United States, citizens have no such thing as ID cards. The number on the SSN card is your identity number, but this thing is basically useless. The most important thing is the driver's license. In the United States, a driver's license is required for flying, a driver's license for staying in a hotel, and a driver's license for driving. They will ask you for your driver's license. So adults without a driver's license in the United States will have a very difficult time. This is why people who smuggle across the past will not survive. Adults don't have driver's licenses here. No one wants you to work. You can tell it's a smuggling here. Okay, back to the topic. Natasha Romanoff waved her hand and said, Never mind. Underground agents have the most public houses in New York. As for identity ... don't forget who we were before. Agent. Whatever identity you want can be given to you. Don't talk about being normal. The identity of a spy? Thank you anyway. Gwen waved his hand. I have to go first, and I have to take Cindy back first. See you when you are free. Natasha Romanoff actually wanted to ask more about the other universes that Gwen said just now, but she knew it must be very troublesome and can't touch it. Then there is no need to ask. Goodbye, Gwen, Cindy. So Natasha Romanoff nodded and opened the door to the Avengers Alliance base for the two to go. Watching the two leave, Natasha Romanoff thought for a while and walked back. Gwen explained to her just now. Sue said, but I can't say too much for now. Anyway, she is a Spider-Man from another universe, so I took her to board the plane and get her identity bala or something. About Cindy's origin, Gwen only said other universes, but Natasha Romanoff could feel it. This other universe is certainly not trivial, but it has little to do with her, because she can't reach it. Then, Gwen leaves with Cindy. After the two left the Avengers Alliance, two female Spider-Mans fly around the city with a cobweb. When passing a building, The two flew up together, then land together in a half-squat position. After the two women slowly stood up again, Cobweb looked at the place where the Avengers Alliance was just now, and then asked Gwen, "Will my universe have Avengers too?" "Yes." Gwen looked at the northern building and nodded. "Then are there any of you in my universe?" Cobweb asked again. "No." Now Gwen shook her head, and then explained, "The people in the multi-universe are not fixed. We are all Spider-Man, but not necessarily the same person. There will be many Spider-Men in the entire multi-universe, but you, Cindy, only have one, and I, Gwen, have only one, and so does Sue, and so does Wanjin. However, most of the other people have an identical self, and their development history is very similar." Cobweb understood after hearing it. "Then I understood and nodded. That is to say, we may encounter more Spider-Man in the future, but they are all different." "Yes." "What if there are too many? Now we have you and me. If there are more Spider-Man." Gwen considered the possibility for a moment. 1.7 also feels a bit bad. Even if Spider-Man is good, he can't stand much. Now it's 2 bugs in the same frame. Will there be 3, 4.8, or even 18 worms in the future? This is a big problem. Gwen clicked his tongue, then said, "When I go back, I will ask Sue what to do. But if there are too many Spider-Mans, I think we should form an alliance to restrain and manage each other." "What do you think, Cobweb?" Cobweb is wearing her spider battlesuit, only his face was covered with a red face scarf. The style is exactly the same as the one Gwen played with Soo-Yi last night. It's just a metal material and a cloth material. Gwen just woke up this morning to take off the face towel from her waist and put it away. As for Wanda's metal face cloth, pressed down by her own big pomelo. As a result, the big white grapefruit reflected a diamond-shaped mark on her. Well, this is all off topic. At the moment Cobweb and Gwen stand on top of a mansion. Breeze blows over Cobweb's face. She danced with her black straight long hair. Cobweb took a look at this beautiful city. Then he turned to look at Gwen again. Gwen sensed that Cobweb was looking at her. She immediately moved to the side and reminded, "If you do anything to me, don't blame me for throwing you off the building." "So cruel. But I kind of like it." Cobweb's cold dancing eyes narrowed. But Gwen's words also made her sober up a lot. Otherwise she just specified that she would lean on it. "Back to the tropic just now." Cobweb thought for a while, and agreed with a bright light. "It's just you and me now. But there may be more Spider-Man coming to this universe in the future, so we should form a League of Spider-Women." 186. The Spider Alliance is finalized. The Skrull Empire is destroyed. Spider-Maiden Alliance. As Cobweb blurted out, Gwen's eyes lit up. It feels so good to hear it. Even if it's just the two of them, it can still be called the Spider-Girl Alliance. She and Wanda are not two people. That's also called the League of Goddesses. And the Spider-Maiden Alliance is not just for the two of them now. The Spider-Woman Alliance was established in case there are more Spider-Man in the future. If there are more Spider-Man in the future, it must be managed together and supervised by each other. Otherwise a Spider-Man is bad character or something. That is, the entire Spider-Man group will be in crisis. Abbreviation: you can't let a mouse poop ruin a pot of porridge. So the Spider-Girl Alliance is very necessary. Gwen thought for a while and nodded in agreement. "It's a good proposal. I'll talk to Soo-Yi after I go back and wait for him to make a decision. If he agrees, we don't have to worry about venues, equipment, and identities. It's just a matter of Sue's words. Cobweb looked at Gwen unexpectedly. She didn't expect Gwen to be so strong. "Still love my partner so much, and do things to let the other party decide." "Definitely." She didn't mean to say that one party must be like that. The Cobweb thinks such relationships are rare, because this represents Gwen's absolute trust. So Cobweb nodded in agreement. "Okay, then wait for your news." After the two chatted, they continued on their way in a very tacit understanding. Gwen changed into a hood in an instant. Cobweb puts his mask on. Then the two jumped off the building at the same time. Then 2 Cobweb flicks. The figures of the two of them floated into the distance. Next, Gwen sent the Cobweb to the house. She said hello and went home immediately. Through the streets and alleys, leap over tall buildings. Gwen returned to the North Mansion. After entering through the exclusive small window reserved for her, Gwen removed the symbiote battlesuit from her entire body. Then opened the door. Evening shoes. Enter the room and find Soo-Yi and Wanda. Seeing Soo-Yi, Gwen immediately shook her hand and said in a high-spirited manner, "Sue, I have a proposal. I came up with Cobweb." Watching Gwen come to her side, Soo-Yi patted his other leg and asked, "By the way, what proposal?" "Spider-Maiden Alliance." All three heard this sentence. Soo-Yi and Wanda were taken aback at the same time. Then they looked at each other with smiles and magic in their eyes. Gwen wondered after seeing it. "What's wrong? Is it weird?" Soo-Yi couldn't help but smile. "Do you know what I was talking to Wanda just now?" "What are you talking about?" "Spider Alliance!" Hear this sentence. Gwen stared. She looked at Soo-Yi in surprise. Then he picked up Soo-Yi's face, and fiercely mew at Hilda. He took several mouthfuls. "Sue, we have a good understanding." "It's really a tacit understanding." Soo-Yi didn't even think about it. When Gwen came back, what she wanted to say was actually the same as herself. Both parties wanted to go together. Soo-Yi felt quite interesting. He and Wanda exchanged glances, then turned to Gwen. "Tell me what you think, and see how different it is from what we think. Gwen nodded and started talking about her and Cobweb's thoughts. Now there are two Spider-Men, so both Wanda and I can be League of Goddesses. Then I think we should form another League of Spiders. In this way, if there are more and more Spider-Mans in the future, we can also manage and supervise each other. And if there are a lot of Spider-Man in the future, it doesn't matter whether it will be chaos, or it may not be chaos in the city, but the Spider-Mans will definitely be chaos. Gwen said so. Yi already knew what alliance she was referring to as the Spider Alliance. Gwen thought of League of the Spiders. It is a little different from the Spider Alliance that Yi thought about. That is formal. The Spider Alliance that Gwen thinks is that everyone gathers together, consciously abides by the rules, and consciously supervises each other. Then this is definitely not acceptable. Consciously, small groups will be born, and situations such as cover-up and small alliances will appear. The Spider-Man of the definitely multi-universe is basically not like this, but this kind of self-consciousness is actually not very desirable, because as long as there is an emergency, that must have their own ideas. You think this will save the world? I think that would save the world. In the end, everyone is trying to save the world. It turned out to be several factions. Surely not. So Yi tilted his head to Wanda, motioning for her to talk about the plan of the two of them just now. Wanda nodded and started talking. Su's suggestion is a little more rigorous than yours. He wants you to form an independent coalition, not bind with words. And you, the strongest Spider-Man, will be the captain and decide the affairs and development of the alliance, so that Spider-Mans can be bettered. Definitely. In fact, there are no dense rules, just some big rules. And Yi will provide collective accommodation, venues, battlesuit equipment, etc. to the Spider-Man who have no home. But Gwen, you have to take the lead. Wanda finished. Gwen thought about it deeply. The difference between the two is simple. One is a free alliance, without actual constraints. Everyone relies on self-consciousness, and there is no official venue and combination. It's a bit like an organization of scattered people. But the other one is the more official alliance. It has physical constraints and big rules. The homeless can live on official grounds, and there is some governance. Definitely, this management is not a hassle either. It's just for one person to finalize the big event, and this person is Gwen. So it's like the Avengers at the beginning. We are a collective, directed by Nick Fury. Usually each fights on his own, but when the big event comes, he will lead. Everyone can shout, we assemble. This is the benefit of official alliances. Well-organized, cohesive strength. Gwen thought about it seriously. I think Wanda and Yi's plan is better, because your own plan will either go wrong. Accidents are big things. And even if something goes wrong with Wanda and Yi's plan, they can react quickly. And encountered a big crisis, it can also gather strength immediately. Just shout, we unite. Then, the Spider Alliance's plan was finalized. The specific form of private organization of the official alliance is determined. If you have to give an example, it's like the Assassin Brotherhood in Assassin's Creed, a group. It is also a secret organization. The organization does not have densely detailed rules and regulations. There are only a few tenets that must never be violated. Because of the nature of Spider-Man, there's no such thing as petty thugs. But in doing big things, everyone can make mistakes. That's why we need these major principles. This is the same as the creator's rule that Yi set for the shape-shifting King Kong civilization. But Gwen asked a little curiously, then what are you talking about the venue and those random things? Don't worry, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are weekends, enough for us to do it. This matter happened to be stuck on weekends. We all have a lot of time, but today's time has passed a lot. Yi looked at the time. It's 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening. The waists of the two women upstairs in Suai, elbow. Enter the house. Hear this sentence. Gwen suddenly realized something, and took the initiative to take Yi's hand into the room. And Wanda whispered in Yi's ear, After Yi finished listening, he sighed a little regretfully. Why? Because Wanda said she and Gwen's relatives left. That is, Yi can't keep finding another way tonight. Definitely, not that he only likes this. It's just that I haven't tried it before. So now there is something new. This is like an experience card. You can only experience B 5 days a month. Wanda sighed when she saw Yi. She immediately rolled her eyes, and lightly hammered Yi with her fist. Why do you think of strange knowledge every day to trust us? There's no cough. Yi still wanted to quibble, but he had a flash of inspiration, etc. It seems that under normal circumstances, you can go whichever path you want, right? Thinking about it this way, Yi suddenly realized he carried Wanda directly into the house. Wanda panicked immediately. What did you think of? Yi chuckled. It slammed shut. Need to say? My prairie, my horse, I can do whatever I want, even the land is mine, so I can definitely go any way I want. Watch me cross the river. At the same time, deep in the universe, after experiencing a massacre, Thanos' annihilating Zergami quickly returned to its previous 70 to 80% total strength after devouring and multiplying. Looking at his endless Zergami, Thanos nodded in satisfaction. He looks ahead. At the moment in front of him is the Skrull Empire, one of the famous three great empires in the universe. This empire is known for its shape-shifting techniques and high-tech, The entire empire is Skrulls. They are both green-skinned and have big ears, so there are basically no outsiders in this empire. This is very different from Nova Empire. But what might be the same today is they will also be destroyed like the Nova Empire. After taking one last look at the empire, Thanos looked back at the Annihilation Zerg fleet, which he reached out impatiently. They seek to destroy, slaughter. So Thanos has no hesitation. He waved his hand and said lightly, massacre. Next moment, the endless annihilating Zerg fleet begins to fly towards the Skrull Empire. They block out the sun. It blocked the sun of the Skrull Empire. When the people of the Skrull Empire reacted, it's already too late. The endless sea of insects will overwhelm the Skrull Empire. Even if their warships take off, it will also be attacked by dense swarms of insects, then explode on the spot. And what if the Zerg above were killed by the bomb? Dozens of them are killed at most. Hundreds of them. And Thanos' Zerg is attacked by hundreds of thousands, millions. Even the total strength of the Legion before Thanos himself. It's only 100,000 to the end. But these Zerg, that's the real swarm. No, it's the sea. Thanos sits on the flight. He quietly watched the swarms drown the Skrull Empire, then slaughter and devour all the life on it on the spot. And he doesn't even need a command, because he found out Zerg doesn't need a command. You just set a goal. Then they pounce on it, as long as their skin is thick enough and the quantity is sufficient. No civilization can withstand the culling of the Annihilation Zerg. So Thanos knows they are just the first step in conquering this universe by yourself. As for the second step, Thanos looked down at the Infinity Gauntlet in his left hand. There are 5 other free Infinite Gems slots. Collect all Infinite Gems just by using Zerg. So what are these Zergs? The whole universe is his. Thanos has the final say. So the Oblivion Zerg teamed up with Thanos. Both have their own concerns. The Worm King uses Thanos to conquer the universe, so as to find the annihilation center of the universe, and then use the explosion to destroy the entire universe. This way the negative space will expand even further, thus giving birth to more powerful Zerg units, instead of these common Zergs. Same. Thanos also used the annihilating Zerg to conquer the universe. 1 is to let out a bad breath for myself. 2 is to improve their own strength. As long as Thanos owns multiple infinite gems, then everything is up to him. With 2, he has confidence. 4 has 3, he dares to challenge the Annihilation Insect King. With 4, he dared to talk about cooperation with the Insect King. There were 5. And he forced the Insect King to do the heavy lifting. There are 6, and the universe has the final say. Definitely. The premise is that he doesn't know about Su-Yi's existence. Otherwise, if you know, Thanos probably screwed up. Thanos. Horses in the bowl. Hanging. And the other side. That is, within the solar system. At the moment, shapeshifting King Kong's Council of Elders, all the elders including the Twin Dancers and Collector already knew about it. What's up? Nova Empire is gone. Carried by Thanos with a whole new race. Call the Annihilation Zerg to be wiped out. In this raid, let alone 1 out of 10 people who escaped from the Nova Empire, 5 out of 100 were lucky. But even less than 0.50% of people escaped. The entire universe now knows of the Annihilation Zerg's existence. And there are pictures and videos. At the moment, in the Senate, everyone was watching the scene of the Nova Empire being massacred by the Annihilation Swarm led by Thanos. It can be seen in the video. Annihilating swarms have hideous appearance, ugly warships, grotesque shapes, endless, rough skin and thick flesh, etc. They fight without any main guns. It is entirely based on racial characteristics to play the Sea of Worm tactics. Give me a point from the head of the Legion. They pounce on them like madmen. It seems like there is no brain at all. Nor are they afraid of death. Even if he knew that he was beside him after destroying the battleship, he would be killed by the bomb. But they still choose to destroy the battleship. Then blow yourself up too. After watching the video, there was almost no hesitation, and the elders immediately discussed it. They discuss quickly. There is no need to make a sound at all. It is all system communication. Immediately, some voting proposals appeared, and the results of the voting began immediately. Increase the number of offspring of shapeshifting King Kong 1000:0. Building an integral defense system for the solar system 1000:0. Upgrade Legion equipment and heavy weapons 1000:0. Number 2 starport and number 2 shapeshifting King Kong base 1000:0. Soon, almost all proposals for arming, defense, and attack appeared, and quickly passed unanimously. Among them, the one with the largest project, the most consumption, and the most extensive influence is the second one, the Solar System Defense System. This proposal has the most content, and it is probably, except for Mercury, Venus, and the Earth, starting from Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Aquaman, Pluto, Uranus, and the Kuiper Belt all build outposts of the extermination base. Although Pluto is the proposed solar system planet, but it's big enough to build a 4-space outpost. As for Pluto and Pluto, they are all in the Kuiper Belt around Aquaman. This is a ring with 1,000 celestial bodies, so the shape-shifting King Kong doesn't intend to waste them either. The big ones are directly transformed into celestial weapons. The small ones are directly transformed into self-explosive celestial bodies. Everything is waiting for the arrival of the annihilating Zerg. 187. Solar System Defense System. Make over the North Mansion. So from the operation of shape-shifting King Kong. Save people? No, save other civilizations. As for the matter of salvation, to be blunt, the shape-shifting King Kong civilization is not the civilization of the Virgin, let alone the civilization of carbon-based organisms. So for them, the universe has itself and a creator. The other civilizations are gone. Wouldn't the resources be better? The territory of all resource mining areas has been emptied. It was not easy to handle before, and the mining areas occupied by normal civilization are gone. The enemy's territory is gone. So this is equivalent to the whitewashing of the causal part of the universe, no longer painted in their own colors by other civilizations. After that, it's all about shape-shifting King Kong. As for the absence of other civilizations in the universe, the shape-shifting King Kong civilization can't beat the annihilation of the Zerg. In fact, the shape-shifting King Kong civilization has already done a rigorous analysis and evaluation of the major civilizations in the universe. And this crisis does not look at the quality of civilization, upbringing, good or evil. Just look at the combat power and strength of civilization. So according to shape-shifting King Kong's combat power rating for other civilizations, gone and gone. And for now, the shape-shifting King Kong civilization can't win against the invasion of alien species. Then other civilizations combined will definitely not be able to beat it. So save it. That's all. If Tony came to watch one more time, he'd find out the productivity and construction speed of shape-shifting King Kong have been greatly improved, and the total amount exceeds the production of the entire Earth, and it is still going up according to the magnification of several times. Its purpose is also very simple: build the solar system into an indestructible and invincible galaxy. At the same time, there's a man who can't sleep in New York. She is now sleeping in a corset without even changing it. She was lying on the bed she had laid down for the first time, a little sleepy, but not much, and very excited. She put her hands behind her head and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling. She is Cobweb. Her real name is Cindy Moon. She hasn't even been Spider-Man for 3 months. That is, she just became a Spider-Man in her own world, and came to this universe without any plot happening. Then you will see a whole new worldview. How to say, very exciting. Thinking that I almost kissed a girl forcibly during the day. Thinking that I actually told a boy I met for the first time that he was my ideal type, and I said it face to face in front of the target. This is not a provocation. What is this? If someone didn't beat him to death, he would have a good temper. Well, one thought here. Cobweb put the quilt over his face in embarrassment. It's so embarrassing. How do you act like a poor kid? If we meet again tomorrow, we must speak and greet each other well, and cultivate ourselves. But she couldn't help it when she saw Gwen. Woo. Cobweb felt embarrassed again. What a shame. Ashamed of being a Spider-Man. I can no longer control myself. Others may call her sheepixia. Be sure to hold back. I still have a bright future. This city is still waiting to be guarded by yourself. Wait until the Spider League is formed. She's one of the first batch. When I think about it, there will be other Spider-Mans of the same kind in the future, and I already have a similar one. Cobweb instantly felt that he was not alone. You must know that she was an orphan in the original universe. A normal Spider-Man family has parents. Even if the parents are gone, uncle is still there. But Cobweb is all gone. Compared to the original universe, in this universe, there are Spider League and Spider-Gwen. So Cobweb is full of hope for the future. Utilda. Just think about it. Cobweb also fell asleep unknowingly. The next day, following Su-Yi's awakening, he didn't get up. Anyway, it's a weekend. How can you call it a weekend if you don't sleep on the bed? So he played with his phone on the bed for a while. For example, brush TikTok or something. As a result, he saw the video of yesterday's battle between Cobweb and Rhino. And it says below the video, Number 1, New Spider-Man vs. Rhino Warrior. This means that the number 1 hotspot right now is this. So you looked at other heats again. Number 2, Spider-Man. As expected, yesterday's events had a big impact. Inside the top 10 hotspots 4 are all about Gwen and Cobweb. Su-Yi randomly clicked on a few videos to watch. On screen. First, Cobweb and Rhino fight. The two fought for a while, the police came, and then they fought for a while. Gwen showed up. Gwen beheaded the rhinoceros with a sword. Then Gwen appeared in front of the new Spider-Man in an instant. Then took away the new Spider-Man. Well, the picture is here. Depending on the photographer, the angles of each video are also different. There are side ones, back ones, corner ones. There are several versions. There are really any angles, and the comment section is also very powerful. Water made to Spider-Man. What does this mean? There will be few bad guys in the city in the future? My god, the new Spider-Man is so beautiful. She showed her forehead and eyes. So pretty. Both Spider-Mans are good looking, although Miss Spider is not sure, but they must be good looking too. Yay, sorry, I'm sorry to bother you, although Spider-Man saved everyone. Didn't you realize that they caused more damage? Reply, are you an idiot? Your horse must have been ridden. If there is no Spider-Man, do you think the New York police can solve this crisis? Reply, oh everyone, come and see this head, it's empty. Well, damn it, who do you think will cause more damage when the army arrives? When the army arrives, the building will be blown up for you. Reply, yes, reference when Hulk first appeared, schools and buildings were all demolished, as were squares and parks. See last reply. Suyi couldn't help laughing out loud. How could Hulk be whipped to death here? Hulk was fighting an abomination. The entire street in New York was blown up. This is remembered by too many people. So far, the most damaging to New York was the Chitauri civilization invasion. But the second biggest is the Hulk fighting the abomination. That's why Banner is remembered until now. How miserable, ha ha ha. Suyi couldn't help but smile. It also made Gwen wake up first. In fact, after knowing that I have something to do today, Suyi didn't bother the two of them much last night. The horse charm was only used once. It's like having fun. Wait until Gwen wakes up. She opened her bewildered eyes. After finding Suyi by his side, she resolutely stepped forward and hugged Suyi tightly. Then put your legs against your legs, touch your body with your hands, and rub your face against your chest. This set can be regarded as perfect for her. Completely unconscious action. There is no accumulation of experience. It simply cannot be done. Gwen rubbed up and down. She closed her eyes for a while, then leaned against Suyi's armpit to watch Suyi play with her phone. But after seeing the content, Gwen suddenly said in a little surprise, "It's on the news again." Sure enough, Spider-Man has to be managed by an alliance, otherwise the heat will be so great, and if something goes wrong, all Spider-Man will suffer. Suyi nodded. That's right. Since everyone is Spider-Man, then everyone is a group. If one Spider-Man does something wrong, it is inevitable that other Spider-Man will be criticized as well. This is the same as the Avengers Alliance was scolded before. It's all the same, so it has to be managed well. Now that we have mentioned this matter, Gwen still couldn't help asking curiously, then where is the base of our Spider Alliance? Yes, the base actually matters. If everyone lives in the base at ordinary times, it had better be a place that is not easy to find. At the same time, it should be convenient. You can't just pick a suburb and settle on it. Otherwise, Spider-Man is flying over the wall. If the average house is no more than 3 floors, then flying over the eaves is a hammer, so Spider-Man can live at the top. At the same time, it is even more difficult to make high-level bases. If there are many people, Spider-Men are at risk of revealing their secrets. It is impossible to have few people. It has to be in the city. So it may be a bit difficult to choose a base for Spider-Man's. Gwen was already thinking, which of the buildings I have climbed before feels better. Gwen thought about it for a long time. As a result, Suyi sneakily squeezed her cherry and said with a smile, "Don't you think our building is very nice?" Gwen shuddered at first. She quickly pushed away Suyi's mischievous hand. "Then I found out after thinking about it. It really is. I have been in and out of this building several times. Don't say it too easily. If you really use this as a base, seems like the best place in all of New York." Then Suyi continued, "My plan is to buy the building and turn the top floors into our base. The topmost floor is currently our home. The penultimate floor is currently my office. The penultimate floor, independent dormitory apartments and public areas of the base. The fourth to last floor is the training area and entertainment area of the base, and I just have Tony's gravity room in my hand. The penultimate floor, base meeting room and study room, etc. So I plan to buy the entire northern building, and then keep all the last 10 floors for myself, and install independent elevators and internal secret passages. Other floors are used to disguise the normal operation of the building. Definitely, if I use magic to shield the upper perception, there will be no problem." Hearing Suyi's thoughts, Gwen's eyes grew. "Where is the idea?" "This is already a complete plan implementation document. Every floor is organized. In this case, the base problem has been completely solved." Here. Gwen immediately continued to ask with great interest. "Then what about the battle suit you mentioned, and the equipment? How to solve this? Isn't that simple?" Suyi smiled slightly. "I got a Dinah Rice battlesuit printer. Your battlesuit style is up to you, as long as it's a spider battlesuit. It's not fixed. At that time, you will finalize an alliance icon by yourself. Then stipulate that this icon must be in a conspicuous position, so that citizens can know the difference between the Alliance Spider-Man and the new Spider-Man in the future. Nano battlesuit. This point is not difficult. They don't need Tony's nano armor battlesuit. They only need a metal nano battlesuit like the little Spider-Man in the Avengers Alliance. A certain degree of defense and environmental adaptability will do. The most important thing is to be flexible." And Gwen became more and more excited after hearing this. She thought it would take a long time to finalize this plan. In the end, I didn't expect that Suyi could think of the perfect planning steps just by thinking about it casually. North building base, custom style nano battlesuit, but must have an alliance icon, alliance management and so on and so forth. "This is great Tilda." Gwen cheered. She threw herself on Suyi's body. Then he started kissing Suyi madly. "Mew Tilda exclamation mark, Mew Tilda exclamation mark, Mew Tilda." The sound was endless and rattling. Also woke up Wanda. On the side, Wanda gradually woke up. She looked at Suyi and Gwen. "I thought that the two of them would do morning exercises early in the morning. Fortunately not so." Wanda also breathed a sigh of relief, stretched her waist and said, "What are you talking about, Gwen? So happy." Gwen took several sips before letting go of Suyi. "Sue has already thought up everything about the Spider Alliance base and the plan. He's too smart. It's all over in one go." "Huh?" Wanda was immediately curious when she heard it. "What is the detailed plan? Tell me." "Let me tell you." So Gwen immediately told Wanda the detailed plan. Tsuyu looked a little strangely from the side. For him, his brain and mind are unlimited. When you know something, it is basically an instant for him to make a plan. It can be said that the most powerful computer in the world is not as fast as Tsuyu's mental calculation. So this is for him, very simple. But for Gwen and Wanda, this is outrageous. No, very outrageous. After Gwen finished speaking, Wanda thought for a while, and then realized with a flash of light in her eyes, this is really cool. This way Gwen can better lead the Spider League. If she encounters something she can't handle well, she can immediately wipe your ass with you. Wanda said so. Crack tilde. Gwen immediately slapped Wanda across the face. Can you put it more nicely, Wanda? It's called life coaching. Wanda gets slapped by Gwen. She immediately shrank behind Tsuyu, pressed the grapefruit on Tsuyu's back and said, that's right, you still don't admit it. You knew Ozawa is good. Gwen made a gesture to pounce on him. Tsuyu helplessly pushed the two of them down, and then the guest came and said helplessly, okay, stop playing and start acting. We only have 2 days, get it done early, and next Monday we have to send Gwen to college. Ah yes, and this thing. Wanda laughed after hearing this. Wanda goes to college, so there's no time to pester her. You really want to fight, Wanda? Seeing that the two were about to fight close to each other again, Tsuyu had no choice but to show Shang Fang's sword. The two girls immediately and honestly began to put on their own clothes. Wanda is even more direct with a wave of magic. Dress up in a second. Next, the three of them finished washing, then finished breakfast. Tsuyu first took his two daughters to buy the northern building. This is very simple, a matter of words. Tsuyu didn't even need to run, including real estate, buildings, and property taxes. Soon this building will belong to Tsuyu. Remember Avengers? Age of Ultron. Tony's anti-Hulk armor knocked down a building while fighting the Hulk. It took Tony a few seconds to buy the building. Tsuyu said a word. It was only an hour or two. Definitely, if you use ability, it will be an instant thing. Immediately afterwards, the first step is to buy the building. The second step is to transform the building. Go to the penultimate layer first. It is prepared as a separate dormitory apartment area and living area. The northern building has 2.5 floors. No, 2,500 square meters, and each floor is about 4 meters high. 2,500 square meters. If a dormitory apartment is 100 square meters, that can make 25 large apartments. A Spider-Man lives, probably 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen, 1 balcony and so on. A total of 100 of these is enough. Otherwise, in a place where the shared area is considered, 100 square meters is just a big second room or a small third room. But here is only 1 room. Enough. So as soon as Tsuyu snapped his fingers, 10 rooms leaning against the wall and all with super large French windows at 90 degrees appeared in an instant. 188. Spider Alliance-based renovation. Cobweb's Gossip. An independent apartment of 100 square meters. 10 of these independent apartments. The first floor of 2,500 square meters only used 1,000 square meters. And each independent apartment has a complete side of giant floor-to-ceiling windows. At the same time, Tsuyu cast magic on the floor-to-ceiling windows. As long as you are the owner of the house, you can automatically open a small invisible window and enter directly. This makes it easier for Spider-Mans to get in and out by themselves. However, Tsuyu did not create furniture. He turned to Gwen and Wanda and said, furniture and equipment, Gwen, you can choose to buy it yourself or ask Quankta to help you create it. I will organize the overall framework, and you will decide the details. For Tsuyu, the frame is the expression of his creativity. The details are troublesome. Girls, on the other hand, like these details and furniture, so let Gwen and Wanda fix it. Good. The results are also obvious. Gwen and Wanda are very excited about this. The details of the entire base are built and arranged by them, and without worrying about money and speed. This is too cool. Next, independent apartment. After planning, Tsuyu waved his hand again, and the area outside the apartment began to be replanned immediately. They are public rest area, large living room and so on. In the middle is the aisle. On the left you can watch TV, play games, and read comic books. And on the right there are restaurants, refrigerators, equipment, etc. In short, it didn't take a few minutes. Everything that should be done will be done. As for decoration, Tsuyu snapped his fingers and it was done together. Now just fill it with stuff. How about it? After finishing the base of the accommodation area, Tsuyu patted it. Gwen and Wanda take a look at the main frame. I have already thought of what to put here and there in my mind. Very good. Super invincible taping. Gwen looked around. There are large floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides. It's wide in the middle. It's really cool. Then let's go. Now that this layer has been done, Tsuyu waved his hand. There are still 3 floors to be done. I will finish it soon, and you can fill it with furniture in the afternoon. Let's go. Gwen followed Tsuyu closely. Next, the 4th floor from the bottom. Tsuyu transformed it into a training area as he said. Definitely. 2,500 square meters cannot be all exercise areas. 1,000 square meters is already a very large exercise area. And in the remaining area, there is also the gravity chamber that Tsuyu asked Tony to build. Got this thing a long time ago, but never had a chance to use it. But now it does. What about a large area? After thinking about it, Suyi added a 500 square meter swimming pool and some public rest areas. That's just fine. After thinking about it, Suyi snapped his fingers 310 times. Crack. For a moment, the entire 2,500 square meter space was formed at a speed visible to the naked eye based on Suyi's ideas. And this time building and the gym facilities are all super high spec, so that the weight is always 2.5 tons, half a ton, 1 ton, or even a few tons. So the metals to be used are all specially made by Suyi. At the same time, the gravity of the gravity chamber is added. Suyi still needs to use Phoenix Force to strengthen the building. Otherwise so much weight on the floor. There are no magic strengthening words. The building probably collapsed immediately. Then there is the swimming pool and water. There is also a recreation area. Wait until everything is done. Wow. Gwen looked at Suyi with stars in his eyes full of worship. With a wave of hands, thousands of things take shape. This is a miracle. Wanda looked at these things and said, I've been wanting to try it out. Suyi smiled when he heard it. You cannot. You may look at these machines as normal, but in fact they all start with a few hundred kilograms, and the strength of the Spider-Man is calculated in tons, so the dumbbells of several hundred kilograms are all warm-up sets. Several hundred kilograms, warm-up group. This is equivalent to the weight of the strongest weightlifter on the planet, or Hercules. Just a warm-up weight for the Spider-Mans. Remember the Winter Soldier who knocked Captain America back with one punch? Yes, that vibranium arm. That arm could knock Captain America back several steps with one punch. But it can be easily caught by Spider-Man with a slap. This is the gap. In the Marvel Universe, the power of genetic mutation is too powerful. That's why there is a saying that the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation. Next, finish the penultimate layer. There are also conference rooms and study rooms on the penultimate 5th floor. This is the easiest layer. Suyi waved his hand. A large round table appeared, and there are 12 high-backed chairs around the round table. At the same time the tabletop of the round table. Also a big spider logo. See here. Gwen was taken aback suddenly, and her eyes lit up at the same time. Suyi, let's use this as the logo of our Spider Alliance. What? It's the spider pattern on the desktop. Wanda looked after hearing it. On the desktop, an icon of a Marvel spider appears on top, and the front of the spider icon refers to the innermost and highest position of the round table. This icon was made by Suyi based on his memory. In the movies he watched, Spider-Man's logo is this. Also, Suyi nodded, and Wanda looked at the conference room and asked curiously, I always feel like I've seen this picture before. It's right to see it. Suyi smiled. I copied the idea of the Knights of the Round Table. Do you understand the Knights of the Round Table? Just move it over and use it. This is not high. When Wanda heard this sentence, she really couldn't hold back Suyi's frank admission. Then, Suyi waved again. Outside the meeting room, there is also a study room in the library. There is also an equipment room for nano battlesuit printers. There are other 7s and 8s. Anyway, the penultimate layer is also filled. Stop here. The main body of the 3 layers is all done. It was left to Gwen and Wanda to figure out how to figure out the details. As for the remaining 5 floors, they are left empty. Let's talk about it later when we want to develop it. Anyway, there is no rush. Suyi looked at the time. It's already past 11 o'clock noon. Eat? Suyi suggested. Gwen thought for a while. Call Cobweb. She's alone. Let her get to know Wanda too. Yes, Wanda agreed. We need to know each other in the future. Call Cobweb. Let's have a meal outside. Suyi thought for a while. No problem. So he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Crack. Next moment, the 3 appeared outside Cobweb's makeshift room. Gwen stepped forward and knocked on the door. Cindy, are you home? 2 seconds passed. There was a light jumping sound. Then the door was suddenly opened. Sorry, Gwen, I just woke up and you. Speaking of which, only then did Cobweb discover that there were Suyi and Wanda behind Gwen. She couldn't help touching her face. No mask. Cobweb immediately got scared and wanted to go back to get it. As a result, Gwen waved his hand and said helplessly, Wanda is our companion. Before you came, we were called the Goddess Alliance by the townspeople. Hear Gwen's words. Cobweb stopped, turned around, then nodded towards Wanda and said, Hi, my name is Cindy Moon. Wanda also introduced herself to her. After the two chatted for a while, Gwen said, Cindy, have you had lunch? If you haven't, let's go together and talk about Spider League by the way. No, sorry, I couldn't sleep last night. I just woke up now. Cindy smoothed her hair awkwardly. Then react according to the feel. It's over, my hair is all messed up. Wait for me to download, and it will be fine soon. Watching Cindy suddenly run back, Gwen froze. She looked at Suyi. I thought she would be a very cold Spider-Man. Wanda nodded. Me too. I have to say, Cobweb's eyes, figure, face, and temperament. Suyi also thought that she would be a cold person at first, but did not expect. This is not cold, or she was only a little more active with her own group of people. Outsider or cold? All right. Anyway, Spider-Man's character seems to be quite out of the ordinary. After a while, Cobweb came back after brushing his hair. It's just that she looked at her identity clothes and wondered. I'm like this, I can't go out. She was wearing a spider battle suit at the moment. If you go out, it will be a mess. So you looked at Wanda. Wanda stepped forward knowingly. Then he moved his fingers in front of Cobweb. Next moment, scarlet energy blows over Cobweb's body like the wind. Immediately afterwards, the clothes on Cobweb changed directly from a battlesuit to sports, jeans, t-shirt plus small jacket. Cobweb stared at himself for a moment. She looked at Wanda again in surprise. Cool tilde. Is this magic? Yes. Wanda withdrew her hand and walked towards Suyi's side. But Cobweb thought about it and asked again. Then what about my battlesuit? It's gone. I've made that battlesuit myself for a long time. Gwen patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry, the Spider Alliance's base suit has been completed. You can move tonight. I will stay there with you for a few days. At the same time, there is a fitness center, there is a place to study, and there is a high-tech battlesuit that will make you more flexible, more resilient, and breathe even in the universe. Gwen spoke too quickly. Cobweb was taken aback after hearing this, and then said in surprise, we just talked about it last night. Is it okay now? Definitely. Gwen smiled proudly. Su is Kamada. It's God. Oh no, stronger than God. Wow, Cobweb exclaimed. As a result, Gwen's various performances yesterday afternoon and the situation where ability, opinions all look at Suyi down. When Cobweb looked at Suyi again, there was already a bit of respect in his eyes. She has already distinguished the file-size king. It turns out that this is the king. Next, Suyi took the three daughters to a relatively remote and quiet restaurant for lunch. After the four arrived, Suyi thought for a while. Should we prepare a bigger car? Otherwise, as long as there are more than two people, Yi and me will definitely not be able to sit down. Wanda thought for a moment and agreed. It's time to prepare a big car, Gwen suggested. Or, it's okay to prepare a few more cars? Suyi thought for a while. Then prepare a few more cars, more people may drive them in the future. Cobweb listens to everyone's conversations. It also feels strange inside. Mansion, alliance, car, house, apartment. These various elements add up. It feels more and more like home. Waited until the restaurant. Suyi ordered Gwen and Wanda and their favorite main course. Then tell Cobweb the menu. Just order some, or order some side dishes. Cobweb was embarrassed to order. But after hearing what Suyi said, she took the menu and ordered one. But that's what Suyi meant. How to say it should make people feel a sense of participation and presence. Even if it's just one. Cobweb doesn't feel like an outsider either. Wait until she joins the Spider League. Then she and Gwen are very close. If she had a good relationship with Gwen, she would still listen to Gwen. Then it is half relationship with Suyi. It is equivalent to those two younger brothers of Hala. Are you saying there is a direct relationship? Number. Suyi can completely ignore them, and it doesn't affect him. But if you encounter something, you can solve it by yourself. Then he can also make a move. Anyway, it doesn't affect directly. No cost itself. So, he is not a cold-blooded person. He is a rational person, a normal person, without great ideals and lofty compulsions. He can chat with a homeless and buy him a piece of bread. By the way, he can also chat with the president of a country, even the gods and so on. As long as the other party is also a normal person, just don't make him feel uncomfortable. That's it. That's all. After a while, lunch was brought up by the waiter, so the four of them started talking while eating. Gwen also took the opportunity of the meal to talk to Cobweb about the Spider Alliance's future plans and alliance rules. It probably means what this alliance is for, what is its significance, what are its benefits, and so on. Cobweb also listened carefully. Only, during the chat, she occasionally looked at Suyi and Wanda. Why? Because while she was chatting with Gwen, Suyi was also chatting with Wanda without saying a word. And Wanda will bring food to Suyi, or feed it directly to Suyi. If only there was some sauce on the corner of Suyi's mouth. Wanda also took out a tissue to help Suyi wipe it. It can be said to be very caring. Everyone who watched Cobweb was envious. This is not a partner. This is her mother who is happy to die. But the problem is this. Suyi, isn't he Gwen's partner? That's how it was when I saw you that day. But now How and Wanda are also very close. The main thing is, Gwen obviously saw it and knew it, but she didn't care. Sometimes she even asked Suyi to feed herself 2 pieces of meat. Etc. Cobweb suddenly figured it out. League of Goddesses. Gwen and Wanda are together. They even live together. And when I came at noon, I said something similar. That is to say, OMG. Cobweb was shocked. But while she was shocked, she was also full of interest in eating melons. For example, what happened to Gwen, Wanda, and Suyi? How did they know each other? What does this process look like? How did you agree in the end? Now, Cobweb's heart is completely a girl's normal heart. That is, I want to eat melon. What the hell is going on here? Cobweb was shocked. Also chatting normally with Gwen. After a while, Gwen asked at last, Cindy, what do you think of this league? I feel fine. Cobweb nodded sharply. Really? Gwen delighted. Really? Cobweb nodded with certainty. There is a base, an independent apartment, a fitness center, an alliance of the same kind, friends, and melons to eat. If she doesn't join, what else can she do? Looking for a small room to hide in? How boring. Great tilde. Hearing that Cobweb agreed immediately, Gwen extended her palm in welcome. Welcome to the big family of Spider Alliance. You are the first to join, but I don't think it should be the second. Look at the palm in front of you. Cobweb raised his hand and took a picture. Snapped Tilda. Well, she also nodded and said, we will definitely have many friends, and it will help the whole city. Right. 189. Spider-Man Cobweb home. Gwen recalls the past. With the lunchtime, Suyi chatted with Wanda. Gwen had already made Cobweb join the Spider League. Oh no, it's not actually a spider joining. Instead, Cobweb had already told Gwen about the Spider Alliance's proposal. It's just that Gwen took the proposal to a level that Cobweb never thought possible. She thought so yesterday. It's like a self-organizing coalition. Everyone gets together verbally, but not living together. There will be no such official form. But what happened today really shocked her. This is not a casual talk. Gwen takes the Spider Alliance even further. Last night, the two were just the first step in thinking, and after Gwen went home, her man is ready for the third step, and even the fifth step. It's outrageous and shocking. This might be the pattern. Cobweb suddenly realized. He is nothing more than a Spider-Man who hasn't even been around for 3 months. So think very simple. Nothing more than home, and fighting urban crime. And after Gwen went back for a trip, the future has been considered. There is indeed a gap, but it does not matter. She'll be running after it. We finished our lunch. Everyone has nothing to do, so Gwen invited Cobweb directly. Let's go straight to the base and see how you want your room to be furnished, and we'll get it right today. Cobweb nodded in agreement, but still asked suspiciously, what about you, or what about you, where do you live? Gwen heard this. Hear the loneliness in the words again. She looked at Suyi and Wanda, then smiled at Cobweb. Our base is in Sue's datong. Although I live on the top floor with Sue and Wanda, I will also get a room for me, and then we will stay for a few days before talking. I heard that everyone lives in the same building. Cobweb immediately felt a sense of security. Speak the truth. You suddenly come to a universe, live in a strange house. The room is very big. Even if you are very adaptable. But will you be at ease? Impossible. If it is possible, you can try to lose a penny in a completely strange city. This is still number 1. The second stage is to go to a strange country, where you don't even understand the language, but everyone is human. The third level is the alien civilization. If you don't know anything, you can't feel safe at all. Fear comes from the unknown, insecurity also comes from not knowing, but the grouping among the same kind. That's a little bit of a sense of security. Why did Gwen say that just now? Because she's experienced it before. Next, Suyi settled the bill and paid some tips. The waiter respectfully sent them to the door. Suyi stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Crack. Next moment, the 4 disappeared instantly. The waiter was taken aback for a moment. Then I quickly forgot about it and went back to clearing the dishes. After returning to the northern building, the 4 first arrived at the penultimate floor. As soon as you enter the door, when Cobweb saw the swimming pool and exercise equipment, he was stunned. At the same time, he couldn't help but inhale. How about it? Gwen smiled happily. Going to try? Cobweb nodded. The two came to the dumbbell machine. Cobweb does not know which one to choose. Gwen reminded. These instruments are all different. I suggest you try the smallest one first. Smallest try? Cobweb was puzzled at first, because even if she has only mutated for 3 months, Cobweb knows how strong she is. Yesterday's Rhino was just an exception. If not, she can lift a car. But after seeing Gwen's smiling expression, Cobweb reacted immediately. These instruments, are they different? Gwen didn't answer, just gestured with his eyes. Cobweb nodded and walked over to the smallest dumbbell. Then reach out and hold it, and slowly pick it up. Wow, Tilda. Cobweb was shocked. She could feel that this dumbbell was actually very heavy. It's just not too heavy for them. But in normal circumstances it's already outrageous. How much does this weigh? Cobweb asked. Gwen looked at the dumbbells. That says it. Cobweb opened his hand and took a look. It is clearly written on the grip bar of the dumbbell. 0.2 t. 0.2 t? Cobweb was surprised again. The unit of t is ton. That 0.2 tons is equivalent to 200 kilograms. Such a small dumbbell. 200 kilograms. Quickly 450 pounds. Is this changed by magic? Cobweb couldn't help asking again. No. Wanda on the side shook her head. This is made of special metal by Sue, specially made for the Spider-Men of the Spider Alliance. Cobweb was taken aback. Then he immediately thanked Suyi. Thank you. You're welcome. I understand you. Understand us? Cobweb was puzzled at first. Then it dawned on me when I saw Gwen. That is to say, Suyi knew the former Gwen. It also shows that Gwen's previous strength was similar to his own. Then it can be so strong now. And it's normal for Suyi to understand Spider-Man. In the official Marvel ratings, Spider-Man's power level is 4. The ultimate strength is about 25 tons. But that's not the limit. The real limit is in the comics. Spider-Man has also done the weight of carrying an aeroplane. And that's just the limit of common Spider-Man. If the Venom Spider-Man or Mutant Spider-Man can be stronger. At the moment Cobweb took a look at other dumbbells and machines, and all focus on weight. Result. On the dumbbell side, 0.2 t, 0.37, 0.4, 0.57. All the way to 1 t. That is to say, the dumbbells have reached the ton level, and the barbell over there, and other equipment are even more awesome. The barbell is only 0.5 t, 1 t, 2 t, 3T. Other high-gravity equipment even has 5T. This is equivalent to picking up a large SUV as a tool. If you add 2, easily reach the limit of your workout. If you want to challenge the limit, well, there are more than 10 over there. After reading it, Cobweb can only say that it is terrifying. She tried the instrument a little, just said to Gwen, "This is already satisfactory and cannot be more satisfactory." "That's good." Gwen smiled, turned and said, "Let's go. There is still a lot to see. Let's finish it early, then we can go to decorate the house, and we have to live in it tonight." Next, the 4 of them also looked at the swimming pool. Cobweb looked at the stars. Floor-to-ceiling swimming pool. This is too cool. Then the 4 of them went to see the accommodation area on the third-to-last floor, or the living floor. The living floor has entertainment areas, public restaurants, and public supplies, all of which are large and spacious. And the entertainment circle went according to plan. Game consoles, big TVs, and more. This gave Cobweb eyes full of stars, because these are for her. All things that have never been touched. Didn't I say it before? Cobweb is miserable in her universe, an orphan. Don't talk about Aunt May. No family, let alone things to play with. And what Gwen is showing now is something she has never experienced before. Finally, look at the independent apartment. 100 square meters. The room planning is completed, and the walls are all good, including things like water and electricity. Just fill it with stuff and you're ready to live. Cobweb's eyes are full of stars again. So dreamy. Cobweb can't believe it. She turned her head and looked around. Is this real? Definitely is true. Gwen waved her hand in front of her eyes. We are the Spider League. We must do our best. If good deeds are not rewarded and enjoyed, how many people can do good deeds without asking for rewards? And our life is not brought about by doing good deeds. Strictly speaking, we still give for nothing without asking for anything in return. After Cobweb listened, she nodded in agreement. I don't ask for any big rewards. I just want to have a home and life, and that's enough. Fighting urban crime. I just don't want my ability to be wasted, and I don't want to see that I have ability but do nothing. Gwen agrees. She held out her palm. Now it's right. Hearing this sentence, Cobweb raised his head and looked at Gwen. After thinking about it, her eyes became firmer. Then he clapped his hands hard. Now it's right. And the other side. Watch the high fives between Gwen and Cobweb. Suyi and Wanda looked at each other and smiled silently. That's it. This spider alliance is dispensable to Suyi. But it was an important opportunity for Gwen. Even if it only develops on Earth in the future, as long as there is really a Spider-Man coming to this universe later, then there is a 9.5% chance that she will be absorbed into the Spider League. And the Spider League is now in charge of Gwen. At that time, no matter what, this is all Gwen's team. It was also introduced as a subsidiary force of Suyi, or an assistant or something. See here. Suyi waved his hand and said, then I'll go up first. If you need it, call Wanda. You don't need to buy furniture. You can draw the blueprints yourself, and then ask Wanda to make solid wood furniture for you. Solid wood furniture is precious, and manual and artificial things. It is not only expensive in the previous country of Suai, more expensive here in the United States. And it's far from as good looking as Wanda made it. Yeah. Cobweb and Gwen nodded. After seeing the two women nodding, Suyi was ready to leave first. But before leaving, Suyi looked at the floor and thought about it. He reached out and snapped his fingers. Then a hole with a diameter of 10 meters appeared in the center of the penultimate 5th floor, 4th floor, and 3rd floor. This hole makes the 3 layers 3, 4, and 5 the same. Suyi also smiled and said, asking for flowers. This seems to be more in line with the spider's ability. Which door to go? Gwen's eyes lit up when he saw it. That's right. Let's go to the next 2 floors in the future. Just jump down. And jump up as well. 1 floor is only 4 meters. This shouldn't be too easy for Spider-Man. After finishing these, Suyi turned around and went upstairs. And Cobweb looked at Suyi's back and said in shock, Gwen, he knows Spider-Man too well. Gwen was taken aback. She looked at the back of Suyi who disappeared last. Recall the past time. Finally Gwen nodded. Maybe we don't necessarily understand ourselves, but Suyi does understand us. Remember the past. Suyi can always enlighten himself when he is most confused. Thinking about it. If there is no Suyi, does she not know what state she will be in now? Probably also confused. But in the comics, Gwen is really confused. Or to be precise, he was so confused. In the comics, after Gwen obtained Spider-Man's ability, she didn't say anything about fighting crime in the city. Instead, I squatted at home for 2 full years. Yes, 2 years. Squat at home 2 years. Then go out and fight crime. You say outrageous is not outrageous. And seeing Gwen's recalled look, Cobweb also immediately asked curiously, how did you and Sue meet in the first place? Bring up the past. Gwen was also kind enough to share with Cobweb. Also Wanda is on the side. She was also very curious about what happened to Gwen and Suyi while meeting her. So the 3 of them came to the sofa in the entertainment industry and sat down. 0. Gwen said this. The first time I met Suyi was at the medical exchange meeting. He got off with the current Supreme Mage Steven. Back then he and Steven were so famous, everyone surrounded him. But in the vast crowd, we actually looked at each other, and the story unfolded after that glance. Gwen just said a beginning. Cobweb and Wanda began to listen attentively. See Gwen pause. Cobweb said impatiently, "What's next?" "Hurry up, Gwen." Wanda also nodded quickly. "It seems, no matter which country, women like to eat melons and gossip. If the person who eats melons and gossips lives by himself, that's top quack. Don't worry, then I'll finish quickly. We're going home." Gwen cleared her throat. Then I sorted it out and started talking. Afterwards, there was a banquet. After a trance, I found that Su-Yi was by my side at that time, so I boldly went to Tanshi. "Oh Tilda." Cobweb was very excited when he heard this. "You took the initiative, Tilda?" "Yes," Gwen admitted generously. "About the active relationship between men and women, although it is better for men to take the initiative in the West, when girls meet a boy they like, they will be more proactive than girls in other countries. There is no such thing as active being the loser here. Love as you like." So Gwen admitted generously. "Please, Su is so handsome, with abilities and talents. I didn't have anything at that time. If I didn't take the initiative, should I wait for him to be invited by other girls?" Cobweb thought. "You're right, Gwen." Wanda also agreed. "If it were me, I would definitely take the initiative." "That's right." Gwen raised her chin proudly. "It's an idiot not to take the initiative. What if Su-Yi is pulled away by another woman? Then she has no place to cry." "Only they don't know." Su-Yi had already told Steven, "Like is like, love is love." Su-Yi has long recognized these beautiful superheroes. As for the other women, what 3 melons and 2 dates? Su-Yi is not rare at all. He only wants a female superhero. Then Gwen continued. "After that, we got to know each other. We chatted for a long time. Su was always very kind. Even though I asked many other things, he kept chatting with me." Cobweb sat cross-legged on the sofa, nodding his head while listening. Wanda also sat down, crossed her legs, and listened quietly with one hand resting on her knee and chin. "The above is the first meeting. Su also gave me his business card, but when we met for the second time, I was already bitten by that spider and it was time after I mutated." Cobweb immediately became nervous when he heard this. She has been through the same experience. So now the sense of substitution is very strong, as if Gwen is himself. Gwen continued. "At that time, I was very confused and didn't know what to do. Then I remembered my business card and went to find Su-Yi." Speaking of this, Lu Wen couldn't help laughing. "Su's enlightenment fee is really expensive, but luckily I saved a lot of pocket money at the time. And then he was the one who enlightened me. I used a friend as an excuse at the time." Thinking about it now, Su actually noticed it at a glance, but he didn't say anything. "And I thought my acting skills were really good, ha ha ha." 190. Steven's future picture. Tony's worry and determination. Gwen talked about it. It was embarrassing and funny. In the past, in retrospect, a person was able to pick his toes. But now everyone listens together. Not only was Gwen not embarrassed, still have a feeling of happiness. This may be the happiness of exclusive memories. Although at the moment Cobweb and Wanda couldn't help laughing, the eyes of both of them were indeed full of envy. Why? Because Su-Yi didn't tear it down. Even up to now he hasn't demolished the house. And he talked so much with Gwen very kindly. "What is it called?" "This is pet." At that time, I would definitely feel ashamed. But now, there is only a happy smile. Then Gwen continued. "After that, things developed quickly. After Su's enlightenment, I began to face up to my ability. From time to time, I went to the city to fight crimes, and later found that I was very happy, so I continued to do so. At the same time, I still went to look for Su from time to time. This way, and after some big events, we made it tacitly." Hearing this, Cobweb was very excited. "Have you always taken the initiative? Are you so brave?" When Gwen heard this, he patted his chest immediately. "I'm super brave, okay?" Later it was me who watched it. And then I felt that the time had come. It was I who took the initiative to find Su, and then took the initiative to expose my identity to him. So far, Su is the only one who really made me take the initiative to expose. Cobweb was very envious. "It's so romantic." As she listened, she clenched her hands tightly. The sense of substitution is too strong. "I'm so nervous." Even more nervous than when she beat Trino. And Wanda nodded from time to time while listening. She and Gwen are in some ways the same, but in others they are different. But let her have a sense of substitution. That's when there's a big event. Thinking of the first time the 590 encountered a group of rats. They were afraid. It was Sula who encouraged himself with his own hands. I remembered meeting the lizardman later. There are also mutants and so on. It was Su-Yi who led her to progress and grow step by step. That's why she is who she is today. If there is no Su-Yi, she didn't even know what she would be like now. Probably an ugly duckling. And Cobweb saw the reminiscing look on Wanda's face. She knew right away that Wanda had a story on her mind too. So Cobweb immediately invited. "Wanda, tell me too." "That's right." Gwen immediately agreed. "I've said it all. It's your turn to say." Wanda, who doesn't want to know what they're curious about? Gwen would love to. Wanda looked at the two people who were staring at her closely, and she knew that it would be impossible if she didn't talk about it today. Okay, I said, "but let's get some drinks first and talk slowly." "Good." At the same time, Earth, Asia, within Kamartage, in a study room, two people are discussing magic, said one, who didn't need to wear glasses but now wore black-rimmed high-tech glasses. "Steven, Is it possible for magic to be attached to metal? Stephen at the moment was looking at the magic book left by Ancient One. Hear Tony's question, he said without raising his head. You haven't even learned teleportation magic. Tony pursed his lips, but he asked again. I see that some of those magic tools are made of metal, so if I make the metal according to the same method and then assemble the synthesis machine, will this matter? Wait until you learn teleportation magic. Tony rolled his eyes in pain. He told Stephen, I'm almost learning, give me another week. 2 weeks at most will be enough. Okay. Stephen nodded, still without raising his head. I have a lot of time, so I'll wait for you. Slowly. Tony pursed his lips and looked at Stephen speechlessly. He really felt that he had met his opponent. This happens. The last time was when I met Suyi. But he didn't expect Stephen's speech to be so smooth and firm. But while Tony was thinking, Stephen said while looking at the book, for Sue's sake, do you know why I didn't answer your questions, huh? Tony motioned for Stephen to speak. And he doesn't care about blows, because human greed has no upper limit. If I tell you the first answer, you will have the second question, and then it will be endless. Having said that, Stephen marked the label, closed the book and continued. But I'm not saying that you are greedy, but doing so will make you more and more greedy, which is subtle. So never try to see where one's bottom and ceiling are, because there is no bottom and no ceiling according to circumstances. You should keep your feet on the ground, Gyusu, to prove your ability. Tony's expression was calm at first. You can follow Stephen's explanation. Tony's expression became more and more serious. Wait until after Stephen finishes speaking. Tony's expression was already serious. He thought about it seriously, then nodded for sure. It's my mentality that has a little problem. I should lay the groundwork and then think about these things. Hear this sentence. Stephen gave Tony a slightly surprised look. He didn't expect that someone like Tony, who seemed arrogant, would reflect on himself so quickly. Very rare. Wait, this should be Sue's influence. It seems that everyone who comes into contact with Sue will change for the better to varying degrees. And Tony smiled after seeing Stephen's unexpected expression. Very surprised? Yes, Stephen admitted directly. I thought you would leave angrily. Tony shook his head. I am no longer who I was when I was young. I now have a wife, children, relatives and friends. They are all my hopes for continuous improvement. Stephen nodded thoughtfully. It seems that you have found your purpose in life. Definitely. Tony nodded. Seeing the atmosphere is very good. The two are also planning to continue chatting about life, career and life. But the next moment, Stephen frowned suddenly. With his legs crossed, his whole body was suspended in the air, and at the same time he pinched his hands to execute. With a touch of green light appeared in Tony's surprised eyes. Stephen took one last look at Tony and said, stand there and don't move. Then he closed his eyes, pushed his hands, and started to make avialable spin continuously. At the same time, Stephen's whole body began to search around like a twitch, and then recovered, and so on. It looks like there is an after image. Tony was in total shock. His heart was shocked. What is this person doing? But he knows something big must have happened. Otherwise, Stephen, the Supreme Mage, would definitely not behave like this. But he was also curious. What is Stephen doing? Tony didn't dare to bother. He just waited here slowly for Stephen to recover. Fortunately, Stephen's state didn't last long. After a while, Stephen's head stopped twitching. Hatilda. He let out a sharp breath, then put down the crossed legs, and quickly sat on the chair to pant. At the same time, his eye of Agamotto is also hidden. Tony asked, frowning when he saw Stephen slowing down. Bad news? Stephen was still panting. He stretched out his fingers and answered slowly. Bad news you can't imagine. Hearing this, Tony frowned. It must be particularly bad news to make Stephen say unimaginable bad news. Details. Let me rest first. Watched too many pictures. It caused Stephen's spirit to be a little sluggish. After he rested for a while. Then close your eyes again and start meditating. But this meditation is very fast. How long? Stephen opened his eyes and said directly. My ability can see fragments of the future. The clearer and bigger the theme, the more detailed the picture will be. Future picture? Tony raised his eyebrows. So I saw a battle to destroy the world. War to destroy the world? Hearing this word, Tony really didn't feel nervous. Where? A war launched on Earth? No. Stephen shook his head. That's good. Tony breathed a sigh of relief. But he was dumbfounded by Stephen's next sentence. I take back my previous adjective. Stephen took a deep breath and said, it's the Star Wars. This war is happening on the outskirts of the solar system. If the war is defeated, the Earth will not exist, and only a very small number of people can survive and flee to other galaxies. Tony's eyes widened. We don't fight on the Earth because the Earth is too small, right? This hits directly in the solar system. Are you still playing? Lost the Earth? How to fight this? Wait. Tony reacted at this time. We lost? We didn't participate in the ability. Who is fighting with whom? Hua Diane, you finally found the blind monk. Because the fundamental problem with this matter is, in the normal worldview, there is only Earth civilization in the solar system, and the civilization of the Earth did not participate. Who was fighting who? Isn't this a joke? So who? Stephen wasn't going to give in, either. Let's get straight to the point. Invasion enemy I don't know, but it looks like an endless stream of big green bugs. Each of them was the size of a sedan. And the guardian of the solar system is? Tony asked quickly, Who is it? Shape-shifting King Kong. Steven was silent for a while, then added, I can't tell if they're shape-shifting King Kong, because they are very similar to Sue's shape-shifting King Kong sports car, almost exactly the same. So, Steven's words were not finished yet. Tony nodded and interrupted. It's shape-shifting King Kong, Zeus, huh? Now it was Steven's turn to be stunned. How do you know? Because I've seen it before. Tony looked at Steven seriously, said, not long ago, I just discovered this matter. But I don't know if I can tell you about this, because it is related to Sue's information, so I can only tell you. The shape-shifting King Kong you see is all Sue's. A word from Tony silenced Steven directly. Obviously, both of them felt that the secret they had with Su-Yi could not be revealed before Su-Yi agreed. Both of them couldn't talk fully. I can only say a little bit. And Steven said suddenly after being silent for a while. Then do you know what they are? This sentence is actually not a problem. He was Steven's first temptation. Find out if what the other person is saying is true or not. And Tony realized it. He smiled and looked around. How many magic books do you have here? 10,086 copies. I remember very clearly. That's no less than your books here. As soon as Tony said this, Steven nodded. It seems that Tony really knows about this. In his picture, that war was really terrible. He is truly indescribable. So, Tony and Steven looked at each other, and then said together, we need to find Su-Yi. Today? Steven asked. Tomorrow. Tony replied. Why? How long will it take for this war to happen? Probably, before your baby was born. Then the day after tomorrow. Why? Because Sue is on a weekend. It's not that the Earth is going to be destroyed soon, so don't bother him during the weekend, and we can't help. Maybe Sue already knew. 308. After the two decide, I'm ready to go back and get ready. But before the two leave, Tony asked Steven suddenly, who won in the end? Steven shook his head, answering him as he turned away. There is no answer, because the war is bigger than you think. Remember, the enemy is endless. It seems to fill the entire universe. Endless. It's like filling the universe. These two words made Tony close his eyes slowly. He let out another long breath. Endless. Even he knows that shape-shifting King Kong is huge and powerful. But endless enemies. Will it really win? If the victory would be easy, Steven wouldn't frown so much. Tony opened his eyes. He looked at the magic book he had borrowed in his hand, then slowly clenched your palms. Under his power, magic books are nothing. But Tony knows he has to work harder. At least, he has to make some contribution to the Earth on the 10th day of this superhero. At the same time, at the moment's northern mansion, Su-Yi was resting on the recliner in Xio for a while. He wants to take a nap with 1.8, but no one slept with him. He didn't want to sleep again. But at this moment, the twin dancers came in from outside, then reported to Su-Yi's side. Not long ago, the shape-shifting King Kong Senate passed these plans. Please check the master. Link cast the projection of the plan in front of Su-Yi's eyes. Just like a computer with only a screen, it contains the latest planning and data of Cybertron, as well as news and chronicles. Su-Yi browsed quickly. At the same time, Wu assisted in explaining on the other side. Some time ago, a sensational event broke out in the universe. As one of the three empires, the Nova Empire has perished, and less than 5% of the citizens have escaped. Then the news will come. It was done by Thanos back with an army of a new species called the Oblivion Zerg. In the end, the Nova Empire blew itself up, and that's the end of the news. Su-Yi nodded while looking at all the messages on the panel. What solar system defense system? What modified level planet weapons with super firepower? It can be seen in the chronicles. Shape-shifting King Kong also realized from the screen where the real threat of these swarms is. Yes, good quality plus endless quantity plus no brains equals endless. Fearless savages come to your face. So the shape-shifting King Kong moves very quickly. I am afraid that other galaxies are already being transformed by this time. Su-Yi nodded after seeing it. It's not bad. The response is very fast, and they are very united. Let's see the effect. Anyway, shape-shifting Donkey Kong is like playing a tower defense game. Yes, Su-Yi's reaction was nothing more than that. Because under absolute power, even if these bugs break through the defense line of shape-shifting King Kong, it's just a matter of his breathing. To put it simply, it's just watching a science fiction movie. 191. The three great empires are completely destroyed. Twin spiders are here. Electric Man. In the Marvel universe there is only one truth. That is, in the face of absolute power, numbers, plots, tricks and the like are nothing. If he can get his way, that means you are not strong enough. No exceptions. Level Godfather hangs countless sub-parents. The level single universe beats countless level godfathers. The multi-universe level beats countless level single universes. As long as you don't have an artifact that can kill by leaps and bounds. That's the truth. And even above the multi-universe level there are higher levels. But so what if you reach almighty universe level? It is not a matter of OR's word. But do you think OR is invincible? Nor is it. Because a character in Marvel even found the existence of Stan Lee a direct threat to the Marvel screenwriter. What you say is outrageous is not outrageous. And even if this is the case, is it really over? Not necessarily. Marvel's nesting dolls are also very powerful. So, in the Marvel universe, while crushing dead men at the top of the scale. And there is something more powerful than powerful. Then if you really insist on pursuing these, then you will never be able to reach the infinite truth. So, after having a certain strength, plain and simple is the truth. After reading the news about shape-shifting King Kong, Suyi waved his hand, cancelled the display on the panel and said, "Let's be shape-shifting King Kong at will." Okay. The twin dancers nodded. Then it turned out that duplication, the twin dancer of Cybertron, conveyed Suyi's words to the shape-shifting King Kong elders, and Collector was obviously overjoyed after hearing the news. What does it mean? This is the creator who let them do their best. That must be so pretty. Let these bugs come and go. At the same time, Collector looked at Godzilla, who was practicing the power gem. He also proposed to the shape-shifting King Kong patriarchs, "I suggest that to help Godzilla train the use of power gems, single target attacks already have atomic leaves. So it's best to help Godzilla train a wide-range attack." This proposal was quickly adopted by the elders, and agreed directly. The strength of Godzilla is obvious to all. In the great battle of the three legions of Thanos, Godzilla's contributions are far and away. And as long as Godzilla can develop a range attack, for example, if it is like the explosive wave of Thanos before, then it is predictable. Godzilla will definitely play a very big role in the upcoming Zerg Wars. So at the suggestion of Collector, the elders were divided into a group used to assist Godzilla in special training ability. The other side, the third to last floor of the North Building. At the moment, the three girls have finished talking about 7 or 8 stories, then began to beautify their independent apartment, where Cobweb and Gwen are responsible for thinking, and Wanda is responsible for the implementation, as long as they can express their ideas clearly. Wanda first uses the energy concentration model, and after confirmation, Wanda can create it again, definitely to save trouble. "How are you, Gwen and Cobweb, doing?" The two took out their phones, then opened various shopping software such as Amazon. There are also various decoration furniture searched by others on TikTok and Twitter. "Nah, this, and this, Wanda, please." "Good. There are these. These are also beautiful. Let's create together." Okay. In front of the mature and beautiful Wanda, Gwen and Cobweb buy this and that like daughters. And Wanda is rich and powerful. You can buy whatever you say, and come out right away. That's all. The three women worked from noon to afternoon, and it was almost evening. Wait until this all stops. Gwen and Cobweb have got all the furniture and things needed and set up. First get 2 rooms. But it's basically the same, only the little things are different. But wait until the final product is displayed. Wow. Gwen looked very satisfied. She looked to Cobweb and asked, "What do you think?" "Need to say?" Cobweb was very satisfied. "I love this home." Looking at this room of his own. How about the mood of Cobweb at the moment? Belonging, sense of security, sorry, both. In this happy mood. Cobweb suddenly felt a little guilty. "Sorry, I don't seem to have done anything to get this for nothing." Gwen looked at Cobweb. She can understand Cobweb's current mood. This feeling is a bit like getting something for nothing. Obviously did nothing, just got these for nothing. And Cobweb must also want to show its own ability now. So Gwen patted her on the shoulder. Turning his eyes, he said suddenly, "Then we will go out together when it gets dark. I will take photos and videos for you, and then slowly expose you in my personal account. Wait until everyone accepts." What happened to the second Spider-Man? "When it gets dark, act together." Cobweb nodded immediately. "No problem. Tonight is better than lying down at home." She wished she could do something more. It's as if someone recognized your ability in advance. Then you must also want to show it and say to that person, "You have a good eye." "You are right." And Cobweb is now this mentality. Wanda nodded in agreement after seeing it, but still reminded, "Cindy doesn't have a battle suit yet. You'd better take her to the 5th floor to print one now. Then you can go fight crime anytime. If you're in a hurry, I won't keep you guys for dinner today." Gwen listened. She directly took Cobweb's hand and said, "Then let's go now." "Let's go, Cindy. Let's print the battlesuit." "Print battlesuit?" Cobweb wondered. "You'll know when you come." Immediately afterwards, Gwen took Cobweb and jumped directly from the gap between the floors. This is for them. The 3 floors together are only more than 10 meters away. Simple. Seeing the two leave in a hurry, Wanda smiled helplessly, then walked back to look for Suyi. "When I got home, I came to the small universe." After seeing Suyi lying on the recliner playing with his mobile phone while stretching, Wanda came to lie down on Suyi's body. Okay. The room is all done. Cindy is happy, and now she is going to print the battle suit with Gwen, and then go out to fight crime at night, without even eating. Suyi put away his phone and smiled when he heard it. "It's okay, it's normal, there's more time to eat, and Cindy really wants to show her role. It's normal." "Yes." Wanda nodded in agreement. The two took Cindy's inner state seriously. Wanda's origin magic power also has some psychic powers, but if she hadn't taken the initiative to look at it, usually not seen directly. But Suyi's is different. He is tantamount to magnifying his perception. As long as he wants, it can see the state of mind of almost everyone. But it's not necessary. Vain. Wanda lay comfortably on Suyi's chest. Then he crooked and found a good position before speaking. "Gwen's going to school the day after tomorrow. Hopefully she'll find some friends. Huh? Hearing this sentence, Suyi was a little surprised. Why do you want Gwen to find some friends? Wanda pressed against Suyi's chest. Because Gwen is getting more and more out of touch with real life. Since she graduated from high school, it seems that she has stopped seeing her former friends. Suyi thought about it. It really is. Gwen's previous band had dropped out. Not to mention the former classmates. Really no contact. According to Wanda, Gwen really lacks real friends other than the two. The current Cobweb counts as one at most. But Cobweb is not strictly a normal person. Unless Gwen has a bunch of Spider-Man friends, there's really no need to make friends. But Suyi still said, these things depend on fate. Huh? Why? Wanda wondered. Suyi said softly, a really good friend is worth countless common friends. Friends need quality, not quantity. Wanda thought about it, and nodded in agreement. Not all friends need to get along with each other. Really good friends don't need to be deliberately maintained. That's effective socializing. But Suyi asked in turn, then why don't you make some real friends instead of talking about Gwen now? Hearing this, Wanda smiled. It is enough for me to have you. Other people have no effect on me. Hearing this sentence, Suyi smiled helplessly. Oh, it's the feeling of being hit in the heart. So he leaned into Wanda's ear and smiled. Don't forget that Gwen may be back late tonight. You need one to line up with me! Exclamation mark. Wanda opened her eyes. She looked at Suyi and dared not believe it. Sue, you will avenge your kindness. No, I'm Hong Minion. Okay, then I'll use a tiger charm tonight. Hiss. Double happiness. At the same time, deep in the universe, as the Skrull Empire was destroyed by the swarm led by Thanos, just as he was leading the swarm to one of the three great empires in the universe, the last Kree Empire. Once he gets here, I saw another Annihilation Legion slaughtering here. Under the leadership of these larger legions, the Kree Empire perished in a short while. Only a few warships escaped. And after a while, the Legion leader who annihilated the Zerg Legion appeared in front of Thanos, looking at the Zerg Queen in front of her. Its hideous and green slimy-like appearance is truly disgusting. But Thanos still said in a deep voice, we have an agreement that you slaughter other empires at will. But the three major empires are handed over to me. Hissed Tilda. The Zerg Queen hissed first. You've wasted too much time. The Annihilation Zerg can't wait to slaughter the entire universe. Thanos clenched his fists. Are true. Right on target. There is also shape-shifting King Kong civilization. I told you. That's right. The Zerg Queen hissed twice, and then said, that's why the Zerg King asked you to take the lead. If you can't wait, you can devour them with me now, right now. Right away. Thanos looked deeply at the Zerg Queen. I still said that the strength of the shape-shifting King Kong civilization is not much weaker than yours. We should accumulate the greatest strength and then destroy them together. Cowardly. To hear Thanos say that, the Zerg Queen roared angrily. The annihilating swarm gave you command not to make you think about the long term, but to bring fear to this universe. Thanos hears this. He already knew that the annihilation swarm didn't listen to him. What shape-shifting King Kong civilization's characteristics, strength, weapons, etc. They didn't hear a word. Wrong. Yes, listened, but didn't care. Simply put, brainless and arrogant. So Thanos said no more. He looked at the Zerg Queen and twitched the corners of his mouth contemptuously. I'll give you the coordinates. You can try it now. If you succeed, the whole universe will be ours. The previous sentence is provocative. The latter sentence is true. Just wipe out the shape-shifting King Kong civilization. That's for Thanos' current perception. The universe is theirs. That's why he said so. And the Zerg Queen also understood. She also heard that as long as this civilization called shape-shifting King Kong is wiped out, it will be over. Well, Zerg Queen, no more bullshit. Give me the coordinates. Thanos quickly gave it the coordinates. Immediately afterwards, after slaughtering the lives of the Kree Empire, the Zerg Queen doesn't even want the eggs on the planet, nor does she wait for them to hatch. He flew directly towards the solar system with a swarm. Thanos watched 400 the Queen go away and said nothing. He directly took the swarm to other planets to slaughter and prepare to accumulate strength. Why? Because he knew that this was the only legion in the past. 1000% is a gift. And it will also give the shape-shifting King Kong civilization a chance to learn about the annihilating Zerg. So Thanos just said that. Accumulate the number of swarms. Then wait until there is no more to pile up, and go up in a wave of piles. All stud. And it does. It is bound to have a counterproductive effect. But there's nothing Thanos can do about it. It's hard to persuade the damn ghost. He's just an outsider in the Oblivion Zerg. I can't control the Queen. And now he must do his best to accumulate strength. The other side. Earth has come tonight. After 2 clicks click tilde. The top of a building in New York. 2 figures stood up slowly. They have a pink, white and black color scheme, and a pure black and white color scheme. Both are spider battlesuits, but the styles are quite different. Probably the only thing in common is that they are all spiders. At the same time, the position of the chest is printed with a mark representing the Spider Alliance. Gwen watched the Cobweb land. How is it? How does the new battlesuit feel? Breeze against the top of the building. Cobweb raised his hands, moved his fingers, turned his palms over, looked at his thighs and feet, and turned around to look at his song. Finally Cobweb said in surprise, "It's amazing that a metal battlesuit can achieve such flexibility and auxiliary functions," Gwen said, looking at her black hair blowing in the wind. "This is a nano battlesuit, and this technology doesn't exist yet. It can change instantly according to your ideas and plans. That is to say, you can now cover your face with a scarf, or you can completely cover your head with a hood. Just try it out." Hear Gwen's words. Cobweb tried it. The result is the next moment, Cobweb's hair is pulled back, and the head is completely wrapped. Cobweb shook his head. Not used to it. Gwen understood. "Then just do what you like, it doesn't matter. Remember to tie up your hair in the battlesuit when you are fighting, otherwise it will affect the battle." Cobweb nodded in understanding. The two were just about to say something, but the next moment, the two of them paused at the same time, and then looked towards the New York street not far away. It's spider telepathy. See through their eyesight. A man with lightning appears on the streets of New York. He is covered in blue. The surrounding charges are also extremely active. All the people who approached him had their hair raised by themselves. Immediately people knew he had a problem. They immediately scattered and started to run away. Seeing this, Gwen turned her head and said to Cobweb, "You are very lucky. The opportunity to appear on the stage has come. Let's go. This is left to you to solve. Don't be afraid. I will teach you." "No problem." 192. Electro-Optical Man Sent It. Two spider ladies. On the streets of New York City, a figure with a hood and a blue light all over his body appeared in the center of the street. At first everyone thought it was nothing. After all, there is everyone on the streets of New York. There are also more people playing cosplay. But soon people found out. The man in the blue light only follows one peculiar route, and the hair of anyone who gets close to him will flutter abnormally, and the fine hairs will automatically stand on end. Someone was still curious. But the next moment, crack tilde, a sound of electric explosion suddenly appeared near the man with blue light. And follow the person's walk. The cables under the streets of New York were crackling too. Even the surrounding light curtains and large TVs began to flicker problematically. Now people finally realized that something was wrong. "Go. There's something wrong with this man. Call 911. No, call a superhero. Wait a minute. Wait until I find a video to post on TikTok. Then I'll take one too." Soon the crowd began to disperse. Those who said to take pictures just ran to a distance to take pictures. Impossible to get close enough to shoot. But the Electro at the moment didn't care about that at all. There was too little electrical energy in his body. So follow your instincts. Looking for underground cables in the city. The core streets of New York have the most large screens, the most lights and power-consuming facilities. So there are also many underground cables, until the electric man came to the center of a square. And after he saw the underground facilities, Electron fell to his knees on the ground. "Then press your hands on the cable." Tilde. Next moment, electric arcs shot out from his whole body. The electricity in the underground cable was also absorbed by him through the air. Surrounding screens start to flicker, and people under these big screens also started to panic a little bit. There won't be a big bang. Let's run further. FK, I don't watch it. Everyone was terrified by this vision. Between electric current surges, the instinct of living things is to be afraid, and the electric man is still greedily absorbing the electric current in the cable. There was a blue light on his face. There is also electric light flowing the body. But the next moment, a voice appeared nearby. "Are you a battery? Why can you absorb electric current?" The Electro-Optical Man was startled. He quickly looked around. "I looked left and right, looked forward and back, but I couldn't find anyone." "What about this?" Then the voice reminded again. The Electro-Optic Man raised his head sharply. "I saw two figures standing on a billboard not far ahead. A Spider-Man in black and white pink. A gold black and white Spider-Man. And speak. It is the Spider-Man of black and white pink." But the moment Electro saw Gwen, his lips and hands trembled with excitement. A look at the surrounding shopping malls shows the appearance of a superhero. They immediately replaced the scene on the screen with a ready-made live broadcast. At the moment Electron's full face. There are also two full-length Spider-Mans that appear on the surrounding screens. Next moment, the Electro-Optical Man said excitedly, "Miss Spider, I didn't mean to do this." "Oh?" Hear this sentence. Gwen was interested. She didn't directly kill the opponent just now. Just for one to practice for Cobweb. Two, he has not committed excesses. That's why Gwen was willing to wait. Immediately afterwards, the Electro-Optical Man quickly explained, "I'm an electrical engineer at Osborne Industries and they put me on overtime and I fell into their biochemical tank. It turns out, I'm hungry. There's food in these cables. So that's why I did it." When Electron speaks, sometimes calm and sometimes very excited, Gwen knew at a glance that he had a mental problem. So Gwen asked directly, "Then can you leave here and go to an open place to talk about this? Otherwise you will pose a threat to everything around you." "No," Electro-Optic Man roared immediately. Gwen had just finished speaking. Electron immediately refused. No. But he hastened to mutter to himself again. Immediately afterwards, Electro looked around. "Look at the big screens around you." At the moment, Less than half of the big screen is broadcast by Electric Man, but more than half of them are broadcasts by Gwen and Cobweb. They're all looking at me. Everyone is looking at me. In the past, the Electric Man was not taken seriously, and no one loved him. The Electro-Optic Man now feels that he is radiant. But why is Spider-Man on this screen so obtrusive? Why are they taking my place? No. They are Miss Spider. They are even more famous, and those who stole their limelight should deserve it. But why don't they go away? Then the whole screen in New York is me. Electro was visibly pensive. Gwen looked at him, then exchanged glances with Cobweb, then shook her head and said, mentally disturbed, it's only a matter of time before they cause damage. Yes, Cobweb nodded. He has gone crazy. This mental performance. The two women could tell the state of Electric Man at the moment at a glance. At this time, the siren of a police car was heard in the distance. It appears that after 911 called the police officers have arrived. After a while, police cars surrounded the streets of New York layer upon layer. At the moment Electron is on a square. The police car stopped directly at several intersections. Surround the entire square to death. The police officers quickly got out of the car. Then he came around with a pistol and a rifle and stood around. Looking at this situation, the Electro-Optical Man was silent for a while. He looked at Gwen and said, you helped me once, remember, on the street, my blueprints fell all over the floor, and you helped me bundle them all up with Cobweb and threw them to me. Although we didn't talk, I told you my name out loud. Do you remember? Gwen shook her head. No. Very crisp, without a trace of hesitation. Crunch tilde. The moment Gwen finished speaking, the Electric Man's expression and the mentality instantly became tense. His face immediately turned ferocious, and the fists were crunching. You don't remember my name? Gwen tilted her head. Why should I remember your name? Because I told you so. With the roar of the Electric Man, Gwen and Cobweb looked at each other. Both of them were speechless. You tell me to remember? Actually tell the truth. Gwen had an impression of this man, but only if she saw a bunch of stuff on the ground, so she shot a ball of cobweb, tied it up and threw it back. Yes, that's it. Not even 2 seconds in total. And the next moment, Electron, who was getting more and more angry, was close to erupting. He roared angrily, then fire electric current at Gwen and Cobweb. Z tilde. Flying along with an electric current. Gwen and Cobweb jumped out at the same time, and landed on the roof next to them. Cobweb looked at Gwen. Gwen nodded. That is to say, agree to do it. The Cobweb is ready to do it without any hesitation. But the next moment, fire, fire. At the command of the sheriff, dozens of police officers immediately pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. Da. In real reality, in the face of gangsters, it is still African American or Mud Brother. That's as long as he makes an attack. The officers would definitely open fire without question. You don't really think it's going to be like in the movie where the police officer is forced to open fire after being attacked, do you? How can it be? American style AI, the main focus is the first move. Empty the magazine first. Bang bang bang. Ever since, after a few seconds, Electron was beaten into a sieve and fell to the ground. There are even extra warheads lying around. The floor also bears marks from numerous bullets. Wait until the round of bullets is finished. The sheriff raised his hand, signaling to stop the attack. Looking at the Electric Man on the ground, the police didn't even dare to look at it. So what should I do now? The answer is to find 2 people wearing body armor to see. But at this moment, the Electro-Optical Man lying on the ground moved his fingers. Next moment, he glowed blue all over. When Gwen saw it, he immediately shot out the cobweb to tie up the Electric Man. Then pull up hard. SHH tilde. The Electro-Optical Man lying on the ground was thrown into the air immediately. Then the blue light on his body exploded. SHHHHH tilde. All the bullets were immediately pushed back by the electromagnetic force. The sheriff saw it and immediately shouted loudly, "Get down!" All the police officers started hiding without any hesitation. They hid behind cars or behind walls, and the bullets they just fired were shot back densely. But luckily Gwen threw Electro into the air, so most of the bullets were fired. Da tilde. With bullet reflex ends, the officers just looked up to observe. I found a black and white Spider-Man flying up. At the same time that the Electro-Optical Man landed, Cobweb jumped up. This happened to be the best time for her to make a move. She shoots Cobweb jerk. Then he shot himself out like an arrow. The two meet in the air. Boom tilde. After a dull loud noise, the Electro-Optical Man flew directly towards the farther ground. Then hit the ground hard. But definitely haven't asked yet. Fighting in reality doesn't have the skill to match your lines. Cobweb immediately jumped to repair the damage. Gwen nodded in satisfaction after seeing it. No mercy. No waiting for others to react and wasting time. Combat abilities are good. There is no hesitation in beating up people. At this time, the Electric Man was beaten back from the other end by Cobweb. Now the Electro-Optical Man has reacted. He started shooting Cobweb with electric current. But Cobweb's response is extremely fast. Electric current can't click Cobweb at all, even a little bit. Cobweb looked at his palm that had just been electrocuted. I didn't feel anything at all. Gwen reminded after seeing it. Nanometals can be insulated, unless the electric current is large enough to destroy the nanostructure. So that's how it is. Cobweb suddenly realized after hearing it. Then I feel more at ease when I beat Electron. There were no common people around this time. The Electro-Optic Man can be beaten with confidence. But the police officer not far away saw this and asked the sheriff, "What should we do?" The sheriff looked at him. "Can you do better than superhero?" "No." The police officer immediately shook his head. "Then you have a fart." "Yes." The other side. Cobweb found out after beating Electron again. "Is this person a little dizzy?" Reluctantly Cobweb shot out. Cobweb tied up Electron and smashed it, then took the opportunity to jump to Gwen and asked, "Is there any way to subdue him? The energy in his body seems to be immune to most physical attacks." Gwen saw the clue now. So after thinking about it, she had two options. 1. Overload him with the upper limit of the electric current that he can't bear. 2. Hack him with the Black Death Sword. In fact, Gwen wanted to use the second one directly. Because of the strength of Electro-Optical Man, it is somewhat restrained by Cobweb, so Cobweb can't do anything about it. But Cobweb looked at the cable in the middle of the square and asked after hearing it, "Is the electric current enough?" "You can try." "I don't know either." "Good." Finished. Cobweb came near Electroman again. "See this annoying spider coming again?" The Electro-Optic Man roared, "I am God. You bug. You are way behind." Cobweb snorted lightly. She tied up the manhole cover with Cobweb and pulled it directly towards the electric man. Gwen looked a little familiar with this operation. But the Electron roared. Roar. A bunch of blue light exploded from his body. Then Cobweb's manhole cover was ejected. But the manhole cover is attached to the Cobweb, so Cindy throws the manhole cover in a circle in the air and swings at Electro again. The Electro-Optic Man couldn't roar anymore. The two collide. Bang tilde. The Electro-Optic Man was directly sent flying. He instantly turned into an arc and flew towards the center of the square. Gwen took a look. She shoots the Cobweb to open the cable manhole. At the moment the cables in the manhole cover have been sparked by the electric man's sabotage. The arc kept jumping on the cable. After Gwen opened the manhole cover, zzzz tilde, the lightning on the cable suddenly sizzled. At this time, the Electro-Optical Man also fell nearby. It is only a few meters away from the cable wellhead, and struggling to get up. Gwen said to the Cobweb in the distance after seeing it, "Cobweb, 3 points. Learn." "Electric Man?" The Electro-Optical Man was taken aback. Next moment, a large disc flew over. Then it slammed heavily on Electron's chest. In the moment of being hit by a big faceplate. No, in the moment of being hit by a big manhole cover. Li Wang. The Electro-Optical Man flew out backwards. Then it fell into the cable manhole cover that Gwen had opened. The moment the electric man fell in, boom tilde, zzzz tilde, the electric current exploded first. Then there was a constant sizzling sound. Electro-Man was hardened by Electro. He's just becoming Electro. After being infused with such a powerful electric current, the Electro-Optical Man stiffened instantly. "I can't even move. I can't shout either." Parter. Cobweb landed beside Gwen, looked at the electric man and said, "Is that all right?" "Yes." Gwen looked at the Cobweb, and noticed that her hair was standing on end from the charge. So Gwen reached out and pushed her hair down before speaking. "After he faints, he will be taken away by the professional department, which has nothing to do with us." And Cobweb does. After Gwen combed her hair, Cobweb's heart warmed up. She looked at Gwen. Her eyes gradually became a little strange. Gwen was startled. She hastily pulled out the Black Death Sword. Under the threat of the dead silence of the Black Death Sword, Cobweb finally came to his senses. "Feel sorry." Gwen put back the Black Death Sword. Fortunately, the Black Death Sword has its own coercion. Otherwise, Gwen would probably have to beat her up too. But at this moment, with the electric man shouting, the lights on the entire street in New York were also extinguished at once. Definitely this isn't Electro breaking out. But at the same time as the electric current crashes, the Electro-Optic Man yelled in pain and got past the grave. Gwen looked to make sure. She clapped her hands and said, "Looks all right. We can go." Cobweb, "Do you want to fight crime again? Or go home now?" Cobweb looked at the time. It was only 11:12 in the evening. "Isn't this time the peak time for major crimes?" Gwen understood Cobweb. "Woe to the criminal who chooses to act tonight, because tonight, Miss Spider X2 193. Journey to Sakula." The volcano erupted! The next day, when Su-Yi woke up, he opened his eyes and saw that there was only one person. "Well, it's a prosperous day. As for Gwen, I guess it was very late last night when I went out with Cobweb to fight crime. Then I came back and lived downstairs with Cobweb for 2 days. After all, they just came here. If you leave people in such a big empty house, it's a little bad." So you looked at the time. +9:31. Well, it's so comfortable to sleep for so long. Meanwhile, Wanda was still sleeping in an indecent position. Those two legs drooped casually. It's as if the legs are not in their own hands. In stocking. "Get up." Su-Yi stretched himself. "Then I got up and went to wash up." The twin dancers followed and helped Su-Yi to wash up. Su-Yi rinsed his mouth. Reported by Twin Dancers Club on the side. "Master, an hour ago, the shape-shifting King Kong civilization received another message from the universe, and the 3 major empires have all been destroyed. All 3 empires were destroyed. Suyi spit out the mouthwash. Then let May I reply while wiping her face. It's so fast. Yes, Ling nodded and said, according to the situation, there are also multiple legions that annihilated the Zerg, and they launched multiple attacks at the same time. Now the major civilizations in the universe have begun to hide, and some have moved underground, or spent huge costs to hide themselves, and no longer let the fleet go out. Then this sign is on the surface. The other forces in the universe have really been frightened by the news. But that's normal. The 3 great empires of the universe were all wiped out. Then who else can resist the attack of the annihilating Zerg? Shape-shifting King Kong civilization? Thinking well. But they will definitely not come out to fight with the annihilating Zerg. So hide away. Suyi nodded and asked casually, how about shape-shifting King Kong? How is the development these days? Wu is helping Suyi tidy up his clothes. Ling continued to report. All the resources have been shipped to the major planets, but in order to catch up with the time, the shape-shifting King Kong gave 70% of the project progress to the first 2 planets. The remaining 30% is given to the peripheral planet. Suyi nodded. Normal. Ever played tower defense games? Where do tower defense towers start? That definitely expands outward from oneself. Build walls high, accumulate food widely, and become king slowly. The war between mechanical civilization and Zerg civilization. To put it bluntly, there are 2 types of steel torrent and swarm blasters. Whose steel torrent is strong, the caliber is large, and the firepower lives. Who is more swarm blasters, high quality, and huge population. Whoever will win. It's that simple. So Suyi smiled and said, just look forward to it. If this battle is put into the film industry, it will definitely be an unprecedented explosion. 280. The twin dancers nodded at the same time. Yes. Next, Suyi went to order breakfast. Order 2, and when breakfast is ready, Wanda has almost woken up. He goes into the kitchen. Nora, 2 servings of beef and fruit. Wow Tilda. Master, you are finally here. I think the engine oil you want is about to leak Tilda. Seeing Suyi coming, Nora immediately made an info sound. Her other tentacles started to make what Suyi said, and a tentacle stretched out in front of Suyi. Then he looked at Suyi with the electronic eyes inside. Hear Nora's voice. Suyi also felt like that. People are really loyal, and one star is all for himself. So Suyi reached out and squeezed her mechanical tentacles and said, look at your recent excellent performance. Reduce your 1-year stand-up time. How long do you have now? Really? I love you so much, Master Tilda. Hearing that Suyi reduced his 1-year transformation time, Nora was almost twitching with excitement. On her electronic screen, an image of an electronic girl who rolled her eyes also appeared. Suyi, I do the math. There are still 3 years and 9 months left. The time when I can serve you personally is getting closer and closer. Suyi smiled, and stopped by for a while before leaving. Then you work hard. What if I am in a good mood and cut your time later? That's great. I love you to death, Lord. But if it makes me or my family members angry, it may also increase the time. Yes, Nora knows. Well, the last sentence is really cute. It appears that Puas are working. Suyi left the kitchen satisfied. Then go wake up the sleeping Wanda. When you come to the bedroom again, Wanda has changed her sleeping position. She hugged her big pillow and slept on her stomach. Suyi walked over, just happened to slap her plumply a few times. Crack Tilda. Wanda woke up. She opened her eyes and looked at Suyi, then wrapped up the quilt and rolled to the other side. Can't get up? Suyi walked to the bed. I looked at the fact that although I wrap myself up, I actually exposed my feet. He picked up one of Wanda's feet. Have to say, it is very beautiful. You can read a little bit of the Kingjing, but not much, and it is white and beautiful overall. But Suyi didn't come to see it. He's here to scratch. I scratch. Aha. Wanda was jerked all over by the sudden scratching of the soles of her feet. Then immediately it's like putting your feet away. But her feet were held by Suyi. How could it be collected back? Wake up, Sue. I'm awake, as expected. Not even 3 seconds. Wanda immediately begged for mercy. Early in the morning should not be too intense. So Suyi let go of Wanda's feet and smiled. If you don't get up again, you will be served with sticks. You are bad. Wanda quickly put away her feet and rubbed them. Just scratched her back and forth. Fully awake now. Suyi clapped his hands. It's a good thing you don't have stinky feet. Get up. Nora's breakfast is ready. Definitely doesn't stink. I heard Suyi say stinky feet. She doesn't care if it's her own or not. Wanda quickly raised her little foot and handed it to Suyi. If you don't believe me, you can hear it. I don't smell it. Facing the outstretched feet, Suyi immediately made a tickling gesture. Wanda immediately put her feet away. Next, wait until Wanda wakes up and washes up, and after having breakfast with Suyi, the two came to the small universe to rest. Facing the warm sun and breeze of the small universe, Wanda stretched lazily. Then he looked at Suyi, who was thinking, and asked, "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking about Gwen going to school tomorrow. Should I close the door and let's go see her off?" Suyi still has 3 leave slips in his hand. He never had a chance to use it. And Gwen's university starts only once. If he doesn't send it this time, he will never have the chance to send it again. So Wanda thought for a while and said, "If there is nothing else, I think it is better to send it." "Okay, let's take another day off tomorrow. Thinking about resting tomorrow, Suyi suddenly felt more time. At the same time, Suyi's phone also remembered the message. He opened it and it was Gwen's. A photo of her and Cobweb on a building. The next words are, "We are out to work." After Suyi read it, he showed it to Wanda. Okay, they went to work early in the morning. Wanda swiped her phone, then he also showed Suyi Gwen's account on TikTok. There are more in the account. In that account, there is a self-introduction of Gwen and Cobweb together, and a brief account of yesterday's events. Finally there are some photos and such. That's all, no more. Suyi put away the phone helplessly. Then let's play together today. Where do you want to go? Go. Wanda thought for a while, looked at the bedroom and said, call Hayla. Let's go see Sakula. Sakula? Suyi was taken aback when he heard this word, because this is neither English nor Neo. Instead, it is called Sakura, a homonym of informal English. But the point is, it means cherry blossom. People who don't know the word generally don't know what it means. Suyi asked with interest. Where did you hear that word? Wanda took out her phone. TikTok. All right. You see, no wonder the United States wanted to kill TikTok later. Is this inappropriate culture invasion? Knock it out. Otherwise, our centuries-old history and culture of the United States will be invaded. But then again, in peacetime, what is the most powerful weapon of cultural invasion? It's entertainment. Entertainment includes movies, TV series, anime, comics, novels, games, music, performances, and more. Generally, countries that do not pay attention to, do not manage, and suppress these cultures across the board. Instead, it is the most severely invaded country. It can only be said that still, a half, is another kind of closed door. Then let's go. Suyi stood up and clapped his hands. Let's play less today and come back in the afternoon. Otherwise Gwen will not follow us when we go to Sakula for so long. Wanda thought about it. Then let Gwen come back earlier. If she comes back at noon, we'll bring Cindy with me, and we'll just come back at night after playing. Alright. Wait, let Hayla call Ganata too. I haven't seen her recently, and I don't know what she's up to. That's all. Suyi sent a message to tell Gwen about it. Gwen agreed right away. Last day of school trip abroad. No more time to play this. It doesn't matter whether Cindy is willing or not. Anyway, she is the boss and just takes Cindy along. No. Go to Sakula to fight crime. And Hayla happily called Ganata. Wait until Nato arrives. Suyi also asked, what are you busy with recently? I see you haven't come to play with Hayla. Ganata looked tired. I've been researching why I've been hungry recently. I've been hungry and eaten all the time. There must be a reason, right? Then I kept researching and researching until I found a little clue. There seems to be something in my body that is energy absorbing. As soon as Suyi heard it, I know what Tanmai is researching. It's a bug that both she and Galactus have. No. Strictly speaking, a bug is just an appearance. You just look like a bug. Actually it is a split body. As long as it absorbs enough energy, this split body will become a new planet devourer. This is why Ganata was born. But Nata from at the moment doesn't know. Definitely, Suyi didn't call to say in advance, just to remind. So have you found out what it is? Your hunger may be for good or bad. Nata lowered her head regretfully. I haven't found it yet. I only know that something is absorbing it, but it seems to be one with me. Otherwise I won't gradually become stronger. Suyi nodded. Yes. But there is no way. If you don't find it, you don't find it. This time Nata should just come out to relax. Then wait until you get home and continue looking. But now Gwen has not come back. So she went to play games with Hayla. Wait until noon. Gwen is back with Cobweb. Then everyone changed their clothes. And then Suyi snapped his fingers. And all went to Sakula. Speaking up. They're here illegally. After all, serious travel requires a passport. Suyi took 1.2.3.4.5. A total of 5 women to travel. If you add himself, there are 6 people in total. Formed a group belongs to yes. If there are more Spider-Mans in the future, can't it be 2 digits? But let's play first. Today is Sunday. They have a whole afternoon to play. Starts at 12 noon. The 6 of them first went to Mount Fuji to take a look at the volcano. Gwen looked at the bald things on the side of the volcano and asked curiously, what is this? Why does the volcano have so many small horns? That's not a small horn. So you looked at it and explained. It's a small crater of a volcanic mountain range. The volcano you see is just the largest among the many volcanic mountain ranges, but there's more energy squeezed out from the side as well, and when it's erupted it all erupts together. Oh tilde, everyone understands. Among the 5 girls, none knew geography, so I can only rely on Suyi to explain. But Hayla looked at the volcano and asked, then when will it spray? I want to see it spray. Suyi looked at Hayla. You are really the king of Hades. But Suyi also explained, it depends on luck. As long as it accumulates enough energy, it only needs a critical point, and it will spray. Then everyone will understand. It depends on luck to see a volcanic eruption. Then let's go. Wait until you spray it later. Go elsewhere first. But Hayla was hearing Suyi's words. While following behind Suyi, she fiddled with her face twice with her hands. He also spoke words that he did not understand. Wait for her to cast a spell. Ganata asked from the side. What were you doing just now? Hayla opened her eyes. Asgard's wishing spell. Ganata became even more curious when she heard it. What did you wish for? Hayla hissed. It won't work if you say it. 1 inch. But Hayla still looked at the volcano in the distance. After Nata saw it, I understood. Then the two followed Suyi, until everyone played around Mount Fuji until 2 years in the afternoon. Then Suyi prepared to change places and said, "Come on, let's go to the beach and watch." Everyone nodded, and Hayla looked back at the mountains and sighed. "Unfortunately, I didn't see it." "Then let's go." Hayla turned around. Suyi also snapped his fingers. Crack. The next moment, the 6 people disappeared. Puff tilde. But the moment the 6 disappeared, the crater is smoking. It's like the boiler of a pressure cooker starts PSST to puff out. So a big pile of ash was sprayed high into the air. And the 6 of at the moment. We have arrived at a scenic beach in Sakula. There are quite a lot of people here. The 6 of them walked along the sea, but they didn't find anything unusual. But when passing a place, there is a sign. Several special longfishes are drawn on it. Then there are a lot of text notes below. Cobweb has been watching for a while, but she doesn't recognize it. Similarly, everyone basically doesn't know each other. Gwen looked at it and asked curiously, "What's wrong with this fish? What's it saying?" Wanda looked over. Although she doesn't know it, she has magic. "I can translate with magic." Suyi raised his hand to signify her to come. This saves him the trouble of explaining. Wanda reaches out to use magic. While watching, she introduced earthquake fish, also known as earthquake oarfish, is a kind of fish that can predict earthquakes. When a large number of this fish surface out of the sea, there is a high probability of a major earthquake. After probably finishing speaking, Hayla was already lying on the edge of the fence and looking down. "Do they live here?" Wanda nodded. "Yes." 194. Gwen goes to college. May die Parker! When you hear the earthquake, the oarfish lives below. Hayla immediately said expectantly, "We haven't seen the real ones yet. If only they would come out and show us." Gwen was taken aback when he heard that. "When you come out, the earth will shake." Hayla thought about it. "But what's the matter with me? I just want to see." "And I didn't get them out, and if they were about to come out, they came out by themselves." You are right. And no one let them out on purpose. Hayla just wants to see the fish. What's wrong with her? Whether the fish can come out is their own decision. Gwen thought for a while. "You're right. But the operation of everyone waiting for the fish to come out is too stupid. It's like waiting for a volcano to erupt just now. No need. It will come out as it should." "What are you waiting for?" So Suyi waved his hand. "Let's go. Go play nearby. Don't wait. They will be on the news when they come out." Suyi waved his hand. All the girls left with Suyi, but they haven't taken 2 steps. "Wow!" There was a commotion from behind. "Out?" Hayla was overjoyed. She hurried back to have a look. "Wait until she lays down on the fence and take a look." "Wow!" It really came out. "There are so many." "Come and see, Sue?" Suyi and everyone looked at each other. "Then go back and have a look." As expected, there are really a lot of earthquake octopuses swimming out of this sea. They look like hairtails, but longer than hairtail, and it feels like the straps are wide. Gwen looked over. "This is the earthquake octopus. It's ugly. Its head is a bit ugly." Tanmai looked at it. "About a few thousand energy." Cobweb took a look. "Can I eat it?" Wanda nodded. "Should be able to." So you looked at their appearance. "Don't eat it. It's ugly. Go back and eat the cute rabbit." Hayla was taken aback. "Rabbits are so cute. Why do you want to eat them?" "The pig was cute when he was young, and the cow was cute when he was young. Kun, duck, and goose were not cute when they were young." "Haven't you eaten them all, too?" At this time, tourists around them are taking pictures or videos. So you looked at it and waved his hand. "Let's go. I've seen enough." "It's just a few fish. I don't know how long it will take for the real earthquake." Sakula was originally on the earthquake zone. If there is no earthquake today, it will happen tomorrow. After looking at the fish, satisfied, Hayla followed everyone and left. After that, Suyi took them to visit many places quickly. It's like punching a card. One attraction for 2 hours. Play whatever you want. If not, replace it with another one. Anyway, the whole Sakula is only that big. There is only so much you can play. Then everyone went to Akihabara. I looked at the anime world that many otaku dream of. They also passed the red light district. Some people are still handing out leaflets. Curiously, Gwen ran over to take one and looked at it, but she couldn't read it. So I asked Suyi, "Sue, what is written on it? Is it a service? Why are you still wearing a maid outfit and a skirt?" Suyi took a look and smiled immediately. 8,000 yen for 50 minutes. 15,000 yen for 120 minutes. Hentai and oil are available. Guaranteed to be B cup or higher, and D can be selected at a higher price. Do you want to try it? Gwen was taken aback for a moment. Then he reacted abruptly. "Here, this. Can you distribute leaflets directly?" "Definitely." So he handed the flyer to Wanda and Hayla, who came over curiously and said, "This is one of their properties, and it is protected by clear laws. As long as it is done according to the regulations, it is allowed." Gwen was shocked when she heard this. Strange. Actually, the United States is similar. The United States also has a so-called red light district. At the same time, on the streets or some communities, The women who stand cool are also doing this. They are also blatantly standing on the street, and the police wouldn't care if they knew about it. A capitalist country, as long as it doesn't damage other people's property, you can turn a blind eye to everything you do. The police don't care at all. If everyone who stands on the street is arrested, the United States prisons are already saturated. Then catch it and it will be full. Moreover, they also promote economic circulation. The man consumes, and the woman spends faster when she gets the ticket, and buys things in a blink of an eye. That's from an economic point of view. This consumption cycle should not be too good. It also stimulates consumption by men and consumption by women. The only problem is that neither side pays taxes. Definitely, it will cost both sides. It is also equivalent to paying taxes in a different direction. Sue, how far is the distance between 8,000 and 15,000? At this time, Wanda was curious about the price. How much is it in conversion? Sue doesn't even need to count. He thought for a moment and replied, 60 meters and 113 meters. Huh? Wanda was taken aback. So cheap. After calculating the price, Gwen agreed. It's really cheap, only 60 yuan. Hearing these words, Sui fell asleep helplessly. This is the economic hegemony of the rice yuan. People with high prices and high incomes come to places with high prices and low incomes, or places with low prices and low incomes are financially beaten. That's why the United States have been consolidating their position of supremacy. The benefits are too many. In Sakula, 8,000 to 15,000 is probably their daily salary for a day. This price in the United States is 60-80 yuan, which is about half a day's daily salary. But if this price is changed to the price of sheep, that is 3-4 days' wages for common people, and even more. So, common people in low-income and low-price countries are not worthy of tourism at all. When they travel to high-income and high-price countries, they are beaten by their income, and there is no possibility of traveling at all. The cost would be outrageous. Therefore, the secret to traveling for a well-off family is to go to a country where the price is lower than your country. In this way, you can feel what is called personal economic crushing. The reason why Europeans can travel everywhere. A large part of the reason is the benefits brought about by the crushing of the middle-level structure, the national economy, and personal income. Therefore, from the perspective of average and pattern levels, tourism is crushed by the strength of a country with a high average and a low average. Most people in Europe feel that the prices are really cheap when they travel around the world. But are Southeast Asian countries eligible to travel? Take your income from Thai baht and Vietnamese dong to the price of the United States. The price of the hotel is 100 meters per day. This is equivalent to 3,400 baht. And they common people want to earn 3,400 baht, which is estimated to be 10 days' wages. 10 days to 1 day. What are you kidding? So this is also impossible. Wait until Suyi explained clearly. Gwen, Wanda, Hayla and others all expressed their understanding. Hayla thought for a while and said, it's equivalent to the average consumption level of us goods people. No matter which world they go to, they will be crushed, right? Yes, that's right. So you rubbed Hayla's head. It seems that you really understand. Hayla raised her chin. That's definitely it. That's what it means. Asgard is the realm of the gods, and the average consumption ability of the people is crushed and killed everywhere on the earth. People take out something casually, can be exchanged for huge wealth. This is what Suyi just said. But the proportion is very large. After Hayla such an example, everyone fully understands. But this is just a little knowledge on the pattern. So you looked at the time. It's 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's go. We'll have dinner after shopping around. That's all. So Yi finally took everyone to a scenic spot. Then wait until dark. I went to Tokyo again for a good meal. Finally snapped his fingers and returned home. After arriving home, Gwen gave a big stretch. The atmosphere of the Japanese restaurant is really weird. It's weird every time I go. Everyone feels the same. It's really weird. When you put yourself in a superior position, it seems that it is not strange again. After everyone returned home for a while, Tunmai waved her hand to go home and continue her research, and Hayla continued to play her own, and let Tunmai come to play more. At the same time, Gwen and Cindy continue to prepare to go downstairs to fiddle with their room. If there is enough time, they also want to go out and fight crime. By the way, so you reminded, come back early. You will start school tomorrow. Understood Tilda. Wait until both of them leave. Only Suyi and Wanda are left in the family. Suyi turned to look at Wanda. Wanda was puzzled at first. Then he reacted abruptly. She thought about it, then said shruggingly, should we wait for Gwen to come back? I'll send her a message. She will definitely be back tonight. It's too late. Suyi smiled. She has to start school tomorrow. Then I'll give her Gwen too. Wanda continued to look for opportunities. So I'll be gentle. The key is that your attack power is so high. How can you be gentle? Be gentle until you fall asleep. Woo woo. The next day, when Suyi wakes up, the time is 8:30 a.m. Well, it turns out that the biological clock is used to it. But just right. Gwen starts school at 10 o'clock in the morning. This time is not too bad. Suyi lowered his head to look at Wang Tan who was hugging him. His whole body was white, and he was sleeping soundly. He was really gentle last night. I really didn't lie this time, because we are going to send Gwen to school together today. So Suyi got up first to wash up. Ask for flowers. Wait until after washing up and ordering breakfast. So you use the leave request in his mind. Use a leave slip. Today. Ding tilde. Leave is successful. 1. Today's check-in rewards can still be viewed at 5 p.m. Well, there are rewards for not working. So you would like to call the leave request a magic weapon. Then, he went to wake Wanda up again. When Wanda woke up, the two fought on the bed for a while. Then come to the living room for breakfast. At the same time, I also took Hayla to eat. As for Gwen and Cobweb, they probably cooked and ate. Wait until the time comes to 9:30. So Wanda, and Hayla all changed their clothes and shoes on the bed and went downstairs to find Gwen. After the three of them came down, Gwen just happened to come out with Cobweb with something too. When Gwen saw Suyi coming, he immediately greeted him. Hi, good morning, Cindy is also going to see me off. Are you alright? It's okay. Suyi waved his hand. There is a sense of presence shielding. We will go in openly and nothing will happen, unless you leave my side. Oh cock, then let's go. 9:45 a.m. Suyi snapped his fingers. The five disappeared together, and then appeared on the New York University campus chosen by Gwen, and after everyone accompanied Gwen to report, the lead tutor also introduced the new students. New York University, founded in 1831. It is one of the largest private schools in the United States and one of the world's top private research universities. Students, NYU is a secular school that does not admit by birth or social class. So we had 120,000 applicants last year, but only 12.2% of them passed the exam, which means from the moment you enter NYU, you've already. It is the best talent among the best. 0. Please show your ability to the fullest at NYU. We have abundant scholarships and all kinds of economic and material support. Don't forget that we are also a school founded by the Secretary of the Treasury of the United States. The introduction is finished as the lead leads. The students were visibly excited and they all feel honored and motivated to enter this school. Gwen was the two, but she didn't show much. Instead, he looked towards him in the crowd and blinked. Suyi smiled helplessly. They stand outside the crowd, with the effect of shielding the sense of presence. Now except for Gwen, no one else can see the four of Suyi. But Hayla asked suspiciously, is this how universities on Earth teach their students? Wanda shook her head. I don't know. Cobweb said with certainty, it was almost the same when I was in welfare middle school. Suyi felt the deepest. So he explained it gently. This is the educational feature of the United States. The strong will always be strong. The university here will tell the students the glory of the school and let the students release their talents to the fullest. They are not afraid that you are crazy, but they are afraid that you are too honest. Everyone who is more famous than the United States is crazy. Hearing Suyi's words, everyone nodded to express their understanding. Education in the United States is quite radical. In other places you can see a madman, and everyone rejects him. But here you see a bunch of lunatics huddling together. To the common people, they're crazy, they're out of their minds, and they're doing crazy things. But the great thing is, here, no one says that these lunatics are wrong. As long as you don't affect others, you can be as crazy as you like. Next, the instructor took everyone on a tour of the campus. But New York University is very large as about 320,000 square meters. So everyone watched it by sightseeing bus. Fortunately, there are many places for sightseeing cars. The four of Suyi sat on the car, and Gwen also came to sit in front of Suyi. The students began to choose their own positions. After Gwen is done, Cobweb asked Gwen curiously, why did you choose this college, Gwen? Because it's close to home. Gwen replied without thinking. Cobweb, just because it's close to home? It seems to be right. New York University is on Harem Island. At the same time, the Stark Building, the Osborne Building, and the Northern Building are all on Harem Island. Then you say it can't be close, with many students getting on the bus. Because Suyi and the others sat in the back row, they took up all the seats, and the presence shield would make people ignore these seats. But one girl was a little dazed. She looks at Gwen, as Gwen at the moment is tapping and talking behind her. But in this girl's eyes, is there anyone in the back seat? No. What is this girl talking about? It can't be mental illness, can it? Think here. The girl walked over, sat next to Gwen, and said hello. Hi, classmate. Hello, my name is Miji Parker. What's your name? Gwen turned around and answered politely. Hi, my name is Gwen Stacy. The conversation between the two is quite normal. But Suyi's heart is not normal. 0.0. The last name Parker ... Could it be a random corpse? 195. 3 worms in the same car. Tony Major's mentality jumped. In the Marvel multi-universe, not everyone has the surname Parker. Even if Spider-Man has many. But not everyone believes Parker, such as Gwen, such as Cindy and so on and so forth. Same. Even if Peter Parker of the multi-universe looks different, there are 1 generation, 2 generations, 3 generations and so on. Although they are both called Peter Parker, they look different. But one thing remains constant. That means they must be related to the Parker family. Right. As long as it's a Spider-Man named Parker, there must be a family like Harem. This is the setting of Marvel. So even the multi-universe Spider-Man, that just needs to be Parker's last name. Then it must have something to do with Parker's family. So this was also the reason why Suyi was quite surprised. Her last name is Parker. Suyi thought for a while. Is there a female Spider-Man in the Parker family? It seems there is, and a lot, but Suyi can't remember. There are so many Marvel comics, it's impossible for him to remember them all. There are also more Spider-Mans. He can't remember them all. The Spider-Man that can impress him the most is nothing more than Gwen and the original Peter Parker Spider-Man. He has very little impression of the other Spider-Man, only Venom Spider-Man, Wadlala Spider-Man and so on. But he also only knows the name. I don't know what everyone's name is or what their background is. So Suyi didn't know about Mdi Parker's background and origin. It is only known that she is related to the original Spider-Man. At this time, Wanda has already discovered Suyi's meditation, so she reached out and took Suyi's big hand. She asked after the two put their hands together. What's wrong? Suyi looked at her. The mainstream Spider-Man in the multi-universe, Parker. Wanda didn't understand what it meant at first. But 167 Cobweb understood immediately. She opened her eyes wide to look at Suyi, and then at Mead Parker next to Gwen. Meaning, is she Spider-Man? Wanda also understood after Cobweb uttered. She turned her head to look at Mead Parker. And Gwen had just heard it. It's just that she hides it well. Not at all. But she still couldn't help looking at Suyi from time to time. Gwen was curious now. Is the person opposite me who is talking to me Spider-Man? And the look in her eyes was also noticed by Mdi. Mdi looked back. What are you looking at? She looked back at Suyi and the others. Then he frowned a little, and then suddenly lowered it. Honestly, intuition told her the current environment is a bit strange, but perception told her again. Nothing. Don't look. Mdi thought for a while and turned her head. Gwen also said, it's nothing. By the way, Maddie Parker, where are you from? I'm from Manhattan. I heard asking myself where I live. Mdi was a little stiff, but she still replied, I live in Queens. Have to. Surname Parker. Live in Queens. The buffs are all stacked. So you looked at Gwen. Then with a slight movement of the fingers, the Phoenix Force entered Mdi Parker's body for a peek. And Mdi Parker also suddenly let out a faint nasal sound. No one else can hear it. But Gwen could hear it. Gwen knew that it was Suyi who was checking the other party. So she hurriedly interrupted and asked, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. Mdi Parker smiled slightly. I just suddenly want to stretch. After finishing speaking, she deliberately stretched her waist. At this time, Suyi had withdrawn his energy. Then Gwen continued, so do you like Miss Spider? I like it. Meda Parker nodded. I like it too. The recent news about them has become popular, and they are being talked about everywhere. They? Medi was puzzled at this moment. In English, there is a big difference between her and them. Totally two words. And Gwen was also puzzled. Didn't you know? There are two Spider-Men in New York. Two? Hearing the two Spider-Men, Meda Parker couldn't hold back for a while. She was shocked inside. Compared to her being an outsider, why are there two Spider-Mans in this world? That's right. Gwen asked knowingly. Didn't you read the latest news? Sorry. Medi Parker hesitated a bit. I only watched the recent ones. The two just talked about this. The girl in front of them turned around and participated in the chat. You guys like Miss Spider too? Me too. Hear this sentence. Gwen and Medi were taken aback at the same time. Then Gwen asked her, then which one do you like? I like them all. What's the point? The girl in front said definitely. Didn't you see that their battle suits all have the same logo? Even if the style is different, but there is a pattern of spiders on the chest. They must be an alliance. The Spider Alliance. As soon as this statement came out, not only Gwen, but also Cobweb at the end were all surprised when they heard it. This girl is so pink Spider-Man. But she may not know. In front of her, there are three Spider-Man sitting. Then the girl in front seemed to open up the conversation. They chatted immediately, and Suyi is here. She nodded to Wanda and Cobweb. Hayla saw it too. The three of them immediately understood. Mdi is really Spider-Man. Gwen, who noticed Suyi's movements, also pursed her lips. She looked at Mdi seriously. This action can be said to be deliberate. Mdi also asked after finding out. What's wrong? Gwen and her stared at each other for a second. Then he smiled. You look pretty! Mdi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, you are the same. This stunned the girl who was talking to him. She muttered twice. They all boasted to each other. Why don't they know each other anymore? You're pretty too. Gwen and Meda boasted at the same time. The girl smiled happily. They all look good. They all look good. That's all. With the introduction of the instructor, the sightseeing car took everyone around a lot of places. It's been around for almost 2 hours. Then the tutor made the final introduction. He said after getting off the car with his colleagues. Okay, that's the end of New York University's introduction. And then you just need to go to the colleges you applied for. If you need accommodation, or if you have any questions, you can find instructions in the respective colleges. So I will go first. With the departure of the instructor, only then did the students react. You came here to work part-time as a tour guide. And the students also returned to the center of the school. There is a big stone monument here. The school emblem is also engraved on the steel. The school badge is quite distinctive. It's all purple, and the pattern in the middle is also a torch. And that's it. Nothing. Not as clean as a school badge. Instead, it looks like a luxury brand or a car brand. And after the teacher left, Mdi also waved at Gwen and said, Gwen, Do you want to go together, or I will report to my academy first? You go first. Gwen waved his hand. I'll be the later. Okay, then I'll go first. Bye. Bye. After watching Mdai leave, Gwen walked to the side of Suyi and the others. Cobweb looked at Mdai's leaving figure in surprise. Gwen, there's another spider girl, and we've got a new companion. After hearing this, Gwen shook her head slightly at Cobweb, and said after telling her to calm down. We accepted you because we have watched you fight the rhinoceros for a long time, so we judged that you are a good person. And we don't know her yet, so we have to find out who she is and what she has done before we can decide whether to recruit her or not. Gwen's words brought Cobweb back to his senses. That's right, that's how it should be. Gwen was right. Randomly recruiting Spider-Man does not guarantee that every Spider-Man is a good person. So you have to be sure first. In short, she has come all the time, and she can't run away, right? Suyi nodded aside. Gwen is right. You have a lot of time to get in touch with her. There is no need to worry. Cobweb nodded and looked at Gwen. That's all up to you. Gwen made an okay gesture. Don't worry, then I'll be leaving first. You can go back, and I'll go back after I've attended the freshman assembly. Well, let's go. So Gwen waved and left too. Everyone watched as Gwen left. Wanda sighed. In less than a month, there are already 3 Spider-Mans in our universe. Will the 3rd floor not be enough to live in? Good guy. Can you think of the problem of living enough? There are 10 rooms in Suai Lane in that house. If not enough to live, how many Spider-Man? Now all 3 are in the same frame. Wait a little longer. Can't 10 worms and 18 worms be in the same frame? Let's talk about it. It can be expanded anyway. 11. Suyi said it was fine. 2,500 square meters. The house now only uses 1,000 square meters. In fact, it doesn't matter if you add another 1,000 square meters. But there are too many vacant places, so people should live there and expand. Let's go back. After sending Gwen to school, Suyi snapped his fingers. Next moment, everyone disappeared in place, and then returned home. Then we chatted for a while and drank some drinks. At the moment it was noon. Cobweb got up and was ready to go out to fight criminals. Suyi took a sip of milk tea and joked. It's so hot at noon, criminals don't want to commit crimes, so let's leave after lunch here, and you go out together when Gwen comes back in the afternoon. Facing Suyi's request, this is Gwen's immediate boss, so Cobweb could only hum and agree. But wait for lunch. Cobweb still went back. She is going to exercise. So many good equipment in a gym on the 4th floor can't be wasted. So she took a bottle of milk tea for lunch. I went down to exercise. After Cobweb left, Wanda goes to practice spells every day. So you went to the sofa for a while, laying things out while watching Hayla play games. Look at the games Hayla plays. Zelda, don't you like playing fighting games? It's almost time to play. Almost no more to play. Change the taste. Hayla's handle clicked and clicked. The game is too slow. According to my intensity, the game I like will be finished soon, so what should I do then? Really? After playing later, there are fewer and fewer games I like. So he has a deep understanding of this. In the 2 years since he first came to Marvel, he played games when he had nothing to do. But then there is no game to play. I was passively quit. Alas tilde. Suyi sighed lightly. He couldn't bear that Hayla, who likes games, doesn't have games, and he doesn't give up on games. So Suyi suggested, you can try playing PC games. Hayla, many games on PC are online games, and rereading is more replayable, unlike consoles where you don't want to play after clearing the level. Hayla was taken aback after hearing this. PC, what game is it? Suyi was taken aback by this sentence. You've been playing games for so long, don't you know? I do not know. All right. Suyi gave Hayla a host to play with, and a handle to play with. But it seems that it is not played for Help, and Hayla doesn't go out to play and not in contact with people, so she didn't seem to think about playing other games. Just click and play according to the host and handle. Don't care about anything else. Okay, my question. Suyi sighed, then took Hayla to the computer in the office downstairs and said, come on, let me teach you. There are really many games on PC. 3A has Elden Ring, Sekiro, Cyberpunk 2077, Assassin's Creed and so on. Online games include LOL, GTA 5, World of Warcraft, etc. In short, there are ARPG, FPS, MPG, RTS and other games. I will give you a Steam. You can play by yourself. Finished. Suyi opened Steam and asked Hayla to choose. Fortunately, he didn't open Wii game, so as soon as Steam is opened, a variety of games appeared in front of Hayla. Wow tilde. You can't see so many games in the console. There are so many games for PC. Then Suyi told Hayla how to use the keyboard and mouse. Hayla went to study by herself. A game genius is quick to come into contact with any game. Suyi doesn't have to worry. Hayla is not the kind of foodie and fun-loving type. She's pretty smart, even playing games. After leaving Hayla in the office, Suyi went back. But on his way back, he just stepped out of the office door. The phone rang. Suyi turned on the phone and took a look. Tony Stark, long time no see. Sue, do you have any guests now? Suyi, none. Tony Stark, don't be so cold. Look at the door of your office. Looking at the office door. How? Tony 5.4 is coming. Suyi waited for a while, but Tony didn't come. Su-Yi picked up the phone and dialed the text. Send. Su-Yi, Tony, damn it, why me? Wait for me a little longer. Su-Yi waited for a while. As a result, Tony was still nowhere to be seen. What is he doing? Shit. Just when Su-Yi raised his phone and was about to say something bad, ding, with the ringing of the elevator doorbell. Then the door opened. Su-Yi saw Tony, who was wearing a robe, with the corner of his mouth curled up but wearing sunglasses, and Steven, who was also wearing a robe, came up. Steven smiled after seeing Su-Yi. Long time no see, Su. Long time no see. Su-Yi nodded, but he still looked at Tony curiously. Then he looked at Steven and asked, what's wrong with him? Wearing a robe and being recognized as Joker? Su-Yi said so. Tony's not just the corners of his mouth. His sunglasses couldn't stretch anymore. Well, Tony sighed heavily, not knowing why he was so disappointed. Steven looked at him and smiled. Tony learned the teleportation spell last night. He originally wanted to teleport it here today, and he even ordered a vestment. But I don't know why it can't be transmitted in this building. In the end, it can only be transmitted downstairs in the building. And then, Steven looked at the elevator. It means that the two ended up taking the elevator up. Su-Yi almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he heard it. Tony took off his sunglasses. He also said very sadly, doesn't this spell say that I can teleport anywhere I've seen? Why can't this building teleport? Su-Yi laughed. He looked at Steven, who was holding back his laughter, and then smiled helplessly at Tony. Don't you know that if there is a mage or ability who is stronger than you and understands space and doesn't let you teleport, don't you be rejected by space? 196. Steven observes the future. Shape-shifting King Kong is really yours! Hear Su-Yi's words. Tony's face froze, and he immediately looked at Steven. Is there such a thing? Yes. Steven nodded with a smile. Then why don't I know? This is the disadvantage of you going back to study. These knowledge books will not be written, but mage who imparts knowledge will tell you these personal experiences, but the books only have knowledge, no experience. Tony opened his mouth, and finally found himself younger. Yes, the book is only responsible for writing knowledge. It's up to you to learn or not. Whether someone taught you is another matter. If you just read the book, how would you know the relationship between the teleportation spell and the opponent mage? There is only knowledge of teleportation spells in the book. If you want to write various coping plans, how much time can you write? So these are experiences. Unless your mage who taught you told you to, or you found it in a book dedicated to teleportation spells. Otherwise you'll have to try it out. So Tony was silent. He was not thinking carefully. According to the knowledge in the book, teleportation spells can go wherever you want, as long as you have enough mana. Then all the places you have seen can be teleported there. But what will happen to you if the other party mage is not written in the book? This is the difference between class and self-study. Now Tony experienced it. Su-Yi smiled when he saw it. So you now know why I let Wanda temporarily live in Camartage to study spells? Under Steven's gaze, Tony nodded. Experience is important. Steven smiled gratifiedly. Yes, Wanda was learning magic from Ancient One at that time. Ancient One can be regarded as a gift plus Wanda's ability. So Wanda does not have this problem. And Su-Yi also gave Wanda permission to use spells in this building. Otherwise even Wanda. There is also no ability to cast spells inside this mansion. At this point, Steven knew it. But he didn't tell Tony. He watched Tony give up and come back from the elevator after a few tries. Why? Because even if Steven said it on the spot, Tony would only understand that the spell couldn't do this or that. But he will not understand the importance of experience. 07. So Steven did this on purpose. Tony understood these very important truths. Short name, for your own good. Looking at Tony's silent look, Su-Yi smiled. Understanding is better than being kept in the dark. Let's talk about business. What are you doing here? It can't be chatting, it's business or nothing. Hear things said. Tony and Steven also came back to their senses. The two looked at each other. Then they nodded at the same time. Business? Business? Are these two in business? Su-Yi looked at the door of the office. Then he waved his hand and said, I'm not going to work today. So let's go fishing in the lake in front of Tony's house and talk about it. Day off? Tony and Steven were puzzled at first. Later, when he thought that Su-Yi was the boss, he wouldn't be able to if he didn't think about it. So Tony nodded and said, okay, good to hear. Su-Yi's thoughts moved slightly. After a thought, he spoke to Tony again. Okay, you can teleport to the door of my office in the future. Now you open the portal to go home. Let me see your proficiency. Here proficiency. Then Tony was a little embarrassed. Cough cough. He coughed twice. I just learned the spells yesterday, and I'm not very proficient yet. When Steven heard it, the cloak behind him patted Tony on the shoulder. Steven himself said so. Hurry up, Tony. Too big mage bullied him. This little mage. Wait for me to research the mage armor. Designated violent beating. I guess he can beat Steven. That's fine with Su-Yi. It's outrageous to dream about it, but I think so in my heart. Do it or do it. Honestly, as far as mage is concerned, Tony is just a fledgling kid. Then Tony held out his hands. The left hand forms a palm, and the right hand draws a circle. Then swing around and around. Look at such novice gestures. Steven and Suyi looked at it and both laughed. Not mocking. It's just that this kind of operation looks really fun. After a while, Tony drew the gold flashes that eventually connected to form an oval portal. Then get through. The lake and lawn in front of Tony's house appeared in it. See, the portal is done. Tony lowered his hand slowly. Let's go. The three nodded. Then they entered the portal one after another. Next moment, the three of them appeared on the lawn in front of Tony's house. Then Tony turned around. Draw a circle again. Finally the portal was closed. How? Tony folded his hands. Suyi and Steven looked at each other. I couldn't hold back anymore. Steven crossed his fingers and asked, would you like to see the gap, Tony? Definitely. Tony nodded immediately. This way I can face up to the gap. Okay. The 10 fingers of Steven's hands are still crossed, but his index finger sticks out. Then draw a circle towards the front. Next moment, Gold's portal appears. Steven looked at Tony, tilting his head at him. Then move your index finger again. The portal is closed. Tony put his arms around his arms. His mouth moved, saying no, no saying number. So Steven comforted. You just returned the teleportation spell. It's normal. Why don't you look at the calendar again? Question mark. Suyi was taken aback for a moment, looking at Mai. You sure? Tony nodded, sure. Next moment. The moment Tony had just finished speaking, the positions of Steven and Tony were switched instantly. The position where Steven was standing just now became the position where Tony is now standing. The same is true of Tony's position just now. That is, Suyi just had a thought. Just let the two of them teleport seamlessly. Duh. Tony gasped. Steven's eyes widened too. The two were taken aback for a moment. What happened? As a result, Tony habitually looked at Steven's position on the left, and Steven habitually looked at Tony's position on the right. This way the two are looking in opposite directions. After finally finding the problem, he turned his head sharply and the two of them looked at each other. Steven thought about it. This is already more powerful than magic. It is not a level at all. That's right. Magic still has a precast spell, but the ability doesn't have a forward swing. This ability to control space. It was just a matter of Suyi's thought. So you talked to Suyi about magic? That's really unnecessary. Even if the space gem is in front of Suyi, he can directly throw the gem into another universe. Okay, let's get down to business. Tony was numb. He patted his own face, slapped tilde. Then he looked at the two of them and said, wait for me for a while, I'll get 3 fishing rods, and chat while fishing at the pier. Tony turned and left. Steven looked at Suyi and asked, what about Avengers now? Seems like a lot of people are reclusive. Suyi shook his head. It's not really a seclusion. Banner and her sister are still living quietly in the city. Tony talked about living in seclusion, but when he encountered a big discovery, he didn't want to find someone to explain it clearly, worrying about the crisis. Residing in seclusion is just a compromise. Living in seclusion is just a compromise. Hear this last sentence. Steven nodded knowingly. You are right. If it wasn't for compromise, how could the Avengers have been involved by the United Nations? How could there be a Superhero Registration Act? Bottom line, it is indeed a compromise. After all, Avengers is not like Hydra, which can be cast at will. You are within the rules. It will be bound by the rule. After a while, Tony changed into normal casual clothes, and came out with 3 fishing rods and a box to use. After Steven saw it, with a turn of his hands, Major's clothes changed accordingly. Then the two took the fishing rod from Tony, walked to the pier together and sit down. The benches and chairs here are all made before. Sit casually. Tony opened the box again. There are bait inside, hooks, fishing lines, floats and so on. It's quite complete. And Tony is familiar with the lake's depth, fish, and behavior. So he went straight to matching it up. Even the bait has been selected. So you looked at the toolbox, then turned to look at the lake with a thought. How deep is the lake? What is the water temperature? What kind of fish? What they like to eat? And how deep they swim? Alright, here we go. After a glance, Suyi also started to assemble and fish. No matter how thick the line, how big the hook, what kind of bait is perfect. But Steven looked at what was at hand. He doesn't know it at all. He hasn't played this thing before. So he looked at the proficiency of the two and asked, how to do this? Tony looked at Steven. He also looked at Suyi's different methods and choices from his own. Finally he said with a smile, I and Sue's method, you copy one yourself. It depends on who you believe. Tony wasn't finished yet. Steven glanced at Suyi's fishing tackle, already assembled. Line, hook and bait are all selected at a glance. Copy directly. But he was speechless. How about hesitation? Can you save some face? You are on hesitation for half a second. Then decide if it's Suyi. I haven't finished my sentence yet. You just copied it directly. I don't want to lose face. Tony reluctantly continued to assemble his fishing tackle. But at the same time he also said, I am very familiar with the fish in the lake. I have been fishing for them for several months. I know what they like to eat. Implicit. You're with the wrong guy. Steven. Maybe. But Steven moved the corner of his mouth and said, but I trust my gut more. Tony, let's go. After a while, the three of them assembled the fishing tackle, then hung up the bait, and began to cast the pole for fishing. The positions of the 3 throws are different. Divided into left and right. Then wait for the hook to drop. Tony spoke in a normal tone. Let's get down to business. 2 days ago, when I went to Stephen to study spells, he suddenly started to twitch with his legs crossed. It's observing the future. Stephen reminded. Okay. Stephen suddenly crossed his legs and observed the future. After he finished observing, Stephen said that he saw a huge war scene, which was a war between machinery and Zerg, but I don't know the details, and Stephen didn't say anything. Tony quickly shared what he knew. In general, Stephen had a convulsion, and then observed the future. After Tony finished speaking, Stephen was ready to speak his words. But the next moment, Suyi's float sank. Wait a minute. Suyi raised it with one hand. The fish hook hangs directly on the fish mouth. Then he felt the bearing capacity of the fishing rod and fishing line. Then he found out. Huh? Yes, Tony. You use high technology to make fishing rods. After feeling that the fishing rod can withstand great force, Suyi lifted it slightly and slowly. The fish was dragged out of the water at a constant speed while resisting. Definitely not too much strength. If it is too big, the mouth will crack. After catching the fish, Suyi felt the weight of the fish. Good. Then he threw it into the water tank behind him. Then throw the pole into the lake. Tony looked at his fishing speed. Then he looked at his fishing rod that had not moved for a long time. Speechless. Then Stephen continued. That day, my gut felt the crisis, so I looked into the future with the eye of Agamotto. 220 In the future I saw an Iron Legion fighting an endless horde of Zergs. And among the Iron Legion, there is also a 1,000-meter-high monster releasing explosive waves. This war broke out in the outer reaches of the solar system. I don't know how long it lasted. I only saw Zerg corpses and battleship wreckage all over the edge of the solar system. After Stephen finished speaking here, Tony finally asked, in the end, who won? The 2 finished talking about themselves in front of Suyi. That's why Stephen shook his head slightly at Tony and said, didn't see the end. I only saw the most intense phase of the war. Countless bugs, lasers, and artillery cover the entire star field. That is a war that humans cannot watch. If it becomes a video and breaks out in human society, the whole world will think that the end is coming and the world will be in chaos. Didn't see the ending? Hearing this sentence, Tony didn't know what to do, and Stephen also said, humans can't even watch that kind of war. Once watched, only despair. There was no thought of resistance at all. Maybe only a little bit of people would think of rebelling, but almost impossible. That's why Stephen's expression is so serious, because this crisis is too big. It's so big that Mage Holy Place can't participate at all. So big that even if Tony sends all the Mark armors to the battlefield, it can only be regarded as a drop in the bucket. It doesn't work at all. Even a nuclear bomb. How far can it explode in the universe? It's okay to blow up a battleship, but the key is that the universe is so big. Who can you fly that to blow up? Nuclear bomb in space war. The destructive power of a single unit is average. The range of destructive power is a little less. Positioning is very awkward. So Stephen has been thinking for a long time in the past few days or so. The final solution is looking for father. No, looking for Suyi. And after hearing these words, Suyi smiled and asked with interest. Then you see that in the most intense battlefield, there are more Zerg corpses or more battleship wrecks. What is the ratio? Stephen closed his eyes and recalled. Then he opened his eyes and said, the corpses of the Zerg were so numerous that they even covered the wreckage of the battleship. What about the shape-shifting King Kong? How many died? Shape-shifting King Kong death. The word shape-shifting King Kong was just finished by Stephen. His eyes widened in response. You mean shape-shifting King Kong? Yes. He didn't even ask if it was shape-shifting King Kong. Suyi then asked the shape-shifting King Kong how many people died. That is to say, Suyi has already said in a disguised form that the shape-shifting King Kong is his. And Tony smiled mysteriously from the sidelines. He finally couldn't hold back anymore and said, Stephen, your secret is that you didn't tell me the details of the battlefield, and the secret I didn't tell you at the time is this. Now do you know? What secret? The shape-shifting King Kong is Suyi. The legion of the entire planet and the future picture you see are all 197. I am the creator. May Die Parker in action. In the beginning, both of them had scruples. This is not any suspicion between the two, such as distrust or something. Not so. It was because this matter was related to Suyi. Stephen's shape-shifting King Kong because of Dan Huo is exactly the same as the shape-shifting King Kong army he watched in the future screen. That's why he didn't say anything. He worries that Tony doesn't know this, and this matter is too big, so I won't talk about it first. Same. Tony is also the reason. He knew that the shape-shifting King Kong Legion belonged to Suyi, and a civilization has formed on Mars. He knew that what Stephen was talking about was Suyi's shape-shifting King Kong Legion, and Tony didn't know that Stephen really didn't know, so he can't say either. That is, the two did not speak for the same reason. The result is now clear, so you know. X2. Tony and Stephen looked at each other speechlessly at the same time. The two are hiding a secret that each other knows. Isn't this pure stupid pig behavior? So you watched it happily. You guys cooperated really well. Obviously both of them are bright cards. The result is played as a normal card. No one else. Stephen was stunned for a moment, and after a while, he slowed down and said, so, Su, you are the master of a mechanical life civilization? Owner. Su savored the word, then slowly shook his head and said, not really, the master means dictatorship, so everything is managed by the master. But you should understand me, I'm a person who is afraid of trouble. People who are afraid of trouble. Really? Tony and Steven nodded slightly in confirmation. But Tony also cheered up kindly. So I am a creator. Su smiled, looking at the fish in the water attracted by the bait. He drew the line slightly to attract them. The creator is only responsible for guiding, although they all listened to me, but I have never intervened, only set the rules. If only Gwen and Wanda were here, even if the collector is here, they'll nod their heads affirmatively. This is a fact. So far, Su has only set rules. For example, the living planet cannot be completely transformed into a mechanical planet, and other planets are free. But how many living planets are there in the universe? 1 billion solar systems do not necessarily have a living planet. So this rule, in fact, it's just to keep the shape-shifting King Kong from slaughtering lives for transformation. After all, after the renovation, even if it hurts the species, they would originally go extinct. This is also an indirect massacre. But actually, the creator's law set by Su Yi has almost no constraints on the shape-shifting King Kong. These laws just prevent shape-shifting King Kong from being the bad guy defined by others. Because shape-shifting King Kong doesn't understand human feelings and human hearts, so he just guided it a little bit. So far, the shape-shifting King Kong is always developing in the direction he leads, getting better and better, and I believe it will be the same in the future. The creator. Tony and Steven reflect on the definition of the word. That is to say, you basically don't care about the development of the shape-shifting King Kong civilization, you just have nothing to look at and set the rules. Roughly the same. That being said, Su Yi hasn't seen the shape-shifting Vajra civilization for quite some time. But there are very few rules, and none of them have reached double digits so far. None of the rules reach double digits. Tony couldn't imagine this happening, because rules are like laws. There are so many laws on the earth. Without laws, you don't know what kind of chaos it will be. It is estimated that it is the end. But the rule of shape-shifting King Kong didn't even reach 10. Can this develop so rapidly? It's outrageous. Tony waved his hand helplessly. The next topic, let's not talk about civilization. It doesn't help us, but it hurts us. Steven nodded. Now the main thing. He wanted to hear Su Yi's views on this war. After all, shape-shifting King Kong's every move, it must be under Su Yi's vision. So Steven turned around and asked, in the future picture, those Zerg races are very brutal. There are too many of them, at least tens of millions or even billions. Shape-shifting King Kong. Can it really resist it? Finished. Steven felt that his example was not good, so he held out his hands. Use power to build the phantoms of those Zerg for the two of them to see. Tony watched intently. After a while, after Steven materialized, Tony frowned watching. How big are they? The smallest unit is 2 meters, Steven said in a deep voice. The largest ... at least about 10-20 meters. Hear this. Tony was in a bad mood. 220 meters of bugs. If this is one, it's okay to say. But the point is, this is a swarm. It is often calculated according to tens of millions or even billions. Is it still a trivial matter after multiplying this number by 100 million? Unless the number is 0. Otherwise, if 100 million pigs rushed into the city, many people would be trampled to death. Not to mention these terrifying Zerg. That's why Tony frowned. Alas, there are too many. Yeah. Because of it, the Zerg's main focus is the sea of bug tactics. Explosive soldiers. They are professional. What do you use to compare the quantity with others? Thinking of this, the two of them were frowning, and they lost even the mood for fishing. Su Yi originally wanted to explain, but at this time, bite the hook. Wait a minute. Su Yi is fishing again. With a light lift, he slowly pulled the fish up, unhooked it, and put it into the water tank. Finally, hang the bait again and throw the fishing rod back. While he was doing these moves, there were two sad-faced people who kept watching like this. The two looked at Su Yi for a while. Steven suddenly woke up. He shuddered, then looked at Tony. Tony was baffled at first. Su is on the fish. What are you excited about? But after he watched Steven's actions, Tony was suddenly slow-witted. He understands too. The two looked at each other. The eyes of both parties are full of excitement and rejoicing. At this time, Su Yi finished throwing the hook, and then turned around. As a result, I saw two people who were so excited that they were inexplicably excited. You too. I see, Su. Before Su Yi finished speaking, Ni nodded seriously and said, your unhurried action is telling us to leave the ending to time and wait for the answer of shape-shifting King Kong? Forward. Su Yi thought for a while. This sentence is not wrong. Compare this to a shape-shifting King Kong team battle. You two just know it, and wait for the battle report to be ready. Otherwise, the shape-shifting King Kong would not be able to defeat him without Su Yi's help. The Earth will die only if it dies. I can't resist again, right? Su Yi just wanted to nod. As a result, Steven also said that war was too grand, with countless laser splashes and endless Zerg swooping. It seemed like the end of the world, and it was an unacceptable picture for human beings. It is also a situation where human beings cannot intervene, so we can only wait until the shape-shifting King Kong civilization brings good news. What Steven said, right. Human beings are too weak for the mechanical civilization and the annihilating Zerg, according to the Riddler. It is. Knowing too much is not a good thing when you are too weak. Realistically speaking, it is. When you have no money, don't know the life of so many rich second-generation people who are rich in money. The smell that even breath is money will make you fall into impotent collapse and despair. A 6-figure house, a 7-figure car, 8 figures and a little pocket money, 9 figures a small goal. This is a far-fetched reality for common people. It is even said that some lucky people can get there in this life. But what about space wars? You better not even know. But this also saves trouble. Suyi didn't even need to explain. The two of them understood it themselves, so Suyi nodded. It's good for you to know that the life and death of the shape-shifting King Kong civilization is determined by their own development progress. Tony and Steven nodded when they heard it. Civilization can only rely on itself. Relying on others is false. But Suyi looked at the worried brows of the two, and could only smile helplessly and said, "It's okay for you to worry about it. It's not good if you eat too much and lose your appetite. As for the shape-shifting King Kong, they got the news much earlier than you. You are worried here. They have already started building defense facilities. Count the time. The shape-shifting King Kong civilization has been done for several days. At their speed, the first book may be finished. Don't question the efficiency of shape-shifting King Kong civilization. Hundreds of thousands of millions of robots smashed onto the planet. What facilities are not built quickly? Exclamation mark. And Tony and Steven were taken aback. It's already under construction? Steven asked. Definitely. Suyi shook his head helplessly. The future you see is only a part of the future, and it didn't happen before it started. This thing started a long time ago. This match really has to be counted from the beginning. That's when Thanos' entry into negative space begins. When did this happen? All right. I heard that preparations have already begun. Tony and Steven breathed a sigh of relief. He doesn't have to worry about it. Wait. Time can be the answer to everything. At this time, following Steven's unexpected head, his float is down. Steven was overjoyed. He remembered Suyi's technique just now, so he lifted the fishing rod exactly the same. The fish biting the bait was instantly hooked. Then there is the pull. Steven pulled slowly. Fortunately, the fish is not too big, so Steven slipped up and came up, but waited for the fish to come ashore and took a look. Not too small. A fish head longer than a slab. Nice. Steven happily put the fish into the tank behind him. Then I looked at the 3 fish in the tank. Looking at Tony again, he asked. There are 3 fish. We 3-1. Someone caught one? Tony widened his eyes slightly and looked at Steven. He was a little speechless. Sharks still want pig hearts? Your supreme mage is too bad, right? It's enough to watch you fish. Suyi took a look. He put away the stick and said, "Stop fishing. It's a waste if you can't finish it." Tonight, each person grilled a fish. Tony didn't catch it, so he ate the smallest one. Steven put away the pole and nodded in agreement. I agree. Huh? Tony was dumbfounded. Steven's fish is as big as a palm. Who can eat enough? He is still a little bit unwilling to give up. Would you like to wait for me to catch another one? Suyi and Steven looked at each other. Then he looked at Tony and said, "Okay, but tonight we have grilled fish. You grill it." "Damn," Tony said decisively. "Eat the small ones and eat the small ones. Small and cute too." Till noon. In New York University, the 2 figures also walked out of the school together. Gwen and Medai each held a textbook. The 2 walked towards the school gate. Medai said with a smile, "I didn't expect that we also chose the same college, and it was still in the same class. So we are already going to class together." "Yes." Gwen nodded. "What a coincidence. Maybe we can go home together." "Where do you live in Harmonton?" Mead asked. "Near Central Park." Gwen casually mentioned the nearby location, but she reacted again. Her real home, that of her parents, is on land. And what she just subconsciously said, it is near Suyi's building. But forget it, it's all the same. But Medai made up her mind and shook her head. "I'm afraid not. We live near Queens, which is a bit out of the way." "Oh well." Gwen had just finished speaking. A girl ran over beside the 2 of them. The 2 took a look. She was the girl who chimed in and chatted in the car in the morning. She ran over and asked, "Where do you live?" "Harmonton." "The Queen." "Okay then, if it's not on the way, I'll go back first." After speaking, the woman ran away. Looking at the back of the girl, Gwen and Meda looked at each other very amusedly. Finally, the 2 reached the school gate. Then they waved goodbye to each other. "See you tomorrow, Meda." "See you tomorrow." After the 2 left, Gwen walked to the other side. Then he found a red-haired woman waiting not far away. The redhead was wearing a long brown trench coat, a lace-collared shirt, jeans and boots. "This looks not only tall, but also has particularly long legs," Gwen said as he walked up to her. "Wanda, have you successfully positioned yourself?" Wanda put her hands in the pockets of her windbreaker and looked at Gwen. "Are you so worried about me?" "Just make sure," Gwen said, wrapping her arms around Wanda. "If she goes out tonight, I will go up with Cobweb and Godzilla to see what she will do. If 2 or 3 times are good deeds, then we can recruit her into the Spider League." Wanda thought about it. "It really doesn't work. It's faster if I use the mental ability test, but if she is a friend in the future, it's not very good." Gwen agrees. She thought so too. Looking directly into your mind without permission. How is that different from looking directly at your browser history? This kind of behavior can only be done by people with complete trust. The time came tonight. After Suyi finished eating grilled fish at Tony's, he said goodbye to them and left. But before leaving, both Tony and Steven fell silent for a moment. Then Tony suddenly suggested, "How about an event like this at least once a month?" Steven looked at Suyi, then nodded. Suyi also felt good. "So I agree," because he also knows that if everyone only gathers for business in the future, then the number of times they will meet again will only become less and less. In society, maybe many people's original good buddies, good friends, and good classmates have gradually drifted away in this way. So it's okay to build a team. That's all. After leaving Tony's house, Suyi returned to his northern mansion. Gwen and Wanda just got back to Sutilda. The moment he saw Suyi, Gwen's eyes lit up, and she immediately jumped over to praise his waist. Then he buried his head between Suyi's neck and took a sharp breath. "Haven't seen you for a long time." Suyi was stunned. "It's full of time and money." "Is there 7 hours?" "It's not even 8 hours of labor law time." "I don't care." Gwen buried Suyi's collar and muttered, "I just miss you." Okay. What else could Suyi say? He looked at Wanda and Gwen. "I miss you too." Hear this sentence. Wanda smiled knowingly. But the next moment she was taken aback and said to Gwen, as soon as Mayday got home, she left Queens for a light. 198. The characteristics of the Parker family. Liv Hades Haler. In fact, after Mdi returned home, as soon as she dropped her school bag, she took out her spider battle suit from the ceiling and put it on. After a while, a blue and red Spider-Man appeared. This color scheme is the original Spider-Man color scheme. And Mdi also came to the window, ready to jump out. But after slightly tiptoeing, Mayday hesitated for a while. Then she went back to the house and took a closer look at the home she was so familiar with. At the same time, he said to himself, "Dad, Mom, I have come to a very strange world. Here is our house, my driver's license, bank card, diploma, everything. But why are you missing? Am I an orphan in this world?" Mdi was talking while walking around the whole house, especially her own house and the kitchen where she often eats. Everything is there, but the parents are gone. But she knew that she had changed the world, although she doesn't know why. This is her intuition, and her intuition also tells her that there are no her original parents in this world. At first Mead was unsure, but this morning I met a girl and I had a really nice rapport with her. I don't know why. At the same time, I also know that there are already 2 Spider-Man in this world, so I am the third. Did the first 2 come to this world suddenly like me, or only the second one? Or is it just me? There is too much information today. Let Mdi have to go out and observe as a Spider-Man. In the first few days, Mdi always stays at home obediently. The most normal ones are walking outside. But today is obviously not enough. Must go out and look around. It's best to meet those 2 Spider-Men and ask them. So she came to the window, got to find out the truth. Finished. With a light leap, Mdi flew out of the window. Then PSST shoots a string of cobwebs. Then the whole person flew into the sky. And the other side, after hearing the news from Wanda, Gwen jumped off Suyi's body. Going out so soon? It's only afternoon, and the sun has just set. Wanda felt the locked position of the mine for a moment. She's not in a hurry. The cobweb moves very slowly, wandering around the various buildings. She should be observing around 237. Gwen wondered. Could she be familiar with the surrounding environment? Probably. Gwen thought for a moment. Then if we follow up now, we will only be discovered. As if we can't see anything, let's wait for her to stop, or a fight will happen. Not a bad idea. But Wanda shook her head. Gwen, I only have the ability to look at the location, not the ability to monitor. Oh yes. Gwen reacted. What to do then? Stalking now will only expose yourself. Spider-Man's senses are very keen. If someone follows you with a purpose, usually Spider-Man can usually feel that something is wrong. And the 6th sense of the female Spider-Man is stronger than that of the male Spider-Man. So real person tracking is not a good way. Unless Suyi gives Gwen and Cobweb a good presence shield. But that's outrageous. But Suyi has a fun idea. You guys watch at home and let Tanhuo follow it. Let Tanhuo follow. Get the car to follow. Gwen and Wanda were taken aback when they heard it. Then suddenly it felt really good. Car to track. This is too much fun. The 2 of them just need to play with the remote control car at home. Watch Liv. Seeing the expressions of the 2 girls, Suyi knew that they were very excited. So Suyi threw the phone to Gwen. Hold the mobile phone and command, let Tanhuo connect to the TV with the network at home. Okay. Gwen took the phone. She let Skyfire go first. Then immediately ran downstairs. Wait a minute, I'll call Cobweb. After a while, Gwen pulled her wet hair, with a bath towel hanging around her neck, and her face was flushed. Cobweb came in wearing nothing but loose house clothes. As soon as Cobweb comes over, I saw Suyi again. Immediately, he patted Gwen and said, I was still taking a shower just now, wait for me to clean up. After finishing speaking, Cobweb will leave. But Gwen grabbed his arm and said, it's okay, hurry up, Mdi has moved. We let Dan Huo follow her. Hearing Dai's action, Cobweb stopped and immediately followed Gwen. It's just after coming to Su Yi's side. Cobweb is a little embarrassed. Isn't it a little too indulgent to come to someone's house in house clothes after taking a shower? But obviously everyone doesn't care. Su Yi opened the door, changed his shoes and went in. Let's go. Then everyone changed their shoes and entered. Everyone came to the living room. As Gwen said to the phone, Tan Huo, transfer the picture you see to the TV in the living room. Next moment, a request for access appears on the TV. Gwen agrees. Then the screen appeared. Wait until everyone comes to sit on the sofa. The twin dancers came out of the kitchen to serve everyone sliced fruit plates on the table. Only then did Cobweb discover it. It turns out that Gwen and Wanda are not the only ones in Su Yi's family. She looked at the twin dancers. Although they are very similar to human beings, they are almost exactly the same as human beings, and they are even more excellent than human beings. But the smooth face without facial features and the details of their posture can tell that they are not human beings, but similar to bionic robots. If you have to give an example, kind of like the robots from Detroit, become human. But that's not the point. Cobweb looked around the corner again. Little green-haired Hala sat on the thick carpet and played games coolly. The arrival of everyone did not affect her. Instead, in the gap time of the game, she also blindly reached out and grabbed an apple chunk and stuffed it into her mouth before continuing to beat. But that's not the point either. Cobweb remembers that when he saw Hala for the first time, he didn't feel anything unusual about Hala. She later learns that Hala isn't native either, but she didn't feel that Hala was a threat either. But Cobweb is now relying on its own induction. She could sense that this little girl was powerful too. In other words, they are not common people. Someone who is stronger than you anyway. This is what made Cobweb viscerally shocked. In this room, nothing simple exists. I joined Gwen's alliance, and it turned out to be the happiest one. Even the little girl I've seen before is so powerful. Oh my god. This has to be done well. Cobweb took off the towel around his neck and gently stroked his hair. Now you know where you stand. Cobweb felt that he had to work harder. At the same time, images of Tan Huo rushing to the road also began to appear on the TV screen. It's heading towards the position Gwen gave it. Wanda gives the location from time to time, and the Skyfire went all the way. At this time, while Tan Huo is driving automatically, it is also broadcasting prominent news broadcasts on the top of the TV. Yesterday at 11:11 p.m. New York time, a volcanic ash eruption occurred on Mount Sakura Fuji. The impact of this incident was minor. However, shortly after the earthquake fissure appeared, a moderate-level earthquake occurred near Mount Fuji, causing Mount Fuji to cause a magnitude 2.3 volcanic eruption, which is equivalent to a magnitude 7.8 earthquake, and it is possible that the eruption will continue to upgrade. At the same time, the nuclear power plant leaked again, and the person in charge has apologized again. With the news broadcast from Tan Huo, he also thoughtfully created a picture-in-picture split screen in the upper right corner of the screen. Everyone looked at the split screen. First came the ash eruption. This is nothing. At most the weather is bad for many days. Then came the fish. Then there was an earthquake in the middle of the night. The earth rumbled. Finally in the dark night, the volcano erupted. The volcanic ash was directly washed up to several kilometers high, and there is obvious magma being squeezed out. It's like popping a pimple. Then came the daytime. The nuclear power plant has leaked. That's see. It's all nuclear waste water. Then the picture and everything. Local officials and persons in charge are already bowing and even kneeling to apologize. You give me a knife now. Maybe there will be someone who is responsible for the harakiri. Su Yi couldn't laugh or cry after reading the news. We went to play yesterday and it was such a big thing that happened in the evening. It looked like we did it. Gwen and Wanda also looked a little surprised. It's really a coincidence. But there was one person who was quite surprised. Cobweb looked at Hala beside him. Yesterday she was walking behind, in line with Hala and Ganata. So she heard what Hala was doing. Be more specific. Draw a circle to curse you. And Hala was still playing games. But when she heard the report, she immediately turned her head. The game was paused, and she finished reading all the reports. The volcano really erupted? Sprayed. Wanda nodded. That fish really shook after it came out? Shocked. Gwen nodded. All my wishes come true? Come true. Cobweb nodded. Good. Hala was overjoyed. She picked up a banana and ate it with a few mouthfuls, her mouth bulging. Then turn around and continue playing the game. It seemed that what happened on TV had nothing to do with her again. But it was only then that Su Yi came to his senses. He looked at Cindy who had been peeking at Hala just now. Cindy, did Hala keep thinking about volcanic eruptions and earthquakes yesterday? Facing the question of the immediate boss, Cobweb nodded, and then gestured. She's still like this. To put it simply, draw a circle and curse you. Su Yi, no, it was you who did it. Hala, you big-eyed Hala can do something like that? It seems to be able to work out. Both Wanda and Gwen were taken aback. Su Yi smiled helplessly and explained. Our wishes and curses are a thought and an expectation, but Hala comes from the kingdom of Asgard, and she is originally a god too. Wanda suddenly understood. So Hala's curse is somewhat useful in the real world, and she's also the goddess of death. All of a sudden, Gwen, Wanda, and Cobweb were all shocked. They looked at the little Hailer who was still eating bananas in his mouth. This looks pretty on the little girl. A seemingly harmless little girl. Feelings are really kings of hell. When the Tang monk came, he had to recite a few words of Amitabha before he could leave. Find the target. At this time, the voice of Tan Huo came from the TV. Everyone looked. Skyfire drives on a highway. And on the building in the distance, there is a red-blue who meets each other, and the figure flashes by. Tan Huo instantly zoomed in and took a picture. So everyone saw a slender, curvaceous Spider-Man floating between the buildings. It's the Trump Hotel. Gwen immediately recognized the background she was in. This hotel is well recognized because it is really called the Trump Hotel, and it is also the property of the Trump family. People are before the president. He was originally a super big businessman, but that's not the point either. The key is her clothes. Yi recognized the color of Mdai's clothes at a glance. The original Spider-Man color scheme. Hearing this sentence, Gwen and Cobweb were taken aback at the same time. Gwen asks, what's the original Spider-Man colorway? Among the many Spider-Mans in the multi-universe, the color scheme is the most mainstream, and they are all called Parker Spider-Mans. Yi explained. Both surname Parker. Gwen and Cobweb looked at each other. May I die Parker? The surname is Parker. So Mdai Parker is related to the original Spider-Man. Gwen thought for a while and asked again. So what are the common characteristics or Spider-Man with this color and the surname Parker? Yes, and there are many more. Yi nodded. Say it, talk it, bandit. Gwen was excited. She scented Yi several more times in front of Cobweb, and there are crackling sounds. Cobweb turned her head shyly when she saw it. She has never been in love. How can I stand these? And Yi wiped his face helplessly before speaking. The first feature is that you don't even need to censor her. Gwen was taken aback. Why? Because in my impression, the Spider-Man with the red and blue plus Parker surname basically has no bad guys. Definitely, it's better for you to take a look. Second point, the Spider-Man in this color battlesuit will be more enthusiastic, with more words in his mouth, and the mouth is leaky, so it is easy to miss words. The third point, they are more enthusiastic about fighting crime, and even use it as a daily dungeon. They have a sense of justice, and they treat their friends very well, and they are very close. You remembered these points clearly. The red and blue Spider-Man is the copyright image of Marvel, so the red and blue Spider-Man is basically not a villain. Even if there is, it is assumed that red-blue zombie Spider-Man appeared in the program. The third-generation male Spider-Man was even raised by Tony as his son. Therefore, the Spider-Man in red and blue, regardless of men or women, can basically rest assured. So amazing. And Gwen and Cobweb and Wanda are obviously very curious. That's a different Spider-Man. Is the personality much different from what you said? For example, it is also called Parker plus red and blue battlesuit, but she has been hit, or has been hurt, etc. Under such circumstances, will Spider-Man become another character? Yi shook his head. Under normal circumstances, there is only more enthusiasm, and there is no change in personality that leads to a drastic change in temperament. Spider-Man treats family and friends well, even if they are hurt by a big incident. They will only grow up, but they will not change their temperament drastically. Joke. You want to change? It also depends on whether Marvel's parent company agrees. Spider-Man is Marvel's top 3 most popular characters. Red Blue plus Parker is such a classic image. What should you do if you have a villain and a big change in your temperament, which leads to fewer peripherals and fans? So there can be no such bad situation. People have a fourth wall to protect the body. Do you understand? Amazing. After hearing Yi's answer, Gwen turned her head to look at Dan Huo who was chasing Medai. I'm even more curious about her now. 199. 3 girls in the same frame. I'm Mayday Parker. All in all, if it is Spider-Man of other colors, there is still a very small chance of encountering the villain Spider-Man. In Sui's impression, there seems to be 1 or 2 versions. One is to become a lizard man while becoming a Spider-Man. One was body swapped by Dr. Lizard. Except for these 2, the original Spider-Man doesn't have any villains. Spider-Man in addition to other costumes. And this Mdai Parker is still a woman, so the possibility of being a villain is almost zero. With the attention of everyone, after Tan Huo locked the target, he has been chasing Mdai's path. And Mdai climbed over several buildings. After, she also came to the roof of a building in New York. Mdai looked down at the people coming and going on the street. To her vision, she could see what was playing on the big screens in the street, or a passing pedestrian playing with something on their phone, even what is on the side of the road and so on. At this moment, with the content switching of the big screen on the streets of New York, a red Ferrari sits motionless on the side of the road, but its eyes directly zoomed in on Mdai. At the same time, the figures of Gwen and Cobweb wearing battlesuits and crossing the street together on the big screen were captured. Well, the capture is very clear. Definitely not Gwen and Cobweb's intention. At most, they were deliberately and accidentally captured. In the big screen, Gwen is wearing a black and white pink battlesuit, and the spider icon on her heart is pink. Cobweb is wearing a black, white and red battlesuit, and the spider icon on her heart is red. The 2 occupied the entire screen one after the other. It also made the surrounding citizens stop after seeing it. Look, it's the cover of Spider League. A man stopped in the street. Wow, So handsome, I want to be like them too. A woman expressed her dream. They are so powerful. I saw them flying over the top of the building the day before yesterday. They were so beautiful. Do you look overhead from time to time? Ever since Spider League, I've looked up from time to time in New York to see if there is a Spider-Man flying by. Like now. Between discussions, that person suddenly raised his head and wanted to launch a sneak attack. On the other side, Di smiled and said to herself, very well, it seems that the Spider-Mans in this world are all good, and they are still in an alliance. That's great. I don't know when they will come out. I want to meet them and understand why I am here suddenly. Are they all locals? In Di's soliloquy, she got up to leave. According to the plan, she has 3 purposes for coming out this time. 1. See criminals on the road and arrest them directly. 2. Observe New York and find something different. 3. Spider League. Very curious. Just these 3. If you don't meet the 2 female Spider-Man of the Spider League today. Then she took a walk around New York to see if it was any different from her original world. But so far, all the same. But Di was not discouraged, but even more curious. She raised her hand, ready to shoot the cobweb away. But the next moment, Di felt something was wrong. She put away her hands and looked down the street. On one side of the 2 streets, watch as the crowd stops. One of the thieves started sneaking around in the purse. He may not have much skill, so it's probably going to be okay. If you don't get it right, it will run. And he's pretty smart too. You can't catch up with him just by sneaking a look. For example, men and women over middle age and children have no money. So don't steal from children. After Di saw it, she sighed at the top of the building. Sure enough, no matter what world it is, villains are also an indispensable part of the world. After Di sighed, the thief at the moment had put his hand in the pocket of an old woman. Di took a step forward after reading it. Then the whole person fell directly into the street in free fall. The glass wall of the building quickly moved past Mead's figure in the spider battlesuit. When Di falls, the white-collar workers on the top floor were taken aback for a moment, and immediately turned their heads. But it was too late. Some of the white-collar workers in the middle were leaning against the glass, drinking coffee and watching the scenery. When Di flashed by, PFFT a white-collar spouts coffee on the glass wall. The coffee in his hand spilled all over the floor. But he said excitedly, it's Spider-Man. It's a Spider-Man I've never seen before. She has a new battle suit. Come and see it. Pat, clack, clatter. All of a sudden, the colleague who heard the white-collar worker ran over and leaned against the glass to look down. I buy karma. It is true. And Di's fall certainly didn't hit the floor. After falling at about the same height, she shoots the cobweb. Then the cobweb lay on the wall and was immediately tightened. Then Di turned into an arc and passed by the streets of New York. At the same time when passing the thief, Di stretched out her hand. PSSD. A cobweb shot out and landed on the thief's back, and the thief was just about to touch the wallet. Next moment, Di pulled lightly. Immediately the thief found himself being pulled away by an irresistible force. Then it slammed into a utility pole with a bang. Then Di swung down. She shoots 2 cobwebs in the air, strapping the thief upside down to the pole. PSSD. After seeing the thief was fixed, Di didn't even hit the ground, because there were too many people, so she left after swinging again. Only one sentence remains. 911. Forget it. The police are here. Oh, by the way, if you steal again, be careful not to have a good life after you get out of prison. After speaking, Di had already left. Only then did people react. It's Spider-Man. It's the new Spider-Man. I saw the red-blue battlesuit she was wearing. It's a new dress. My God, where is she? Left already. After Di left, many people walked towards the thief's place. They all want to see what the thief caught by Spider-Man looks like. So this pole was surrounded by a group of people. But that's not the most important thing. The main reason is that a bunch of people started taking pictures with their mobile phones. Haha, I'm going to upload it on TikTok. Yes, get Miss Spider again. Really interesting. After the police officers patrolling the streets of New York saw the movement, they hurried over to check the situation. But before that, they had to push through the crowd first. Give it a go. Ladies and gentlemen, make it a go. Thank you. And out of the crowd, a red Ferrari saw Mimi's reverse and drove away. Then drive in one direction. The other side. After watching how Di caught the thief, Gwen and Cobweb looked at each other. They all nodded at the same time. This has basically been determined. Meiji Parker is no problem. Can contact, and then try to absorb into Spider Alliance C. So Gwen got up and said, then I'll go now, Sue, and Cindy too. Okay. Cindy wiped her hair dry. She stood up and walked over to Gwen. Sue waved his hand as if to say goodbye. Wanda looked at the two of them and asked, I'll just teleport you to the nearby area, so you don't have to hurry. That's great. Please open the door for me. Just above the outrageous building. Okay. After determining the location, Wanda stretched out her hand and looked at Sue with a slight smile. Then there was a sound. Crack. After a crisper voice sounded, a gorilla portal opens, and Wanda still looked at Sue with a smile in her eyes. Sue, you have to learn this, and when the time comes to show her, Mage, you will probably teach her badly. Whose Mage opened the portal and snapped his fingers. Sue can fight or not, but he thinks snapping his fingers is a little more handsome, a little pretend. and a feeling of confinement. That's why he did it. And Wanda, purely for show. Turning around, he viciously snapped his fingers on her crotch. And Gwen and Cobweb couldn't care less about that. The two of them conjured up a symbiosis battlesuit. A DADADA changed into a nano battlesuit. Although the transformation speed of the nano battlesuit only takes less than 2 seconds, it is still much slower than Gwen's instant effort. But it doesn't matter. After changing the battlesuit, Wanda, I may not be back tonight. You have to take good care of Sue. Gwen waved to everyone, and then walked into the portal. Cobweb also waved his hand to follow. But what? As soon as this sentence came out, Wanda's smile disappeared. Then it moved to Soo Yee's face. The two looked at each other. Wanda at the moment is like a big fat sheep in the sheepfold. At the same time, said to go far. In fact, Mdai listened to everyone's words on the roof after swinging around. And then nodded happily. Daily mission, complete. I haven't done my daily routine for several days. I'm so bored. As expected. The red and blue Spider-Man are all Spider-Man with a strong sense of responsibility. Not like Gwen. If there is no Soo Yee, she will become a Spider-Man and wait for 2 years before talking. Real. In the original book, Gwen is really like this. Not deceiving at all. After listening to the following words almost, Mdai was about to leave. But one sentence suddenly attracted her. Quickly record it, post it on TikTok, and then hit Spider Queen. TikTok. Mdai was puzzled. What is TikTok? Why can there be It Spider-Man on it? In her previous world, there is no such thing as TikTok. Suddenly, Mdai reacted immediately. 0. Ask for flowers. TikTok is something unique to this universe, so Mdai took out her phone. Immediately found TikTok download on Google. Wait until the installation is complete. She is creating an account. Then enter the software, click on the small magnifying glass in the upper right corner, and then search Spider-Man. As expected, the first video was the first personal video that Gwen posted at that time. In the video, Gwen opens with climbing up a vertical glass wall. So inside the glass, it was the first time that everyone saw the image of Miss Spider's battlesuit so closely. Then there is the first perspective building shuttle. This allows countless people to be on the scene, and feel like they are flying flight like this. Mdai sighed in admiration. It's great to make this into a video. So handsome. Mdai nodded, expressing that she was very good. And at the moment, there was a whisper from behind her. Mdai just wanted to turn around. Pat pat tilde. After 2 soft landing sounds appeared, an unexpected voice appeared next to Mdai's ear. Oh tilde, you're actually watching my video. You have a good taste. Hear a word that suddenly appeared. Mdai instantly put away her phone and jumped away. She jumped a few meters ahead and turned around. Then Gwen and Cobweb saw it. Mdai's eyes widened suddenly. What is this equivalent to? This is equivalent to watching a video of a female celebrity. As a result, the female star said in your ear, look at my video. The taste is good. And Gwen and Cobweb looked at each other. The two waved their hands and laughed. Hi, my name is Gwen, the captain of the Spider League. My name is Cindy, a member of the Spider League. After the two introduced themselves, Gwen looked around, then waved to Mdai and said, it's not convenient to talk here, come with me. After saying that, Gwen shot out a cobweb, and then flew away with a swing. Cindy followed suit. At this moment, Mdai hadn't reacted yet. She watched the two of them fly into the air and was still a little dazed. Hurry up, the drama is about to start. Cindy greeted Mdai while swinging in the air. Mdai hesitated first, then suddenly took 2 steps back happily. Then he ran up the building and jumped out. Finally a shot of Cobweb on the way down. Fly with Gwen and Cindy, that's all. The three shuttled among the high-rise buildings in New York. They made their way through the heavy traffic, go over the tall buildings of the city, through the streets, then came to a building with plants. Fortunately, New York is full of tall buildings. You don't have to worry about finding a quiet and safe place. Clap. Gwen landed on the ground. Clap tilde. Cindy landed. Another second. Mdai landed on the ground. After the three landed, they stand in an equilateral triangle. Then you look, I look at you. The three looked at each other first. Then Gwen and Cindy looked at each other. The two nodded in Mdai's unknown eyes. Then the next moment, shwa tilde. Gwen's symbiote headgear disappeared instantly. Cindy's nano headgear also gradually disappeared. Who are you? After seeing Gwen's appearance, Mdai was instantly shocked. But she tightly covered her mouth again. Golden Retriever beauty. She looks like someone who came out of anime. Eyes are beautiful. Nose, mouth and figure are all beautiful. And she is Gwen, the one who reported with her in the morning. Mdai originally wanted to call out Gwen's name, but she suddenly remembered. This call exposes itself. So she quickly covered her mouth. Gwen couldn't help laughing when she saw it. You are really the same as what Soo Yee said. It's easy to slip up. Yeah, Cindy agreed. Mdai was stunned. Who is Soo Yee? How does he know that I have a habit of leaking words? Don't worry about it. Gwen waved her hand. Take off your hood, Mead. We already knew. Mdai was dumbfounded again. You already know? Definitely, but Gwen thought for a while. It doesn't seem to be too early. It's not even 24 hours. Now that it has been recognized. That was under the watchful eyes of the two. Mdai took off her hood. Yes, every other pick. Because her battlesuit technology is just a little bit better than normal world technology, same as Peter Parker's. So after taking off the hood, Mdai's brown hair is a bit messy. She tidied it up before speaking. I have a lot of questions I want to ask you, and there are still many things I want to figure out. What kind of world is this? Why did I come here suddenly? Hear the words. Gwen looked at Cindy, then nodded and said, "This is all normal. We can talk slowly. It will take a long time. I will tell you. It really doesn't work. Let's ask Soo-Yi again." 200. A born Spider-Man. Spider League Superbase. Ask Soo-Yi. Why did Gwen mention Soo-Yi twice in a few words? Who is Soo-Yi? Mdai still couldn't help asking this person who sounded like a know-it-all first. Gwen and Cindy looked at each other. Then Gwen turned around and explained. Soo is a psychiatrist and a spiritual leader. You will know him later. Cindy nodded in agreement. Soo is a good person, a very powerful person, and the Spider Alliance was established by relying on him. Mdai opened her eyes wide after hearing this. Heard so many good things. Mdai couldn't believe it. Sorry, I don't mean to speculate maliciously, but is Soo a Spider-Man too? Is he trustworthy? Between Spider-Man and Spider-Man is the same kind. Just like the three of them. If you say you want to trust, it must mean that there is more trust between the three of them. But now an outsider is added. Ah no, it's an outsider in the definition of ability. So Mdai was a little worried. But after the two women heard the worry, Gwen didn't explain it. Cindy said with a smile. Soo is Gwen's partner. His family is full of gods. Spider League is more like a playhouse between us. You know what I mean? Cindy thought about Hela not long ago. And that Scarlet Witch Wanda from Ability Extraordinary. At first Cindy didn't know who Wanda was. But she didn't find out until she checked the night before. This is also a great god, former Avengers member, apex superhero. Even on the official website of the League of Goddesses, there are pictures of Wanda fighting that hand of magic. No one is afraid to see it. Not to mention how long ago was that Wanda? The current Wanda is many times stronger than then. But for Mdai, she was confused. God. 193 is so scary. That is, the Spider Alliance was founded on the mountain. How powerful is this backing? Gwen and Cindy's words made Mdai reacquainted with the backer of the Spider Alliance. It also made Mdai a little more formal. She held the headgear in her left hand, and stretched out her right hand. Then let's get to know each other again. My name is Miji Parker. I'm from another world, and I'm confused and curious right now. Cindy stepped forward and took it. My name is Cindy Moon. I also come from another world. I am now a member of the Spider League. I am happy to meet my kind. Cindy backed away. Gwen shook her hand again and said, My name is Gwen Sue Stacy, an aborigine in this world, a member of the Goddess League, and the captain of the Spider League. Nice to meet you. So far, the three officially met. At the same time, there is also a lot of news brought to Mdai. She first looked at Cindy in surprise. You also traveled to this world? Which world are you from? You, Mdai wanted to ask at first. When it occurred to her that it was impolite to ask like this, so she immediately covered her mouth and added, Just say what you can, Cindy, let's talk. Gwen agrees. We share our information so we can help each other. Little Spider-Man. Little Spider-Man. Mdai was puzzled. Who said such a cute and degrading title? Sue used to call me that, and I felt close, too. And Cindy summed it up and began to introduce herself. I come from a world exactly like New York. But I'm an orphan, and I seem to have parents, but they're gone. Then I went into a creature exhibition and got bitten by a spider, and I became Spider-Man. Then just 3 months after I became a Spider-Man, I came to this world, and now I live in the League. Heard that Cindy was an orphan. Mdai apologized. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. Cindy waved her hand indifferently. My parents and I don't know each other or have feelings for each other, and we don't even know what their names are. Rounding them up means they are orphans. Mdai. Then it was Gwen's turn. Gwen said it very easily. I'm nothing special. I've been living with my parents until middle school and I was bitten by a spider like Cindy and became a Spider-Man. But during this period, I also met Sue, who enlightened and guided me step by step. Mdai nodded after listening. Gwen's story does not have so many twists and turns. She was pampered, taught and guided by Soo-Yi. So both strong and good mentality. After listening to the two speeches, Mdai thought about her own affairs and said, Then I am different from you, huh? X2. Gwen and Cindy looked at each other, quietly waiting for Mdai to continue. My dad got his ability from a spider bite, but my ability slowly appeared after the age of 15, so I was born. Gwen, Cindy. Intrinsic. Gwen and Cindy were stunned. Spider-Man stillborn? Or born with Spider-Man ability? Isn't this amazing? Gwen couldn't believe it. Spider ability is actually born. Cindy was also shocked. Wait. Gwen also discovered Huadian at this time? Then your father is also a Spider-Man, so there are 2 Spider-Mans in your universe, right? Yes. Mdai nodded, but one of my father's legs was lost in a battle. Although he used a bionic substitute later, he didn't allow me to use the ability anymore. He was afraid that I would end up like him, so one night, he and my mother discussed burning my battlesuit. I was very worried and unwilling, so I took the battlesuit ahead of time and ran out, and finally came to this world. Gwen and Cindy nodded. They probably understand. In that world, Mead is already a descendant of Spider-Man. But that Spider-Man lost a leg in the fight. Even if it is added later. He was also worried about whether his daughter would develop in the same way as himself. So he doesn't want his daughter to do the same thing as him, and wants to burn her battlesuit. But Mdai ran out first when she heard it. After hearing this, Gwen smiled jokingly. Although it's a bit too much, you can be considered as running away from home and doing something that I have never done. Mdai was a little puzzled. Isn't your original home very good? Why do you want to run away from home? Because they kept setting a curfew for me at the time, so I couldn't be with Sue at night, so I wanted to try running away from home, and I thought it would be fun. After the joke was over, the three walked aside and started chatting like classmates in school. One was leaning against the wall, with his feet on the wall. One sat on the wall, swinging his feet. One half squats half sits on the steps. Mdai asked curiously. Then how did we come here, Cindy and I? Why did we come to this universe? Cindy knew this before, but not sure. Gwen looked at the two and explained. I don't understand much, only Sue knows. Simple, I can try to explain it to you. Gwen stretched out her hands and gestured. Our universe does not have only one universe, but many or even infinite parallel universes. Most people in the universe are the same. For example, there should be Tony Stark, Captain America, Hawkeye, etc. in your world. The main line of our stories is similar, but there will always be variables, and the difference is a variable, which is how we were born. Speaking of which, it was Gwen who made the cause of the problem clear. This is the key. And then that's why we're together now. A universe is a bubble, and an infinite multi-universe is an infinite number of bubbles. Generally speaking, bubbles do not integrate. But as long as there is a connection between us, or if there is a problem with one bubble, then there must be 2, 3, and many bubbles that will gradually integrate together. Sue called this multi-universe chaos. Generally speaking, there are more powerful beings to prevent such accidents from happening in the last universe. But it seems that Sue is here, and for some reason no one came. Definitely, that's not something we should be thinking about. And the reason you guys are here is because the multi-universe got messed up. First there was only me as a Spider-Man, then Cindy, and then you. There will be more and more Spider-Man coming in the future. Maybe there are other superheroes. Hear the reason. Mdai covered her mouth in surprise. She looked at Gwen and asked, then your Spider Alliance is a code for the Spider-Men who will come to this universe in the future? Yes. Gwen nodded and said, originally, the Spider Alliance was only intended to be a verbal alliance, without a base. But thinking that there will be more and more Spider-Mans in the future, if we don't properly contact everyone, one Spider-Man's mistake may make all Spider-Mans bear it. Cindy indicated that she was right. That's why we prefer the official form, but we won't manage the strict Spider Alliance. This is to gather everyone and connect with everyone. Mdai nodded in agreement. She can understand this. If there are really more Spider-Mans in the future, and no one manages them, that's either okay. When something goes wrong, it's all Spider-Man's business. A person does something wrong, all Spider-Mans are to blame. If the impact is too great, maybe there will be internal strife. So it's normal. But Mdai asked curiously, then where is your base? I want to go and see. Are you sure? Cindy smiled. Gwen also said with her hands in her arms. Taking you there will expose your position, so if you see it, you should join. Mdai spread her hands helplessly. Do I have a choice? To into this universe Spider-Man? Definitely no choice. After seeing that Mdai acquiesced, Gwen held out her fist to Cindy. Cindy jumped off the fence and touched Gwen. Then the two faced Mdai. One extended his right hand. One stretches out his left hand. Mdai stared at the two hands of the two in a daze. She slowly stretched out her hand to gesture. Then, he shook hands with him with his arms crossed. For a while, everyone was stunned. Then they couldn't help laughing together. Ha ha, let's go. Let's go to the base. Gwen led the way to the side of the building and waved. Then a graceful dive flew down. Cindy jumped down to keep up. Go go go. Not to mention Mdai. She followed suit. Then a second and a half later. Together, the three figures turned into smiling faces and shuttled through the city in an arc, all swinging towards the northern building. At the same time, in Cybertron, on a clearing, a 1,000 meter behemoth with a necklace is gesturing its little hands to two small figures. It was also accompanied by a small sound of hoo-hoo. Two small figures stood gracefully on the platform with their hands behind their backs. After hearing Godzilla's gestures and figures, Ling asked with some guesswork, you mean, the creator? Ho ho ho. Godzilla nodded excitedly when he heard it. Wu asked, anything about the creator? Godzilla nodded again. Then it pointed to itself. Then stretch out your finger and point to the direction of the earth. Finally, he gestured to the meaning of the creator. See this gibberish expression? The twin dancers looked at each other. They don't have the ability to understand Godzilla's language. Fully understandable. Only their master, who is Godzilla. So the twin dancers can only guess. You want to find the creator? Godzilla shook his head. Not looking for the creator? The twin dancers are a little puzzled. Logically speaking, Godzilla said creator. That must be looking for the creator. Aren't you okay? Ling asked. Godzilla shook his head again. Alright? Did you say the creator again? What is this for? The twin dancers are very puzzled. They are a little confused. So I can only prepare to tell Su-Yi directly about this matter. After all, Godzilla's Su-Yi's pet. But the next moment, Godzilla pointed to the heart with his 100-meter-long little finger, and then pointed to the brain. Pointing to the heart refers to the brain. The twin dancers thought for a while, then suddenly reacted. You miss the creator? Ho 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 tilde. After hearing the twin dancers understand, 3.7 Godzilla was overjoyed immediately. The twin dancers looked at each other and smiled slightly. Ling said, then just wait, our main body will tell the master. Wu added, if the master is not asleep. Godzilla nodded quickly. The other side. Earth. It landed with 3 slaps. Gwen leapt in from the exclusive window of the building with 2 Spider-Man. Then came directly to the penultimate floor. She introduced quickly. This is our living floor. Everyone has a 100 square meter independent apartment with super floor-to-ceiling windows, as well as kitchen, leisure, entertainment, movies, etc. Wow tilde. Mdai was surprised. Cindy also pointed to the 2 doors and said, this is Gwen's house, but Gwen and Sue mainly live on the top floor. That's my house. If you come, we can be neighbors. Yeah. Mdai nodded. Then Gwen took the 2 of them to the penultimate floor. This is the fitness and entertainment floor. There are 250 kg to 10 tons or even 20 tons of fitness equipment, as well as gravity rooms, swimming pools, fighting rings and other facilities. Wow. Mdai was shocked. This is too comprehensive. It has everything. Finally, Gwen took the 2 of them to the penultimate floor. This is the conference floor, which contains the Spider Alliance conference hall, study area, library, coffee, dessert and other facilities. Gwen took the 2 of them to the conference hall to have a look. Get 12 bench chairs with 2-hour intervals, and very large conference tables. A big spider logo above the conference table. I buy it. Mdai was completely shocked. This is the idea of the Knights of the Round Table. You said this is the base? Medai looked at Gwen and shook her head. No, this is a super base, even if it is a superhero's base. If you like this audiobook, subscribe the channel for more videos like this. And join my Patreon if you want to support me, link in the description. Leave some comment and let me know if you guys like this story, or you have a web novel you like and want to hear its audiobook. I will be happy to create them for you. Please like, share, and leave a comment on the video.